All right, DriversEye Live, we are back here at the Paul Revere 14 hour. I'm going to take a break from the break here for a moment. We've got Ben Meyer. Meyer?
Yep.
Ben Meyer from Low Country Motorsports up here to join us, driving that monster Chevy around a GTO. You know, one of the things we've been noticing, Ben, is that car tremendously consistent today. By far and away not the quickest car in class, which I don't think anybody expects it to be, given the inherent disadvantage you're running with the way the rules are set up here. You've got a tube frame. My understanding is like more or less a late model with, you know, bits and pieces, you know, added onto it, versus all these GT4 cars that are more or less built for this type of racing. But been really steady and consistent, top 5 right now. How are you feeling about the day and how it's going so far?
I think it's really good. I think, you know, like at Road Atlanta, we were in the same car and we were really fast there. And I think we're just a little bit slower on the straightaways. We kind of went with it's lighter and has less power. So we have less speed on the straightaways, which is really important at this track. Mm-hmm. But I think that's just like the biggest disadvantage right now. We do just fine through the turns, but we lose a little bit on the straightaways. So I think, I don't know, we sort of figured out what we're working with, but it's always tough to find that last little bit.
So you're talking about the car being a little bit lighter, a little bit down on power too. How does that compare to driving, say, like a TA2 car, for example?
When the tires are old, it feels really similar. I mean, it doesn't have as much grip all around, but it's just as free off and stuff like that. But when the tires are new, you can pretty much just full speed it off every turn. It grips up and doesn't really get free off. But yeah, it feels pretty similar just handling wise, but definitely you can feel a lot less power that it has.
Of course, and like, you know, TA2, for the folks that don't know at home, like pretty big, similar idea as far as it being, you know, tube frame chassis with a production car kind of body over it, wing and a little bit of aero stuff here and there, but nothing huge. But big fire breathing car, like 500 or 600 horsepower, right?
Yeah, it's like 550 or something like that, somewhere around there.
Exactly. Heck of a car. You'll see in the SCCA as well. People run those cars. Pretty cost-effective chassis to run, especially for the kind of lap times you're throwing down at a lot of these tracks that you go around to. But you were saying you're doing road course stuff in the truck series now, too.
Yeah, I have 4 truck starts in road courses now. 2 last year I did Lime Rock and Charlotte Roval. I only have 3 truck starts, not 4. Okay. 2 last year, Charlotte Roval and Lime Rock, and then this year I did St. Pete, and then...
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, so we have couple more coming up that I'm looking forward to, but yeah, it'll be really cool. Hopefully I can get into some oval stuff as well coming up here soon.
Well, that'd be awesome, especially now that you see more and more, you know, Shane Van Gisbergen is kind of the standard bearer for that, right? Where you've got the road course background and you're able to kind of push it onto some, you know, oval things. You get that kind of experience. You get yourself an oval opportunity, but you're doing late model stuff as well.
Yeah, I won the Car Store Championship in pros last year.
Perfect. Okay.
That was my first year doing pro late models. Yeah, it was an amazing year. We were super consistent all year long, really fast. And this year I'm running the pros again. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're really fun cars to drive. I like doing the oval stuff a lot just because the action.
Right.
This is more, I feel like this is more fun to drive around by yourself and just run laps, but I definitely like the action and
I gotcha.
The oval stuff a little
especially
more.
In something like the Cars Tour, too, where everybody's packed together and everybody's racing and doing the thing. That's
super close racing.
Absolutely. No, it's awesome, dude. Really, really special. The Daytona road course, right? Is that something you'd been to before with Trans Am or no?
No, I ran WL here, or WRL here last year.
Last year, right, with them. So before that, had you been at the Daytona road course?
I hadn't. No. I've only done these 2 races here.
Okay.
I raced the kart track a lot when I was younger and won a lot there, and there's a lot of memories at this place, but just never run the big track till last year here.
I gotcha. So is it, you've positioned yourself, I think, in kind of an interesting spot for somebody who's young and in the career. You win the Cars Tour, you're getting some TA2, and you're doing a little bit of WRL here and there. Are you ultimately trying to get to the Cup Series? You know, it seems like you're doing pretty good at these kind of things, too. Would you consider doing, like, an IMSA GT4 season? You know, Connor Zilic, I think, kind of had the pick of the roost here. He was here doing WRL for a long time as well. Yep. Where do you see your career going next 4 or 5 years?
Yeah, I mean, the hope is to get as far as I can in the NASCAR world, and you know, then goal would be Cup. But you know, I'll honestly would take whatever I can get. We've been having super hard time trying to find like sponsorship and stuff like that to be able to get in as many races as I can. But we're definitely working past that and trying to figure it out. And you the end goal would definitely be to make it to the NASCAR Cup Series.
Absolutely. Are you finding that's a little bit saturated right now? Because there was a big talk even like 2 or 3 years ago that, there's no sponsors in NASCAR. Nobody wants to pay for it. Nothing's going on. You can't get sponsorship. And then friend of the show, Carson Hocevar, one of our producers is Carson's roommate, Jordan Worth. I don't know if you know who Jordan Worth is.
I don't.
No, he does a lot of iRacing stuff. He's a funny guy. But he lives with Carson. And Carson Hocevar talks pretty openly about, like, my car is sold out. Like, I can't get more sponsors.
Yeah.
So what do you think the divide is there? Is it just that Carson has caught lightning in a bottle and nobody else is having that kind of luck? Or what is it you think that gets from I've got no sponsors to where all the sponsors are? What's
I certainly don't think it's luck. I think, he puts in a lot of work, has a great personality,
Right.
and, makes that stuff happen. And some people say that finding sponsorship is, the harder part of racing. Like,
Right.
the driving is the easy part. But, it's certainly not luck. I think some people are just better at it. Some people are worse at it. I'm trying to figure it out.
Mhm.
I'm still young. I'm 17. So
I was going to say, you're a few years younger than him, so you got time, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't figured out my personality fully yet and
Right.
figured out how to get all that stuff done. But it's, definitely a learning curve, and we're figuring it out, trying to put together as many races as we can.
Gotcha. So the low country car here, like we talked about, not the ultimate pace of the field, but still doing pretty good. Going by, you're passing cars, you're being passed, etc. What's a car that you're going by right now, being like, that looks cool, I'd try that?
I don't know, all the GT4s kind of cars and production cars look really fun to drive. They, I don't know, they're all pretty cool. I like some of the Porsches and stuff like that. They're all pretty cool cars. Look like they'd be fun to drive. I don't know how they would drive, but
right.
This car is super hot on the inside, so we're sweating and stuff like that. But I think this one's pretty fun as well. I like driving this car a lot.
Now, there's something really neat about, it's the same as like TA2, of having that car that's like this big, rough, kind of brutish thing, in contrast with like the scalpel you may even describe as like, some of these GT4 cars. We'll get the Mercedes-AMG GT4 car will come by from, time to time. And that car's got every driver aid turned all the way up. And it's, I don't want to say easy to drive, but you're not sliding it around and having to hustle corners and doing all that. And it's like pretty relaxed. And you're able to, take the line the way you want. It'll turn. It'll stop really good. But it doesn't give you that same kind of visceral experience. It's the same with that number 9, the Porsche running around, the Porsche 911 Cup car. Like, those are a hoot to drive, supposedly, because you got the engine over the rear. You get the chassis moving around quite a bit, and that's supposed to be really fun as well.
Yeah, the car we're in, you could also compare it to like an Xfinity car.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what to call it because it has its differences, but
right.
Yeah, it's sort of like that. Well, it has a Chevy body on it, Camaro. So, yeah, it has like no driver assistance at all.
Right.
So we have no ABS, no traction control, none of that stuff. So it's at the end of the runs when the tires are super old and stuff like that, we're out of fuel. It definitely becomes a hassle to drive. You have to manhandle that thing around a little bit.
That makes a lot of sense. I saw yesterday, as I was up and down trying to set up cameras and such, that the RCR guys were putting, I think, an easy up on the roof for the spotter stand. Are you getting full? I mean, there's less traffic, obviously. Are you getting full spotter the whole way around, or is that more like a crew chief kind of thing? They're just letting you know the lap time and then,
there's not traffic every lap, so
right.
we're not like spotting the whole time. There's actually a lot of the time it's pretty quiet, so we're just no talking, nothing. We're just driving, locked in, and I don't know. It gets pretty quiet up there sometimes. I know it's me and Adam Brickley's dad up there. They're the 2 spotters, so they're probably talking a little bit back and forth. But yeah, I don't know. It gets a little quiet, but sometimes they're talking, saying clear, stuff like that when we're pitting. Just all kinds of stuff.
Gotcha. All right, makes a lot of sense. Where do you live full time? Are you here, or are you up in North Carolina?
Yeah, I'm in North Carolina right now. I'm from Maryland.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Yeah, I'm from Maryland, and then we moved down here last year, or at the end of 24, beginning of 25 for the Chevy program. So I'm in that program. Josh Wise does that, and yeah, I came down here for that and did it all through 25, and this is my 2nd year of doing it. So still living in North Carolina.
Gotcha. How do you get into racing? You know, if you're up in Maryland, it's not like at least in my head, it doesn't automatically say to me like, oh yeah, circle track racing, Maryland. What gets you into it the first time?
My dad brought me to a go-kart track when I was 2.5 or 3,
Oh, wow.
like
Okay.
really young. And, you know, that he just asked me if I wanted a go-kart because he'd always been a fan of racing. He has a bunch of pictures of him with drivers from like 20 years ago,
Okay.
15 years ago, stuff like that. So he's been a fan of racing for his whole life, and you know, just brought me to a go-kart track, got me a go-kart, and we just ran go-karts till I was about 10, from
Right.
3 to 10, and then yeah, it's, there was no racing up in Maryland. The only track we had was about 45 an hour away, and it was this super small track. The lap times were like 30 seconds long.
Okay.
Like it was pretty. There's a lot of memories there. It's a pretty nostalgic place, but it's certainly a small rundown
deal.
track. But
Yep.
yeah, I don't know. That's pretty much how I got started. There was nothing really to drive up there except for that.
Right. Well, that makes a lot of sense. I had my daughter, you know, my family, we lived up in Minnesota for a few years. My daughter was, you know, 6, 7, 8, you know, in that kind of age range. And I took her to this quarter midgets thing. It was like quarter midget tryout, not even tryout, but just like, oh yeah, go drive the car, you know, 10 laps, whatever. She was not remotely interested.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, thank God, dodged a bullet on that one.
Yes.
We moved back to California, and I was like, oh, let's go to K1 Speed, like just for something to do. And she's like, oh, okay. She's 10, and she gets in the go-kart, and like right as two dudes that had like just being idiots and like get smacked, you know, full broadside in a go-kart, and she's like, oh, and she did her first one, didn't really like it. And I said, well, we bought 2 races, so like we'll come back next week together. And so she does the next one and like loves it.
Really?
And so now I'm like, oh God, like I thought I got away with not doing the go-karting and the track and the racing, and like now she's into it. I'm like, oh, man. So it's we're trying to wait and see. I'm trying to push her towards mountain biking. It's a little bit cheaper.
Yeah, it's you know, my brother started go-karting like probably a little later than I started. I think he probably got in a go-kart the first time. I can't remember. I was super young as well, but he probably got in a go-kart the first time when he was like 4 or 5 or something.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't really like it. I remember one of the biggest things that I remember was he drove through the grass like full speed straight through the middle of the track and was just screaming at the go-kart saying like they won't stop cutting the grass or something like that.
Right.
And you know, that's the biggest thing that I remember from when he was super young trying it out, and he never really liked it.
Mm-hmm.
And we've given him a couple chances to try it again in some go-karts. There's a local track that opened up in Maryland a couple years ago, or not a couple years ago, probably like 8 years ago now.
Mm-hmm.
But it was like a parking lot track, kind of like Super Nats at Vegas.
Okay, yeah.
And yeah, so we took him there a couple times, and he ran like a X30 Junior, and then he ran some mini stuff as well.
Okay.
And you know, he sort of liked it, but he never really got into it as much as I did. And then
Right.
if you ask him now, he'll be like, I always asked to go, but
Oh, nobody ever wanted to take
nobody
me.
ever wants to take
Yep,
me.
yep.
And
Yeah, go
but,
figure.
yeah, we definitely know that he doesn't. But he races sailboats and does hockey
Oh,
and
cool.
stuff like
That's
that.
fun.
So
If you get into that kind of thing,
Yeah.
the sailboat racing to me is also just like super fascinating. Love the
Yeah.
idea of all of that.
yep.
Well, Ben, I don't want to take any more of your time. I appreciate you coming up to chat. Are you going to get in the car one more time?
Yeah, we'll definitely be in the car. We only have 3 drivers, so it's just me, AJ Frank, and then Adam Brickley. So
Okay.
we
gotcha.
definitely need to take a couple rotations.
Who's going to get the late night stint in the dark?
I think it was planned to be me, but we're a little bit behind. We didn't have power steering at the beginning of the race,
Ooh.
so we only AJ was the first one in there, and he got out a little early, and then we've just been having to catch up little by little on
Okay.
the stints. So we'll see. It
Gotcha.
never really know until it happens.
Well, Ben, thank you for coming up to chat with me. I really appreciate it. Sorry to keep you waiting. The whole door situation here is suboptimal, we'll say.
It's all right.
But no, hey, thanks for coming up. Congrats on the Cars Tour. Hope to see your career continue to rise. I think it's a great benefit to most racing drivers to get a wide breadth of experience to be able to do lots of different things. And it sounds like you're doing that. You got TA2, you got this, you got the Cars Tour, you're doing truck racing, the whole line. I think it sets you up for the future a lot better. You know, we've seen that happen, like with Kyle Larson, for example. would run GT4 cars, would come and run the Daytona race and do all that kind of stuff. And it's worked out well for him, too.
Yeah, I did like a bunch of like nitro cross stuff with Travis Pastrana.
Oh, cool.
Stadium super trucks, Robbie Gordon.
Stadium super trucks, too.
Awesome. I did all kinds of
You're
stuff.
all over the place.
And Spec Miata.
And Spec Miata, I
there
did a
you
lot
go,
of that as well.
Okay.
I still have that car. We run it every once in a while, like
Nice.
local shows and stuff like that. But
Sweet.
yeah.
All right. Well, perfect, Ben. I appreciate you coming up to chat with me. Thanks
no
a ton.
problem. Thanks for having me.
Of course.
Welcome back to Daytona International Speedway for this 5th round of the WRL 2026 championship season. WRL, of course, being World Racing League. We understand newly minted named the Paul Revere 14-hour here at Daytona. I'm Greg Creamer, JT Tammy alongside, and of course we're going to be hearing from Ryan West as well. And we are riding on board the number 112 TC Klein Racing Corvette C8, currently running 2nd in the GP1 category and 7th overall right now. And they're working this nice little race battle. There's 3 cars that are really kind of going after it here in the GP1 category. PC Racing, the number 43 BMW, has gone back to the front. This car is sitting 2nd, in the 46 Ginger Racing BMW is in 3rd, all on the same lap at this point. Then a couple laps back is BRD Motorsports, who have been trying to play a fuel consumption game, but we've had yellows and the like have, falling at just the wrong times on occasion for them, just the right times for the Corvette that have kept things going. Split 5 Racing sits 5th, and they are up 10 spots from where they qualified, so they are having a mighty fine day. All-Star Racing, who was in contention for the lead not long ago, now back in the 6th spot. 7th is the 927 of Fast Track Racing. 8th is the number 62 of Open Throttle Racing. 9th, the 29 Screaming Goat Racing entry that is trying to come back from a long stop. And then rounding out your top 10, the 64 Open Throttle Racing entry. Now that is in the GP1 category. Overall, it's still the 120 AE Victory Racing, and that is one of the Toyota Supras that is leading overall at this stage and have just been putting on an absolute clinic out there in their Toyota Supra GT4, doing a great job. But on the same lap with them remains the number 25, and that is the Team Singler Racing BMW GT4, the Wine Country Motorsports machine. A ways back in terms of the time, almost 1:45, but still on the same lap. And then in 3rd, the number 4, the Singler Racing, as I said, the BMW. Then the number 4, Kingpin Racing. That, too, is also one of those Toyota Supra GT4s. They are 3rd on the same lap as them. In 4th, at number 843 for Low Country Motorsports that we just had the great interview with, one of the young drivers on board that. He said it was probably the closest thing you could say that car was to an Infinity entry. Still got some different tweaks and the like, but having a fabulous run in 4th. And then the recovery of the number 9 from El Monte Motorsports, that they're still a number of laps down, but they have now cracked the top 5 overall. And that recovery drive has been going really well for them. Then in our other categories, Hera Flight Racing in the number 365, they have just controlled things beautifully here with some really fast lap times in their BMW M2 CSR. looking back to, they're 15th overall and leading in the GP2 category with the 216 of Skip Barber Racing. And that is the Toyota GR86 Cup car that is sitting second in GP2. The GTU only had one entrant. That's the number 148 competition. Sebico, it's one of those small little prototypes that was having a fabulous race. Up into third overall, was looking really strong, then had a couple of offs and has now dropped well back down the order at this stage. And so that's kind of where we sit right now, as this race is now into its second half, 6 hours and 42 and a half minutes yet to go here. And of course, oftentimes, if you have watched previous WRL races, there's an 8-hour race on Saturday, a 7-hour race on Sunday. But for this one, because the opportunity to run at Daytona, which is known for sports car endurance racing, and also the opportunity to run under the lights here, they have made it a 14-hour race, and it's been that way for a while now. And it allows you to run under the lights and really get a feel for what endurance racing is like at this legendary venue here. So great to have you with us. Again, I'm Greg Creamer. And JT Tammy, you had to take a little bit of a break. You're back with us early, and we are much the better for it. How's things?
Oh, yeah, definitely good. Unfortunately, my other hobbies, whatever, had to interfere with my my ability to continue following WRL today. But that, got cut short, so came back as quick as I could. And, back to the racing here.
Well, it's been kind of interesting. While you were away, we have had a fair share of developments, but we also still have some really intriguing, potential strategy scenarios that are going to be building here. We take a look at those top three in particular in the GP1 category. They're all running similar times. They're all essentially on the same lap. It's just a matter of when cars go by. But, of course, we know that TC Klein Racing car, and before you left, they benefited from a couple of perfectly timed yellows for them to be able to get a good jump on fuel numbers, and actually had built up almost a couple lap advantage. But then when those yellows quit coming at the perfect moments because of their fuel, and you can see they're already there at 22%, and are going to have to pit again soon to top off. It's kept these guys at, at some points, they've been in the lead. At some points, they've been fourth in class, and it's all going around their fuel consumption because their pace has been really solid.
Yeah, that's good to see. I mean, unfortunately, because of the fuel issue that they have, it's really hard for them to be as efficient as the other cars.
Yep.
But I mean, it's, you got to do what you can, and they're doing just that. They're running relatively very quick out there in class.
Yep.
And sometimes the safety car, the full course yellows, come your way. Sometimes they don't, and
exactly.
they've been lucky a couple times. So that's great for them. Keeps the racing going, keeps things a bit exciting, and we just gotta continue on here. The endurance factor, seems to be pretty good with this Corvette. Seems to be relatively reliable from what we've seen so far.
Mm-hmm.
And
very much so, I think, yeah.
Yeah, as long as you can refrain from spending too much time down on pit road and just keep staying out on track, they can still be in contention here.
Without a doubt. And I mean, they've addressed what they can apparently thus far, in terms of how they can speed up the pit stops a little bit, because they know they're going to be making a few more, that sort of thing with just how they've got things set up in the pit lane. But the one thing is this car, we've heard a couple of the competitors now that have talked about it, when they see this car around them out on the track, that it looks very settled. We've talked, you and I were talking earlier about how good this thing is on the brakes. And they've said, yeah, agreed. We've watched it, be hard on the brakes into some spot, and it just looks good. And then the drivers are doing a really good job keeping it off of the curbs, bouncing it around too much. They've just really executed well here. And while you were away, we actually heard some of the discussion on the radio where the driver was asking questions, and the crew was saying, no, we're looking good. We're only 2 laps shy. And that's where they're doing a little bit of the back timing, if you will, on fuel consumption. And so, they know they've got the problem, and there's few teams better placed than TC Klein Racing to be able to manage that.
Yeah, definitely. And it's, we do bring up a good point. Because of the tank size, I don't believe they're going to have as long pit stops. So ultimately, yeah, it's unfortunate you're going to have to be doing more pit stops, but you can have, shorter stops relative to your competitors. You're not having to put as many jugs into the car, that sort of thing. So also in theory, you can also keep the weight of the car a little bit lighter just because you're not having to fill it with as much fuel. So the car can be a bit more consistent there. It might be a little bit easier on the tires. And a lot more predictable for the driver as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that's a huge part of the equation. You're absolutely right. I just saw it flash through while I think when you had gone away from the broadcast earlier, the Rapscallion Ligier was in the garage, and it is back out. Now it's laps and laps and laps down. But, great opportunity. We've talked about all the teams that are kind of out of contention right now unless something magical happens. You paid your entry fee. You're at one of the greatest venues in the world. It is a venue that tests virtually everything, your fuel consumption, your braking, how your suspension works, going over bumps and curbs and transitions. Get back out there no matter what and finish this race because it's a great test opportunity if you aren't in the hunt for a podium.
Yeah, and not just that. 6.5 hours to go. There's still so many things that can happen.
You
so,
betcha.
Yeah, just, fix what you can, and if you can, get back out there and just keep going.
Well, that's the name of the game in endurance racing is finish. If you can finish, generally maybe some good things are going to happen, but you've got to finish. And if you just decide, we're done, well, then it's kind of like the answer is no if you don't ask, right? So, and still enjoying these shots of watching these cars and these drivers thread the chicane. Here comes the Chevy Camaro that is just having a really, really wonderful day here. Woo! It's carrying some pace through there.
Yeah, a little bit hot into the entry there.
Just a bit. Just a bit. And I'll tell you, we've been enjoying some onboard laps from the Skip Barber car, and those drivers are getting a workout in that thing, and it's awesome. It's awesome. And one of the great things, I think you were listening in on the tail end of Ryan's interview with the young driver from that Camaro. It was so refreshing to hear a driver say, we don't have any driver's aids. We don't have traction control. We don't have ABS. And hear that young driver be enthused about it. And, it's so cool to not have, all of the aids that you can have in these cars now and get out there and just drive. It's a beautiful thing. Ooh, that 62 came in with a big head of steam there. That is the Team Open Throttle Racing, the 235 IR. They've been sort of in and out of the hunt. They're 8th in the class right now. 192 laps in the books by PC Racing, 186 for the 62, but they've got speed. They're on the same lap count as is the car right in front of them in terms of position, the Fast Track Racing machine. So, they're looking to do what they can here, but Fast Track Racing is showing to be able to run comparable laps for sure. The car that's really flying out there right now, along with the PC Racing car, is the Split 5 machine, which started in 4th and then has had some issues and dropped back. But they are starting a march right back up through the field here. And of course, PC Racing, that blue and white. There goes the Ligier. But the blue and white BMW for PC Racing, top in the class right now.
And currently doing a pretty good job holding a relative pace to the rest of the class here. Last time through a 12.6. I believe as we get the Corvette coming down pit lane here for their stop. I believe before they had come down pit road, it was roughly a 74-second gap,
Mm-hmm.
I believe, out of the lead. So we'll have to
I think
try to
that
keep an
sounds
eye on
right.
that.
Yep. Doing the walk around, looking at the condition of the front of the car, the tires, thumbs up. Driver sitting in there giving us the big thumbs up. Love to see that. Got those fuel bottles going in. I think the fueler's going to be talking to the driver going, hey, try and line up that fuel nozzle to our rack of fuel bottles, please. Don't make me run an extra 6 feet.
Yeah, pit efficiency is always something that can be improved. I mean, we've seen it with quite a few teams that have really put in the effort, really try to minimize time loss there by just getting the jugs a bit closer, quicker handoff, that sort of thing, having the car park, closer to the wall. That, there's all these little variables that if, it's not done right, it's costing you, a second here or, a couple seconds there.
Yep.
It adds up.
It does. Oh, absolutely. And, and I've said this, and I mean, if you, follow racing in general, you know this, but you have to work so hard on the track to make up 2, 3, 4 seconds on somebody. And, again, having that, that refueling nozzle on the car not be lined up right where those bottles are, and that eats up, and that could be another 2, 3 seconds that pit stop lasted. And that's so hard to make up on the track, and that's one of the things that we've been talking about. Ryan and I have talked about that. I absolutely love about this series is that no minimum pit stop time. So if you can get it done faster than your competitors, good on you. As long as it's done legal, good on you. And it really brings the team into play during the race, as opposed to, okay, we got the car, dialed up. Now you just go drive it. Now you bring the team in, and without that minimum requirement, there's no safety net, right? If you lose 2 seconds, you've just lost 2 seconds, period. Coming up on 6.5 to go. And
6.5 laps to go.
6.5 laps is times an hour.
Oh, got it.
Oh,
no, we wouldn't have even got that far, Dustin.
Well, there's our 555.
Yep.
Doesn't sound as good, does it? 555.
No.
No.
It's not nearly as good of a bit, for sure.
No.
David Tuwadi, who ran a car in WRL that used to be the 888, also didn't understand that bit.
Oh, he didn't?
He had no clue.
Oh, that's fun.
I'm like, okay, well, it was one of those Aston Martins, the GT4 car.
Oh yeah,
that was a pretty competitive car when it was here,
yeah, it was.
And we would do that every time we called it. And he had no idea what we were talking about.
What are you doing to the car number? That's
I don't know why you call it that. Like, like 888, he's like, what? Like, Australian V8s? He's like, I don't know what that is. I'm like, okay, all right. Thanks, David.
That's funny. Driver change looked like getting done there in the 555.
Yeah. No David Tuwadi this weekend. I really thought we'd see at least one car.
Yeah, I mean, he's a Florida-based team.
Yeah. I think
that was a fun interview that you did with the young man from.
Yeah, Ben Mayer. Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice. I don't know if you heard.
Ben Mayer.
I was saying to JT, it was so refreshing to hear a young driver gushing about. We don't have any of those aids in our car.
Yep. I mean, if you're coming from TA2 and doing truck series and stuff, like that's the standard,
Exactly.
And speaking of people who started in WRL and are doing well, Cole Lofsgaard put that Mustang on the pole again today.
Oh, did he?
In the Mustang Challenge.
Nice.
I think he's won all but one race, and that one he got, it was at 3rd or 6th, JT, that Cole got at that one race at Laguna.
Oh, the one with the weather change?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember. Maybe 6th.
It could have been 6th, so I think the rest of them he has won. And one wins from pole, and then they do some kind of like inverted grid or second best lap or some situation. So he doesn't start on pole for both usually. But
he wins
all but one race usually. He is swept.
Wow.
So,
Yeah, they already had a race 1 today. I checked during our break.
oh, did he win that one as well?
He did.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
And
there you go.
I believe Joe was in the 70, got a 3rd in his class.
Ooh, there you go. Do we have a Kingpin result available?
Ooh, I'm not sure.
See how Rob Walker's doing. Yeah, it's basically the WRL car minus Sodakal running in the
sorry, a
race.
lot of smoke from that BMW that just came through the International Horseshoe.
I think it's the AOA
the kink here.
BMW?
I think it could be.
The 75, I think.
There it is.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, and then nothing there. Oh, you know what? I wonder if he ran wide and it was just some of the dust from inside the curbing. Oh, yeah, JT was going to tell you the Screaming Goat Racing entry.
Yep.
While you were gone, their wing got broken somehow in the back of the car, one end of it. And so they pitted and just peeled the whole thing off. So they're running without a ring right now, or a wing, and they got Ryan did an interview with is it Hayde? One of the drivers who said he just got a radio report that now they're hitting the rev limiter down the back stretch and down into 1.
That's a bummer.
Yeah. It's nice to pick up that little bit of extra speed, but...
Yeah, not when it's bouncing off the top.
No, it just slows you right back down again. Now no more smoke out of that bimmer, so maybe I just mistook the smoke for a little dust. Ooh, way wide there. Yeah, there you go. Do the big arc. All right, this is where I saw it before. Here he comes. Yeah, it is. Ooh, that was the fast track car that did a little curb dance, didn't it?
Gentlemen, I have great news for you.
Yes, sir.
I've got Clark Hicks from Open Throttle Racing this weekend up here with us.
Oh, nice.
Woohoo.
So another driver who's made the long trek up here. Clark, how long does it take to get here from the paddock? 10 minutes?
Probably about that, yeah.
About that,
maybe.
yeah. You just got to know the right directions. Are my stickers still up?
I didn't even notice because I knew where I was going.
Oh, okay. All right, fair enough. No, I put up WRL stickers along the way, so you kind of have like a path. I don't know if somebody took them down or what, but the last couple people I've asked about, they're like, what stickers? Like, yeah. Okay, well, maybe they're not there anymore. So, anyway, Clark, thanks for coming by. I appreciate you. Which Open Throttle car are you in this weekend?
I'm in the 61, the white one with the green back end that we've had some troubles with today.
Yeah, so it was taken off the pit lane by the flatbed. What's going on with that? And is this the car with the fateful fan relay drama?
No, the issue that we had was the drive shaft came off of it coming out of NASCAR turn 4 at speed, which luckily, no one was hurt in our car or any other cars, because
Yeah.
that can be a very potentially high danger situation,
Absolutely.
especially at that speed. So we're very fortunate that no one got hurt, and thankful that another team here had the same car.
Mm-hmm.
They were out of the race, and they were gracious enough to uninstall their drive shaft and give it
Nice.
to us, because it's a very rare, I call it unobtainium.
Sure.
It's not something you're going to just walk into the BMW dealer and pick up.
Okay.
So, that's kind of one of the things that's kept me in this sport so long, is the people. When you're young, it's the adrenaline of getting on the track and being in the car and like, wow, that's so fun. And, and the longer you do it, the more people you meet, the teamwork and everything just really builds. And I just have a passion for all the people in this sport. And my wife's had some really bad health issues the last year. She's all good now for now.
Good.
And I've never been so touched by so many people that came up to me this weekend that knew the story and why I hadn't been around for a while.
Okay.
And gave me a big hug, and that really put a big smile on my face. That's what this sport's all about, is everybody supporting everybody. And we were a really good example of it this weekend.
Right. No, it's something you see, and we first started. I'm sure long-time listeners have heard me tell this story 1,000 times. It is what it is. Deal. The first racing that we got into, covering and broadcasting was the NASA 25-hour.
Mm-hmm.
I think of what do you think, JT? Like 2012, first year?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. And it started with that Honda Research West team, where it's like Honda, like employees, not like engineers, but like just guys, just building Acura ILXs and Civics and just like these goofy cars for NASA endurance racing. And then they would just go race them for 25 hours. And every now and then you'd get this thing over the PA, like, hey, if anybody has an 07 Honda Odyssey, can we borrow your fuel injector, please? We need an injector, and that's the right part number. Or, oh, if you have a cord, it's kind of the same length of sway bar link. We need a sway bar link. And so you'd go over there, and there's cars just like people's cars in various states of being disassembled as they've given parts for this car to keep going on track. It was like every time they came, it was no question they were going to do the same thing again. They've gotten away from that style of build, and now the cars are a lot more sturdy. But that was really my first exposure to it, and you see that a ton in the WRL paddock, especially where it's E46 heavy. So if somebody needs a windshield, I've seen, or somebody needs a trunk lid or a suspension, control arm or anything like that, that people are pretty forthcoming with it, because at the end of the day, you want more competitors on track. You're all out here to have a good time, and it's no fun to race out there by yourself. So if you can help somebody out, why wouldn't you?
Sure. I even saw one time somebody blew an engine, and they were going to go get one off of Craigslist wherever we were in the country at the time. I don't remember.
Mm-hmm.
But the person required cash. Well, it was a Sunday or Saturday, and you couldn't get enough cash out
of the
or whatever.
machine, right?
And another team had enough cash in their motorhome and gave it to him and just said, just pay us back later. And they went and got the engine.
Oh, man, that's awesome.
Yeah, the camaraderie in this sport is second to none.
Yeah.
And it's not just WRL, but just sports car endurance in general has always been that way, in my opinion. And I've been at this a long time, and I can't say enough good things about all the people in this sport. I don't really recall any real negative experiences at all.
Right. Well, I mean, you almost have to, right? You have to be okay with being around other people. It's like the nature of the sport. It's not like you're doing a arrive and drive F4 race where, you're going to drive the car for 25 minutes and you get in and the car is either working or it's not, and you drive it and you get back out and you get in your motorhome, you leave, or, whatever. Everybody's having to, pull all-night shifts. Mike Orman's team knows all about that. We're going to make sure these cars are out here running if we can make them run. Like, it's going to happen. And you're getting to know people in the process.
Absolutely. And the things that I've seen with the years I've been running with Open Throttle is that is one group of people that will never give up. And they come up with some of the most creative ideas on how to solve a problem or find a part or however we need to fix it. Mm-hmm. I've seen them stay up all night and then crew all day the next day. I mean, they are literally just a never give up group of people. I can't say enough good things about racing with them, even though today we're not having the best as far as the cars and the mechanical issues, but that happens in racing. It's just part of the sport.
Absolutely. And I think Gino Manley also had a kind of a scary moment as well in the GTO car, too. He had a tire go down on him into one. That's never fun.
He did, and I remember the last time I saw that happen, it was in one of the W2W cars, one of Mark Martin's Caymans. It was at night, and they blew the front tire coming across the start-finish here. I think that was in 22 or 23.
Yep.
And went for quite a ride. And Gino said it felt his felt kind of like just landing an airplane.
Right.
Typical Gino fashion, right?
Sure. Everything's easy if you're Gino, man.
Exactly.
But you know what a team, what a group of people to be around. We've got the 120 into the pit lane. That's the overall leader right now.
Yeah, we
making
just
their
had the
pit stop.
the PC 43 in as well. So the
Yep.
GP1 leader was in too.
And the 29, again, unfortunately, I think a little bit out of the running here. Currently in 9th place, still 12 laps down. They've come into the pit lane as well, running no wing. We talked to Cade McKee earlier, Clark, and they had just taken the rear wing off of that BMW over there, and they said now they're hitting the rev limiter on the straights. They're pretty excited.
I remember when we were still running our own cars, we did that one time. It's for the same reason. We were just getting too much drag, and we just measured it at 5 degrees, 3 degrees, 0 degrees, and same driver, several laps on each until we got the fastest one. And 0 or no wing at all was the fastest here.
Nice.
So we noticed that too, but it doesn't surprise me that those guys, those kids are really fast.
They're super good, and I think it's one of the beautiful things about it's a family team, and they're all working towards that car, and they've been working on that car for what, 8 years, 7 years, something like a long time.
Sitting next to, I met them at Barber in 2020, like a week or two before the shutdown.
Yep.
And they were pitted next to me, and is when I met them. And they're out of Houston. And our team, when we had our own cars, we were out of Houston because I'm from Fort Worth. I'm from Texas.
Mm-hmm.
And those kids were, I think they were all juniors in high school at the time,
Yeah.
and now they're all out of college. I don't know if all of them went to Texas A&M where I went, but a lot of them did. And they're
Right.
really nice group of kids and families. And man, can they drive? And they are so clean on the track.
Yep. I remember I had made some offhand comment about, I was talking to JT, and we were talking about taking the rear sway bar off of a Miata. You know, if like West Coast tracks, you have no sway bar, you get the car to come around a lot harder and make turns happen. And so we were talking casually about, no sway bar. And I think Cade had posted in the chat or said something to me offhand while he was up here. He was like, I've driven a car with no sway bar. I'm like, oh, come talk about it. And he was like, yeah, I was in an F4 car, and it had the sway bar had broke. I'm like, whoa, time out. What do you mean you were in an F4 car? When was this? So, and had, told the story about driving an F4 and how it was a good time. And, he was pretty excited to do it. But I guess, his F4 car, no rear sway bar, which was probably an experience to have at that point.
That'd be a handful.
Jeez.
Yeah. Can't keep that floor down where it needs to be if the back end's moving around on you. Got the 46s in the pit lane as well, gentlemen. The Ginger Racing car, another longtime WRL entrant. They got the hood open. I wonder if they're just checking oil, it looks like, potentially.
Yep.
Got Chris over there doing the nice pit lane camera for us.
Yeah, great work.
Crushing it right now.
Yeah, Chris and I actually worked together. I drove one of the Hammer Motorsports Audi TCR cars back in 21, and he was the guy on my car, and so I got to know him. So I've known him a while.
Yeah.
Really nice guy. Thanks for his service in the military.
Absolutely.
Now that he's retired, he's grown all his hair back and a beard. I hardly recognize him when I saw him. He looked completely different this trip than the last time I saw him.
Right. No, it was funny. Chris was in the Air Force, and he ended up being. Did you know that Chris served at Beale, JT?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, no kidding. Like, Beale Air Force Base is like an hour and a half from my house. It's like, oh, yeah, he knows. The city I lived in is like where you'd go to go hiking and off-roading and mountain biking and stuff. He's like, oh, yeah, I've been up there. I was like, oh, cool. So, no, Chris, really cool guy. Happy to have him aboard here for sure. Doing good pit lane stuff, doing some social media stuff for the series.
Yeah, I see him walking there now.
Yeah.
He's come by our pits a few times today, and I'm anxious to see what the footage looks like when I get home and I'm able to watch.
Right. No,
I guess you guys just kind of incorporate a picture-in-picture when he does a live feed from down there?
It depends. Yeah, sometimes we'll take the whole thing, and it's picture-in-picture. It just kind of depends on what we have going.
I just hadn't had a chance to watch it today, but I always watch when I'm not at the track, and I can say you guys do a fantastic job, and the improvement y'all have made this year is really impressive. I was anxious to see how the driver pucks were going to work. That was a great idea.
Yep.
Because I had friends at home that have watched live broadcasts with us, and they never know which car. If I'm in the car,
Right.
if somebody else is in the car, or whatever. And when I heard y'all were doing that, I was like, well, that'll make it easier for others watching to know more about what's going on in the race.
Well, fortunately, I am not a tech background guy, and that is the work of other people that is getting that done. So I'm
You and me
thankful for them.
both.
And it's still a work in progress, is my understanding. They're still trying to get that worked out, but they're pretty happy with the solution that they've presented, and they know what direction it needs to go to keep it being pushed forward. So
Sure.
I'm
I mean,
hoping
you could
that,
always, enlist like a 12 or 13-year-old. They could probably figure it out really fast.
right, exactly. Well, I think there's a lot more ability for people who kind of fringe about technology, such as myself, to get themselves into trouble with the AI coding.
Sure.
Where it's like you can dig yourself a deep hole, and like you can conceptualize this thing that you kind of sort of know about, but you get to a point where it's like, oh, I don't actually know what I'm doing enough
Right.
to fix this. Like,
I still miss my flip phone, I mean,
right. I resisted
funny,
the
you guys-
smartphone for such a long time. Go ahead, Craig.
I was just going to say, I remember doing a World Challenge race at Lime Rock in the GT3 cars, of course, and somebody spun and high-sided it, like the exit of Big Bend. And, well, they didn't high-side. They just spun and stopped. And then it was obvious they were trying to either restart it or get it into reverse so they could back out, whatever. And my co-announcer was talking about, he said, he said the programming in these cars now, he said to be able to engage neutral and then reverse, you've got to hit this button, flip this lever, all this stuff. And he said, it's just crazy. And I said, not that I would ever be in a position to be able to drive one of these incredible GT3 cars, but if I did, and something like this just happened, I'd have to unbuckle, run into the crowd, grab a 10-year-old.
Right. Get somebody to figure it out.
Exactly.
This isn't working for me. Yeah, no kidding. My goodness.
Because they are intricate,
Right.
Yeah, they have gotten a lot more complex. I know the first endurance car we had was in 2010. We started with a Nissan 240SX, and we met the guys that split 5 ways, and they had one, and we got to be buddies, and we traveled to a lot of races together. We parked together, paddocked together, pitted together, shared
Nice.
parts, and then we switched over to, WRL came along in 14, and we were all in the very first race there. And then I think it was about 2017, we all decided to switch both teams over to BMW platform and went on from there. As WRL, I've seen it evolve from day one, and wow, what a ride and what a job these guys have done. It has just turned into quite the series compared to what it was 12 years ago.
Well, I even remember in JT, it would have been 17 that we all went for the first time to
Circuit of the
Toto.
Americas, yeah.
Yeah. And it was like, oh my goodness, in GTO, someone has a 235i. That's a real race car. My goodness, wow. I can't believe it. And like now that's like old hat. Like, it's a cheapy
Right.
one car. Like, those are cheap. You just do whatever with those.
When
like,
there
wow.
was a couple, they don't race anymore, but they brought a Cayman, and they were running in GTO, and the Cayman that they brought, this was probably back in that time frame, and I bet today that would be a GP2 car, and it was
Right.
a GTO car then, so it was at the top of the field then, and now it's at the very back. So
Yep.
it's wild how it's progressed.
Absolutely.
And those years there, I mean, there were times where in the last few years where we could. A race would open up to sign up, and it'd be sold out in 60 seconds.
Right.
80 spots, 80 teams would sign up in 60 seconds, and it was done.
Yep. It ebbs and flows, as with most things.
Wonder if that was W2W.
I don't think so. I sort of thought it might be round 3, but I'm not certain.
When was that?
We're trying to decide who we think that Cayman would have belonged to at the
Oh
time.
no! It was
Before.
it was a couple. It wasn't a team.
Oh, okay.
I can't remember the name of the. It was Jeff and Justine Eastine
Okay.
out of Colorado.
Oh, is that
it was a
Pinnacle?
It,
Did that
they-
later become Pinnacle or no?
No, they're
okay.
not racing anymore.
Okay.
It was like a charcoal gray with bright orange on it.
Yeah.
Boulder?
They just came out for fun. I mean, they were just having a good time with a couple of friends, and
Got it.
they were a blast to be around. I miss having them at the track. It was just it just amazes me how quickly the sport evolved, or this series itself evolved.
I think the way the rules are written, that was always sort of going to happen. Where, I'm pretty close friends with the North Loop Motorsports GP2 guys. And so they always talked about, going to Champ Car, going to Lucky Dog or whatever. Like, yeah, like you go and we're trying really hard to make this like our thing that we do and be really good at it. Some people are, picking up softball or pickleball or, whatever, and mountain biking. And like, we're trying to do GP2 or trying to do racing BMWs. And they, would talk about you come to WRL. And when they came in, it was like, well, yeah, we're going to figure out how to do the pit stops as fast as we can because that's going to gain us time. Like, why wouldn't we? And they're smoking people on pit lane by like a minute.
Absolutely.
And eventually, everybody figured out, well, gee, like if we just did that, if we just had fuel bottles sitting on a table next to the pit wall, right. Whatever. And because the rules aren't very restrictive in that kind of stuff, it gives you that opportunity to where you are at something that's like a little bit higher caliber grassroots racing, where you really have to be turned on and competitive. And I think, unfortunately, that has, scared away there was teams that would show up with a Janetta and like 4 people.
Right.
And I was like, yeah, we're just going to run it. I remember going to it was a Road America race probably in 21. And I went down there and they just had the cars sitting in the pit lane. And it was, 2 or 3 of the guys and like their grandson and the son and the wife hanging out. And I was like, well, what's going on? They're like, oh, we're having lunch.
Well, that's kind of
like, all right. Well, the race is going on. I'm like, yeah, when we're done with lunch, we'll probably go back out there. I'm like, okay, sounds good.
That was so great when we were split 5 ways. Because first we were the Niz Morons, and then when we switched to BMW, we changed our name to Enduro Works. I don't know if you remember that name, but that way there were like 8 or 9 of us, so we'd help each other in the pits because we were all showing up with 4 people, the same thing. Mm-hmm. But now you look at us this weekend. I bet we've got 30 people because 4 cars, that's 16 drivers theoretically, plus all the crew and mechanics and the pit crew and everybody. It's quite an operation. I mean, obviously we're front and center right in front of you. You can see it all.
You can see it all.
But you know what? I think we've talked about this previously. I think that WRL is really well placed to fit into to me, a very underserved area. And I wanted to get your thoughts on this, because you've got the pro racing. But to go to see an IMSA race or whatever, it can cost a family $500 just for tickets. Yeah. Then hotel rooms or campers or whatever, but it's a big expense. Then you've got club racing, which is really not, non-spectator for the most part.
Right.
It's just true club racing. I think the underserved area is, and again, I say this, really with the greatest respect, like AAA or, minor league or whatever. And it's that space in between the super expensive pro racing, not just for entrants, but for spectators and club racing. It's that area where you're, that line disappears. It gets a little bit gray between pro and am. And you can come out here and watch some really good racing that is incredibly well officiated with a well thought out rules package. There's that a family can come out and maybe spend $100 for tickets or whatever.
Sure.
And camp in the infield and get to watch some incredible racing. And I think this is an area that this series, if we could build it back up again, can really fill that niche beautifully.
Oh, I totally agree. And, I think WRL in the racing world, I was explaining it to some friends of mine that don't necessarily get involved in racing, but they're following what I'm doing. And I said this WRL, I guess the best way to describe it is it's kind of like NCAA Division I competition.
Right.
Where we still do get some pros, that come down, especially at COTA. We always seem to have pro drivers there. But a really good example is I tell people that are, they love the Rolex 24 and they're complaining, like it's so hard to get a ticket. It's so hard to get a spot in the infield or whatever. Mm-hmm. And if you look at HSR 24, the infield's very busy. And but it's much more accessible, and you get to see a lot of neat stuff. It's a little bit different type of a race format.
Sure.
But the experience is kind of like what you're talking about, Greg. You could go to the HSR 24 and have an absolute blast of a weekend.
Yeah.
And not pay anywhere near what it would cost you, or you wouldn't have to battle to get a spot either, like you would for the Rolex 24.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
And the Atlanta race, and then occasionally, depending on the time of year, the Sebring race for WRL, both of those end up being pretty well attended.
Sure.
When WRL used to have that right in kind of the Halloween window, and they did the trunk or treat year, like that was super cool. It had a lot of people from the community out watching the race, and that's awesome. And especially in these parts of the country where racing is so ingrained, with the culture here at Daytona and Sebring and Road America, of course. They had lots of spectators at Road America. We used to get a lot of carryover spectators at Barber because they would do the boat show at the same weekend. And so people would come look at pontoon boats and have food trucks, and then they'd wander down and just watch the race for a few hours. And I do think it is a really good gateway drug, as it were, to get kind of people who are looking for just something to do on the weekend to come get excited with racing.
Yeah, and speaking of that, we all know there's no 12-step process for racing. I mean, once you're in it, you're stuck. You can't get rid of it.
It becomes a lifestyle.
Absolutely.
And that kind of gets back to what you were talking about with the camaraderie. Oh, we got that full course or just the corner there? Oh, it's down.
Just the corner.
Okay. I've said a number of times that, and I grew up in Europe and fell in love with racing then, but when I got back to the States, went to a couple and everything, but it wasn't until I joined SCCA when everything sort of blew open for me. And I've often told people that it was awesome. The moment I joined SCCA, my family expanded by about 50,000 people.
Sure.
And that's what it feels like. You go to these races, and I corner worked and all that, and it immediately you were with a huge number of people that shared your very same passion.
And I was thinking about it the other day, like how many people I've met in this and know from all corners of the country. So I was thinking about, if I go to this city or that city or whatever, like I know this person, I know that person, I'm going to call them and go to dinner. And I was like, man, that's just over 30-something years of doing this. You don't really think about how many people you meet, like you were talking about, but you do. There are a lot of them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and, even... I remember there were three of us that, from the Midwest, corner workers, that wanted to go out and work one of the California region tracks. And we decided to do a trip to Buttonwillow. And so I got a hold, but we had a blast. But I got a hold of the head of flagging and communication for that region. And I said, hey, this is, introduced myself and said, look, three of us are looking to come out. Never been out there before. Can you just give me some guidance as to where's the best place to stay? That's relatively close, et cetera, et cetera. And they got back to me and said, well, here's the thing. There's this hotel. It's nice. This one's not so nice, but a lot cheaper. Whatever you're looking for. And they said, but you said there's three of you? And we, yeah. And they said, well, we have a spare bedroom with two beds and a sofa bed.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, perfect.
They'd never met us before.
Yep.
But they offered up their house for us to come out and be a part of a race at their track. That's pretty special stuff. Pretty rare.
Absolutely. Yep. Well, and you see guys where they have a problem with a car, and they need help. So somebody, hey, you're going from Daytona to Road Atlanta, let's say, and you got to run there next weekend. You just stop at my shop this week, and we'll help you fix it all, and then you can go on. You don't have to go all the way back to Texas or whatever.
Right.
I've seen that happen a lot of times.
Well, especially with Palomar, who's not here this weekend, but they're coming all the way from San Diego, and they were getting to leave their truck at the shop in Chattanooga with the Tour Wagon folks. They were able to get a nice relationship going there, so they didn't have to ship the truck back and forth to San Diego every time there was a WRL race.
Yeah, and I remember, when Hammer Motorsports was running in WRL, they would utilize Irish Mike here in Florida a lot to get stuff fixed, and I can't say enough about the camaraderie.
Yeah. No, super awesome.
Mike's racing, boy.
Yep. The 5 All-Star car was
program.
in.
Oh, okay.
They're down in 4th now. I think, Split 5's gone by, so they're going to be down into 5th. And they're going to be a few seconds behind Split 5. Split 5 will still owe a stop, of course, so they'll get that position back. But it just has not come to pass, JT, for the All-Star Racing number 5. There was a thought at one point, JT, that the All-Star car and the TC Klein car, both at opposite ends of the spectrum as far as speed as well as fuel window, we're going to potentially be contending for the win here on two completely different strategies. And as we've gotten later and later into the race, I think both cars have lost some pace. And as a result, it's really taken them out of the running. And you're going to have the stalwart Ginger Racing and PC Racing cars starting to move to the top here. But it's been an interesting seesaw battle, JT, that you missed a ton of, unfortunately. The question was, can TC Klein run fast enough that their small fuel window doesn't matter? And can All-Star save 3 or 4 stops, which can then overcome the speed advantage of the TC Klein car? But it's looking more and more like neither thing is going to happen, and PC is going to take it.
Well, I was going to say, that I think, the wrench in that theory was that PC Racing has split the difference and done it beautifully. We've talked about it. They're running, they can run as quick when they need to as TC Klein, and yet they can still extract some fuel conservation out of the car.
Right.
And that's pretty darn cool.
Yeah, 43%. I think it's percent anyway. I don't know if it's percent or liters, but 43 the fuel level now on that Corvette on the onboard there. What do you think about C8 Corvettes in WRL?
I think it's pretty cool.
I think so too.
That's the first one that I recall.
Yep. Oh, it certainly is.
And it seems, I was wondering how reliable it was going to be, but today it seems like it's done really well. I haven't seen it in the pits other than for normal service.
Yep. It just needs normal service that little bit more than everybody else that makes it a tough sell, I think. But really cool setup on that car.
Yeah, my son pointed out to me not long ago that the 2020 version and the first iterations of that car were starting to become more reasonable. That might be a good choice for a project or a good choice for a race car. And it's nice to see one out here now.
No, I had a fear when that car had launched that it was going to end the era of you could get a 15 or 25-year-old Corvette for nothing. And it looks like they're currently tracking rather similarly to all the Corvettes that have come before it. That, it's still only 6 years old right now, but by the time it's at 10, 15 years old and you have a rough one, you've got some potential there. There's a lot of electronics on that car, though, so I'm a little bit hesitant, but I think there's a number in my head that makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely. They're kind of tight. At least the street version is. I haven't sat in one that's been stripped out and caged, but I couldn't drive one right off the showroom floor with a helmet on.
Right.
So I just don't have enough head. I can fit in it to drive it on the street, but not on the track.
That's why I tell people at my work. I'm a service manager at a shop, and I'll mention offhand that I owned an NC Miata. Like, you fit in an NC? I'm like, well, yeah, but you fit anything you want to fit in. I'll make it work. Could I have driven it at the track? No, absolutely not. My helmet wouldn't have fit. But I can drive it. And I find that when you're our size, that that's kind of the deal that you get is you can fit in most of the cars.
Right.
But if you go to put a helmet on, okay, now we got a problem. This isn't going to work.
Oh, come on, gurney bump it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, gurney bump. Yeah, I forgot about those.
Hey, with the removable roof panel, there's options, on the C8.
And have your head sticking out like Big Bird.
Yep. Great news, gents. The 119 has returned to the race.
Hey, how
We're
about
going to pull that car down pit lane here. Yep, there it is.
That must have been something seriously broke.
Yep.
That was a long, long time.
But you still got 5 hours 55 to go here. So it's pretty good track time. You get all your drivers, a couple hours here and there.
For sure. Good testing. And you can also play wingman or wingwoman.
Yep.
For the team car,
And you don't see those cars down very much either.
No. They've got that car dialed in. They really have figured it out. I think very, very pleased with where they ended up on that solution. Just looking back here, that Singler car, the 25, still a lap off of the 120. That was kind of going to be your battle in GTO. Unfortunately, I think a lot's happened since then. I still think that Singler call to bring the car back to pit lane again as they went to green cost them half a lap at least. And so that's the lap that they would be back on the lead lap, but still a ways behind. And then maybe have a shout with, the field getting bunched up. But as it stands right now, they're a little bit pacier than the 120, but not by enough consistently.
I don't know, did you guys, you probably noticed yesterday and probably, I don't know if y'all noticed yesterday, you may have talked about it, but I wasn't watching, but the qualifying in GP1, how competitive it is now that from second place to 11th place was 1.8 seconds.
It's
Yeah.
pretty tight at the front of GP1.
And for
right
an
now.
amateur endurance series, that's really, really impressive.
With
It
disparate
is.
cars as well. Cars that have
Yeah.
all been built very different for the most part.
Right, they're
for,
not spec.
For a long time, it felt like GP1 was de facto spec. Because
Right,
everybody was
right.
running an E46 with all the go fast bits on it, and that's how it was. And now they've kind of diverged a little bit. People started doing some goofy things here and there, and so all the cars have a killer app, as it were, where the Screaming Goat car's got the V8, PC's got the cool transmission, and so they're all a little bit different now. And to have them still be that close, I think is a pretty big testament to the rules package we have here.
Absolutely, that was my thought exactly. We saw those numbers. I was like, "Whoa, that's
Yeah.
that is impressive for all the variability that goes into it."
Absolutely. 25 of Singler comes back to the pit lane here. Looks like they're fueling it up. But Clark, are you looking forward to doing some more races this year?
I am. I'm actually going for my first SVRA race in
okay.
2 weeks at Indy. I have raced at Indy, but not with SVRA.
All right.
But it will be my first SVRA event, which I'm
What do you be driving?
one of the open throttle cars.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we're going to take that the 67
Okay.
or the 61 or 62. I think this weekend's going to kind of determine what we're going to take
Sure.
for this, but it's just kind of a bucket list thing for the guys, and it should be a fun weekend. Those weekends are a lot more relaxed than an endurance weekend, just because of the amount of track time and
Right.
whatnot. I know at HSR 24, I had an absolute blast here. I think you guys did that in 23.
23, yeah, we did it.
Are y'all still doing that for HSR?
Unfortunately, no.
No.
No. A deal could not be brought together.
Gotcha.
We'll say.
So yeah, I'm going to do that, and then we've got some other plans during the year, and then I'm planning to try to run WRL Coda and Champ Coda in December, which they're bookends, the first and last weekend, but that's it for amateur racing at Coda after that.
I suspect they may be softening on that.
I
is
think they
the-
will. The
The
income
rumbling that I'm hearing.
Well, the income that they get from it, I think, after they realize, man, maybe we ought to look at doing a few amateur weekends. Maybe we'll be selective on who we ask to come and participate. But,
Right.
I think the revenue stream is going to entice them once they go private.
Well, it's the amateur racing, and I think they also need to leave the door open to corporate events, like for car launches and stuff like that.
Sure.
Do you want every single series to be able to just come in and do it, and they're obnoxious and it's hard to deal with? Like, I see why they don't want to deal with the hassle when they see Thermal, for example, where they can run at a little bit different staffing level and not have this event security people that have to be around all the time that are very expensive and the cleanup and all that. But I think they will find it tough to fill their list with the prices they're charging.
Yeah, because isn't it like $1 million to get
Yeah.
membership?
Yeah,
So,
and then the
it's-
annual's still pretty steep too, and yeah, that's
I like driving cars on the track, but not that much.
not that much. I have questions about. Yeah, I'll get into it. Why not? I'll make people angry. It's fine. I have questions about that was publicly funded, at least initially.
Correct. It was by
to
the state. By the state of Texas.
Yeah.
Correct.
So if you're a Texas taxpayer,
It's irritating.
and suddenly you can't go to track days there anymore because you're not rich enough, I'd be like, I'm sorry, what? I paid for that.
No
That has been
kidding.
said. That has been said many times. I actually saw several people on Facebook say something about that. This exact
Okay.
same thing this week. So it is very irritating because the state did put a lot of money in to make that happen, and to get Formula One in there.
Right.
We needed the money to, from the state to make that
To make it
happen.
happen.
Or not we, but Coda
Right.
did.
Well, and this, gets deeply, deeply out of my bailiwick here. I'm just, speculating. So I don't know the exact numbers involved, but I imagine that by running the WEC and F1, and then whatever, I guess the World
MotoGP.
Challenge probably goes.
MotoGP.
MotoGP, yeah. So let's call it 4 big ticket events each year. I don't think 4 big ticket events is enough to sustain all of the hotels and restaurants that popped up in that area to support the track as a whole, because For example, when WRL comes through, they sell a bunch of hotels. And those are hotels that probably need track days and club racing and stuff to kind of sustain them through the year until they get to, the big race and they make their money on the F1. But I would imagine that going away from that model, and now you really do just have to rely on, all right, well, if I can charge $3,000 a night for the 15 nights a year that it's actually going to be busy, and can I bleed long enough through the rest of the year? I don't think that's going to be great for them either. And I think the business taxpayers in the region probably not super pleased about that either.
Well, and you've got the concerts, and I think they've done some soccer matches and stuff out there as well at Circuit of the Americas.
Yeah.
They do more than just race events.
Good. Okay.
So I don't know what the plan is after December 31st, but I am going to try to participate in both of those events just in case.
Yeah, just in case. Yeah, it was interesting. I announced the first Formula One race there at COTA, and I've announced a number of events there since. And for a long time, the general consensus was that the main owners there, they were more music people than racing people. And that
I remember hearing that too.
Yeah, and a lot of people said, well, yeah, as far as they're concerned, the racetrack is this squiggly little bit of tarmac that runs around their amphitheater.
Right. Okay.
And that was kind of their mindset, and it showed, And, they took all of their, in the build-up to that, understandably, to that first Formula One race, they just fed from the fire hose of FOM, right?
Right.
And so then when that race is done, and then they're trying to now get other events coming in and the like, they tried to, make everything the same as they would for F1 in terms of costs, in terms of all this stuff. And it was like, are you nuts?
Yeah, no way.
If you want to have, that is by no means regular North American racing.
Right.
And it was this absolute wake up call, and they weren't very adept at it for a long time. And now to hear that they're going to be building this club, and eliminating potential grassroots motorsports like this and other things racing there, it's just unbelievable. Like you said, because so much public money was pumped into it, it should be a public facility.
Well, I'm not
like
going to
disclose.
I'm not going to disclose the amount of money that it takes to rent that track that RJ told me, but it was very, very high number. But the comical part of this was when they came back and said, well, next year it's going to go way up. And RJ said, why? And they said, well, because we built an amusement park. And we're like, I don't think anybody that's coming here to race cares to pay extra for the amusement park.
That's not what we're going to be doing.
Yeah.
That's not why we're here.
And you're still going to have to pay for the amusement park as well. If it was everybody who's at the gate who's signed in for WRL gets a free pass to go ride the rides, I would almost be all right with it. That's not how it's going to be set up. You're going to go in, we got the amusement park. Oh, well, it's
You're
41
seconds ahead of third.
Yeah.
You can't even get a Coke for $20 at Dakota.
No. Oh, man. That's
Well, that's the truth.
Anyway, let's talk about Willow Springs. No, that's a whole other same but different situation there. At least it was never publicly funded that way.
No,
go ahead.
Willow going private too?
Willow is already purchased by private equity. It's the same group of people that own the, what do they call that? The Yellowstone Club outside of Bozeman. That's like the big billionaire compound. You got to buy the house on the mountain, and it's like private ski resort thing.
Yeah.
So those folks bought it. Now they've got Singer Porsche modifier behind it, and lots of local car people, involved. So I think it's better than it could be. But the prices are getting out of hand, shall we say.
For Willow.
The other one that came back is Heartland Park.
Out of Topeka, yeah.
And I always enjoyed that track. The facility is really nice. I'm glad to see it. It's going to get raced at again.
Good.
There's too many of them that have gotten purchased and torn down. The track I started on and cut my teeth on and had a lot of passion for is Texas World Speedway.
Yep.
And That's really sad to see that one. I see pictures of it now, and it's a neighborhood, and it's just
Ugh.
it puts a pit in your stomach.
Or you see the pictures of Fontana, and they still have the grandstand up, but the whole infield is covered by Amazon warehouse. It's like, oh, okay, all right, well, don't think that circle track's going to fit there that they said they were going to build.
Right. And I remember at Texas World Speedway when I was in college, AMA ran the super bikes there. That was pretty cool to watch. And then I think it was around 95. Greg, you may know this better, but that Ferrari came in and put some money into it, and they ran, I guess it's like an IMSA prototype type race, but I don't know what class of car it would have been called back then.
Mm-hmm.
You remember that?
I do. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I was there. I announced there for a few years when at Trans Am.
Oh, wow.
Ran
that's
with
right.
with World Challenge on the on their Roval. And as a matter of fact, one of my, it was the absurdity of not paying attention is really what it was. But they scheduled a race weekend there, and what's the college base there?
Texas A&M.
Texas A&M, yeah. They scheduled a Trans Am World Challenge race at Texas, at that track. Sorry. On a weekend when Baylor was playing Texas A&M.
Oh,
in Baylor.
Okay.
And
So
on
empty.
the Saturday, so World Challenge was the headline on Saturday, of course, and Trans Am on Sunday. I don't think there were 500 people at the track.
was that was the one in 95 that Ferrari came and put all the money into the track?
I don't know about that for sure, but that was God. The timing seems about right, but I don't know why Trans Am would have been running on with something Ferrari put the money into.
Well, it was the World Challenge part, I think. I can't remember.
That could be. Well, that could
it was
be.
so long ago.
Yeah.
But I remember distinctly. I think that was the era of the 333 SP Ferrari.
Yes.
The open cockpit.
Oh,
yeah.
I know the one you're talking about. Yep. All right.
Because I was living here, and I was in Jacksonville for a year in '95, and a good friend of mine was in Houston. I raced motorcycles with. Well, so when they were doing that World Challenge thing, there was some special at Exxon because they were one of the sponsors. That if you've got a full tank of gas, you got a free Ferrari hat that was for that race, and it has 333
That's
SP
right.
on the side of it, and I still have it.
Yeah,
Dang.
that's right. Yeah, it was. I actually remember that because I ended up the night before I had to fly down there. I ended up in the emergency room getting fluid drained out of my knee.
Ugh.
And the whole time I'm down at Texas World Speedway in this sweltering heat down there, I'm sitting in these grandstands just watching cars, just trying to get my head into it with a massive bag of ice on my knee in that heat. And it ended up being a pretty entertaining race. But yeah, that was those Ferrari 333 SPs are still one of my favorite all-time sports cars.
Oh, the sound was
it's glorious.
insane.
As a matter of fact, at this track, back in the era, the professional sports car racing era, when you had the Dyson Riley and Scott Fords and the Ferrari 333s and that, and I was doing PA for the 24 hours here, and I usually did this, and I worked like from the start till I think it was midnight. So 4 to midnight, something like that. And the smart move, of course, was when my shift was done, was to have just gone back to the hotel, got some sleep. But I discovered, and it was my downfall for the next few years, that when I'd get down to the infield at about 12:30, and most of the people had backed away from all the fencing and stuff and were around their campfires, or getting ready to go to bed or just sitting there, doing their thing. And back then, when you came out of NASCAR 2, and you were on the infield, there was the fence line did this jog, and then it went straight all the way down to the chicane, to the bus stop. And I would go down to the infield, and I'd get there, and there'd be nobody around. So I had this absolutely clear shot of watching the cars come out of NASCAR 2 and then flatten out as they go down the super stretch into the chicane. And the Ferrari 333s that you were just talking about with that amazing sound, and with what they would do on every downshift with the gas, the flames out of the back, I would stand there and they would grab 6th gear right as they roll out of 2, and you'd get that boop, boop, that sound when they'd make that upshift, and the car just hunkered down, it looked like, and it, I literally, every time they do that, I'd think it's going to take off. I mean, this is a plane getting ready to launch. And it would go down there, and if there were no other cars around, all of a sudden you would see, when they got down to the chicane, you would see the brake lights come on, and then you would see these 3 sheets of flame blasting out of the back of the car on the down change.
Oh, yeah, but that was
because
neat.
of the distance, you're still hearing flat out. And then as you'd see him physically turn into the chicane, and they'd already be into the chicane, then you'd hear, boo, boo, boo. I mean, I couldn't leave.
Yeah,
and I'd end up showing up for my 8 o'clock shift in the morning just dog tired. But
Yeah,
it was just incredible to watch and hear.
yeah, when that sound catches up to you, that's
It's
kind of
magic.
when you're racing motorcycles. You don't have mirrors,
Yeah.
and so you and all you can hear is the wind. At speed.
Yep.
And I was here and ran the CCS championship race in '95 here on a motorcycle, and it was my first time at Daytona, and I was coming off a NASCAR turn 2, and the 8 front runners came by me. I thought I was up against the wall, at full speed
Yep.
on my bike, and the 8 front runners in a nose to tail came between me and the wall, and I obviously didn't know they were coming because I can't see them,
Sure.
and you can't hear them until they're past you, but it sounds like a gunshot going off every time because you get full exhaust note. It just boom, boom,
okay.
boom, boom, boom. I had to go get some new. I had to pull into the pits and get some new leathers. It startled the hell out of me.
I believe that. Yeah, incredible stuff.
Yeah,
Just
that was that
incredible
era.
stuff.
That era of motorcycle and car racing was just. I was glad I didn't know it at the time, but looking back on it, what I know now, I'm really glad I got to be around it and be part of it.
Exactly.
And, like
Exactly.
back then, you just kind of. It is what it is. Take it for granted. I wonder what new cars they're going to come out with next year. And now you look back, and you're like, man, I wish I had focused more time on all of that. The experience. But
Yep. I mean, James Weaver and Max Pappas dicing here at Daytona. And the Riley and Scott Ford and the Ferrari, the Momo Ferrari. I mean, seriously,
yeah,
just
what a time.
incredible stuff.
Greg,
Incredible stuff.
you did some of the Firehawk and Escort series broadcasting back in the day, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember a driver by the name of Mark Mitchell?
I do.
That's who was in our car today when the drive shaft came out of it.
Oh,
Seriously.
jeez.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
that was
I
my
remember
teammate.
Mark. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he told me he knew you and didn't say, he said, I don't know if he'll remember me, but I definitely know who he is.
Yep. I remember the name for
Yeah,
sure.
he'll be 67 tomorrow.
Is that right?
That's right.
Well, say hi to him for me.
I will. He's on a plane on his way home, back to LA now, but
Oh, okay.
but yeah, it was good to see him. I've raced with him several times, and man, the stories he tells about those days, it's just incredible.
Yeah, it was, those series, it was some of the most fun race. I mean, I'd go to, obviously, for the PSCR or the USRC, it changed names a few times. The top class with the prototypes it was amazing. But I'd almost look forward more to the Firehawk.
Oh yeah,
Because the racing was just insane in those. I mean, it wasn't as fast, but it could often be even more intense. And it just absolute blast. Just to watch, and even better to call.
yeah. And I remember the days of Tommy Kendall and all those guys. Man, they were fun to watch.
Oh God!
And what
And,
a nice guy too.
Yeah. And it, getting back to that great era of the 333s, when Max Pappas made his debut here in American sports car racing, and he came out of near the end of the race. He came out of NASCAR 4 and was going for the lead, and came out of 4 and was going to make his move, and then the car that he was trying to get around made a move on another car at the very last second, and Max never couldn't see that other car, and he never lifted. He just turned down and into the apron, turned left out of 4 onto the apron down there. It was a sudden move, and he turned to correct, and the car's sideways. And that 333, I mean, he never lifted. It was screaming. And he just drifted it down onto the apron, back up onto the track, and made the pass. And, I remember saying at the time, I said, he's mad. He's absolutely mad, It was spectacular. And I mean, that era, there's just so many memories like that that are just sort of embedded for life. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Incredible stuff. And watching, watching some of Butch Leitzinger and the Riley and Scott Ford just milking that car for all it was worth when it was running through oil like you wouldn't believe.
That's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
Hanging in there, yeah. Here's our 117 Aftermath.
Yep. Yeah, Cayman GT4 car.
Yeah. That's a great team name, too. It's got so many potential connotations.
Should be getting close to starting to see a pit stop cycles now.
Yep.
Yeah.
And indeed, the number 9's on its way in as well. The Ligier just heading back out, so we're just about time for the GTO field to make its return to the pit lane here. We're still watching the 120 and the 25. I think the 25 is now firmly off strategy because they pitted a little while ago, but the 120 hasn't yet. That Ligier is going back to the paddock, it looks like.
Yeah, those guys are just out of Texas, too. They're out of just south of Fort Worth and Crescent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, MSR out there.
Rapscallion, yeah, at MSR. There's quite a few people from Texas. The guys in the 302 Mustang, the yellow one.
Yep.
Yeah.
They've been having a tough day as well. A lot of tough days here. I think you come into these 14 hours hoping to keep the car just on the track even. And
Absolutely.
like we've been talking about, the first hour and a half were brutal for lots of guys.
Well, that's endurance racing, right?
It is. Absolutely.
And it's so easy to get caught up in the energy at the start of these long races. And then that's when something can happen.
Yeah, and you can say as much as you want in the driver's meeting about you can't win in turn 1 on lap 1, and you still see incidents frequently.
Absolutely.
Not every time, but frequently. And especially, at a track like this where you're, luckily we don't start accelerating until the flag stands, so we're not going really fast on the start. We're not at full tilt anyway. But that's a pretty tight turn here, and another one that's definitely a challenge is Coda, turn 1.
Oh, yeah.
Because you're running at a pretty good clip, and you always pray for cloud cover on Saturday and Sunday at Coda.
Yes.
Because I'm usually always the starter there, and when you're coming up that hill, the sun is just on half the sun is on the horizon, right in your eyes, and the track's all dusty, and I mean you can't see anything. You're just praying that somebody doesn't stop in front of you and you run into them because you can't see them.
Right.
Well, and then they decided, there's that little, you crest the hill and then it flattens out for just a moment.
Right.
Before you turn in. So if you just brake that little bit too late, your car gets super light and away you go. And if you brake that little bit too early, you're just slow.
Sure.
It's like.
Yeah, I've noticed, depending on the car and the speed that the car you're driving, and obviously the capability of the brakes, I've done different things. One, I'll use physics basically because you're going up a hill, so the brakes are getting a lot of help. If you're in a car that you can start slowing down while you're going up the hill, and in other cars, you can kind of get up near the top of the hill where it flattens out. Maybe go a little farther, not hit the apex, and then turn. And it just depends on the situation and who all's around you and that sort of stuff. But
Right. Sure.
Once it spreads out, it's not so bad, but those first couple of laps are always harrowing.
And you know that somebody from 12th is going to decide they can win it coming all the way down the inside
Right.
at a bazillion miles an hour, you know. And it's like it never works, but somebody's going to give it that little bit of go. Yeah, when I was announcing that on that first Formula One race there, I made a comment at one point about I think this track, when Herman Tilke was designing it, he was twisting his Dick Dastardly mustache. You know, because he put in, you know, like those widening, you know, where the track suddenly just goes really wide to the apex.
Yep.
And invites everybody to do that stupid thing. He did the same thing in turn 11.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then, you know, just
turn
the way
12. Turn 12 is the same way.
12, yeah, and then that whole stadium section is, and then 19. I mean, it was amazing. That was, you know, the Sebastian Vettel era, right?
Yep.
In F1, and watching the world's greatest drivers could not keep the car on the track at the exit of 19.
Right.
You know.
Well, and it's asphalt from the edge of the track all the way to the wall, thankfully. You know.
Exactly.
So, I mean, you'd see them go 4 wheels off out there.
Yep.
I can't say that I haven't done that before too, but I didn't do it on purpose.
Yeah. Well, exactly. And there, you know, I mean, yeah, it was just fun to, you know, to watch these drivers have to figure out, boy, this place is unique, you know.
That's one way to describe it.
Yes. Man.
I think it is the better of the Herman Tilke design tracks.
Certainly,
I think
yeah, I
they've
would
smoothed
agree.
it out some too, because I raced there in 23 I had broken ribs, and man, that was not easy.
Oh.
That track was so rough that year, but I think they've done some work on it.
Grinded
since then.
it down, yeah.
I think
I couldn't make it. I couldn't make it more than an hour because I got to where I couldn't breathe. My
too
muscles
much,
were
yeah.
spasming so bad.
They're pushing that number 9 car back to the paddock.
Oh no.
The
Ah,
911.
that's a bummer.
The fight back is ended, huh?
Yep.
Or at least for now. Well,
So
they
it's gonna-
gave it everything they could. I mean, they cracked the top 4 at one point here. So I'm going to give him some pretty serious props.
Absolutely. Able to
That
come
was-
down, keep that car running.
You bet.
Oh yeah, and those GT3 Cup cars they're quite a machine.
That's serious business, those cars. I've always been intrigued by those, and it's my favorite car to drive on iRacing, in spite of me being actually pretty terrible at it. But it feels
In spite
so
of you
good.
being what?
Being pretty terrible at driving
Oh.
the 911 Cup car on iRacing.
All right.
I haven't driven one of the Cup cars, but I've driven a 991.1 GT3, and that was it was a very confidence-inspiring car.
Yep.
Sorry, my voice is kind of going from
No,
trying
it's
to
okay.
talk to people on pit road. It gets so loud down there.
Right. I've been battling a similar thing since Monday. So Tuesday I woke up and it was still kind of a dry, scratchy throat type of deal, and I was like, ooh, this is not going to be pleasant. We take a look at the 112 again here. Just going to scroll through. It's easy to find when you're on track here. They're a
dropped to
minute
third
33 back from the 46 of Ginger Racing.
Yep. I tell you, the car that's doing a really nice job out there right now is Split 5.
Yep.
Up into 4th in class and not that far adrift of TC Klein. I mean, a lap. But, you know, a lot of time left in this one.
Well,
Yeah, they're good dudes and they're good drivers, and obviously I'm kind of biased because they're buddies of mine, but they, as long as they don't have mechanical problems, they always do well.
Well, Split 5 and All-Star, both teams that have had to run this drive-through penalty for the pit infraction, they would be, I think, more or less in the battle for third with TC Klein right now, if not for those 2 penalties.
I'll tell you, back to the camaraderie. We were at a race one time and we needed some help from them pitting, and we ended up getting second, and they got third. Or no, we got second, they got third, and they said that we had a pit infraction that our driver had his visor up, and one of their teammates was our fire bottle guy because we were shorthanded.
Right.
And So he went to race control and said, no, I'm on the team that got second, and the team that got third shouldn't get third because his visor was down, and you should switch us. You should give them second, and we'll take third. And, I mean, that's the kind of stand-up guys they are.
Right.
That's impressive.
super cool.
Yep.
No, that's the
That
AOA.
is impressive.
It's the one behind it. It's the reddish, purplish. Yeah, just now entering the horseshoe. In the International Horseshoe, and they're at the apex. So that's the AOA car you'll see
Yep.
on screen, and then the second
There it
car
is.
right here. Yeah. We'll pick that up on our moving camera here. There it is. Or on
There we go. There's split 5 ways.
We'll head all the way down here to the West Horseshoe. Get that car slowed down again. Make the big turn. Just jump right back to the gas here. It's going to run a hair wide, but not too far over the curb.
What is it like racing here with the transition, like here up onto the banking, the transition off the banking down into one? Are they pretty abrupt?
No, not at all.
They've smoothed them out, huh? Okay.
The worst transition that I can ever remember is going into turn 1 at Texas World Speedway, because it went from angle to flat. There was no, and on a motorcycle doing
That's
that,
true.
it would shake the handlebars at 130 every time you do it, and like you never got used to that. In a car, it wasn't terrible because there was one line you could kind of come down the front straight. You could, if you ducked in early, you could come down across the end of pit road on the turn 1 and kind of miss some of that transition. But the transitions here, there's none at all in turn 1. I mean, you feel it a little bit in coming out of 6
Yep.
up onto the banking, depending on the line you take. The tighter the line, the more the transition. The wider the line, the less.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense, doesn't it? And the other question that I feel I need to pose is, what are you doing racing motorcycles at places like Daytona and
Yeah, no kidding.
Texas World Speedway? That is,
Well, you know, I mean, I started when I was in college, and it was motorcycles was pretty inexpensive. Believe it or not, even at my size, I started racing YSRs and in endurance,
Okay, yep.
and I was, I mean, not to get too far into the motorcycle stuff, but I was probably 22, 23 when I started. You know, it was much less expensive than cars,
Sure.
and I had access to somebody that knew how to do it. And I was fortunate enough to race with Ben Spees, Nikki Hayden, like all of those guys, Josh Hayes, Colin Edwards was there, but he left to go pro right the year before I started. Though we've crossed paths over time, but Texas produced a lot of really
yeah, they
good
did.
motorcycle racers.
you bet.
I was very, and I still talk to Ben Spees to this day.
That's cool.
Okay.
That's cool. It was interesting. I started calling, I did like 4 years of, I call maybe 4 AMA Superbike races a year. And when I got that gig, it was right in the midst of the Spies Mladen. You know, the legendary battles between those two guys.
Oh, him and Matt.
Yeah. It was,
Yeah.
you know, it was unbelievable. Josh Hayes was a rookie, you know, that kind of thing. And then what ended up being great for me was I ended up getting, when Speed got the MotoGP series, they needed a studio host.
I was going to say, you were the one that was saying, and we'll go back to the broadcast when you got back from the commercials, right?
Exactly. That was
Yeah.
me. Yeah. And I would throw it back to the you know, the moments I'd live for was when we came out of commercial and they'd bring us up, and it was right in the middle of a huge battle and pass. And they said, Greg, if it's really good when you come back, just call it, and then you can throw it to the booth when it. So I lived for those moments, and I had a lot of fun doing it. But of course, it was, you know, so I get that gig, and guess who shows up? Ben Spees, racing in MotoGP. So it was just, it was really fun, you know, to be a part of that. And the one thing, and I've recently called a bit of Moto America stuff, and the one thing that I've always said when people say, what's your opinion, you know, the difference between the best motorcycle racers and the best car racers? And I said, well, yeah, I said the best car racers, you know, the bandwidth and the ability that they have to focus is just outstanding. And the best motorcycle racers are gladiators. End of story.
Yeah, and
You
you were
know.
asking, about why I was doing motorcycles and whatnot, and I think I explained that. But if you really, I'd like to get your opinion on this because you were a whole lot more focused and involved than I was because I was a kid. But I felt like in that era, the safety of race cars had not progressed to anywhere near where it is today, and it seemed like there were a lot more incidents where people were getting killed in race cars.
What era are you talking about?
Back in the 90s.
Oh, yeah.
And
yeah.
On the motorcycles, you didn't see many deaths. You saw, you had a lot of broken bones, but the people weren't dying left and right. And there were a lot of deaths in cars because you're trapped in it.
Yes.
But now we've got all these extra safety systems, and the Hans is a huge one.
Oh, that's a biggie. Yeah.
And not to mention many other things that have evolved over time.
Well, and you think about it, those evolutions in the cars, the Hans device. Now they got, the padded, all the door padding and the safety cells and all that. But at the same time, on motorcycle racing, I'm betting when you were racing, you didn't have the air bladder systems that would blow your suit up in 3 milliseconds if your radial access changed suddenly.
No, I was just fat, so I didn't need it.
Well, I'll tell you what. There's a guy that is now a crew chief for one of the top Porsche GT3 teams or GT teams. But he was a New Zealander and spent a lot of time in Australia. And he started off as a bike racer and then ended up going to cars. And I got to know him pretty well. We were chatting one day, and he was telling me some stories of racing motorcycles at Bathurst.
Oh, no way.
And I said, are you kidding? And he went, oh, no. He said, and it was as nuts as you thought. He goes, at the time, we didn't think so. We thought, oh, this is great, mate.
That's worse than Isle of Man.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah. Oh, I know. It was unbelievable. And he said, you thought we were nuts. They also race sidecars.
Yeah.
At Bathurst.
And they don't.
That
they
fits.
outlawed those now, I think. I don't think they run those at Isle of Man at all anymore.
No, they don't. There's a world, the FIM still has a world sidecar championship, but they don't race them at Isle of Man for that very reason. Yeah, it was.
How would
I
you
just couldn't
drive
fathom that.
sidecar motorcycles at Bathurst? How are you going to get it to turn? When you're on the downhill section, you need to make a right-hand turn. Even if the guy's leaning super hard, I don't see how you're going to get enough grip to get the nose around.
You talk about a high consequence track. That's one of them.
Oh my gosh, exactly.
Oh, jeez, no kidding.
And I used to think it was kind of silly because I would grow up seeing pictures of the World Superbike at Laguna Seca, and they're going down the corkscrew, and I thought that was dumb. But at least if you fall off there, you're going to slide into the sand and probably break your collarbone, and it would be embarrassing. But the wall's not right there.
Yeah. No,
My
I mean,
goodness.
that run down the mountain, when he was telling me that, and all I'm picturing is that run down the mountain, and I'm the monkey
Right.
that's hanging out way off of that sidecar, and then the driver has a little moment, and suddenly I'm smote against one of those walls. I just went, that's insane, guys.
Well, and I think another thing that people don't realize,
but you don't know better,
watching motorcycle racing, is that when they see an accident, you see the motorcycle just flipping and coming apart, and it looks awful.
Right.
But the rider's not on it.
Right. The rider's slid away and is
Right.
elsewhere. Yeah.
Whereas if you're in a race car and that happens, you're still in the
You're
car.
in the car.
Yeah. Well, and that's a good point. And when that bike's flipping, it's taken a lot of energy.
Another 12 too.
That rider, doesn't have to be dealing with, right?
Correct.
Right.
And that's a big thing.
You learn how to slide on your back really fast. I can tell you that.
Yeah, and I also heard from a couple of guys. They said the biggest secret to not getting hurt in motorcycle racing. I went, yeah, and they said when you've come off the bike at speed,
Don't stand
when
up.
you think you've stopped, count to 10.
Yeah,
Then
don't stand up. Yeah, because if you go from 100 and you get down to about 30 and you feel like you're stopped, you try to
Exactly.
stand up, and now you got 2 broken arms and 2 broken legs.
Oh, jeez.
Yep, exactly.
I only ever grew up riding like dirt bikes and quads. The idea of the pavement motorcycle racing has always freaked me out.
Yep.
Even though,
No,
like,
me too.
if you're flying off a dirt bike, you're gonna hit a tree and die. But I wasn't ever going that fast.
Yeah, the first racing I ever did was short track and TT racing on a bike.
Oh,
And yeah, that was the first racing I did, and I made it half a season.
Ugh.
And as I was tumbling down a hillside with the bike bouncing off me,
Yep.
going down this hill after being pushed off the outside of a TT track, I realized that I think as I laid in a heap at the bottom, and I said, I think I've just realized that I have run out of talent at the exact same time I've run out of money. And my motorcycle racing at that point stopped. I did a lot. I loved going trail riding and that kind of thing, but I just didn't have it for bike racing.
You know, once I got married and had kids, that's when I stopped.
Here's
Yeah,
our
29
wingless
back in
warrior. Yep, the wingless warrior. Iron Rock sponsorship on these, and they've fought their way back up. They're 9th in class, and I mean, yeah, that's, we know had things gone better, they could be in the battle for the win. But to be up into that top 10 right now from where they were, they've
Right.
done another really stellar job.
JT Tammy, what you seeing? I know you're watching stuff.
They need a wing.
No, they don't need a wing. They need no wing. They took the wing off.
Yeah,
They are wingless.
I know, but they're in the limiter.
That's fine. That means they're hitting maximum velocity. They weren't before.
yeah, but if you hit the limiter and you still got another 400 feet of track,
Yeah, that's true.
that is now what's the word, invasive,
Yes, it's fair.
like bad traction control.
Violent. Hell
Well,
yeah.
these BMWs too. They
Look at that, we got a wing now.
They changed their mind. These BMWs are kind of finicky with their systems. You can turn them all off, and like you get up on that banking, the yaw control in those cars. If if you happen to touch the brakes because something was going on, it turns all the safeties, the nannies all come back on, and then the
Right.
car, like, it has its
Oh,
own
man.
personality. So you got to remember, when it starts to behave like that, exactly what to do to turn everything back off.
Well, you were here presumably either 22 or 23 when that first M4 GT4 car was like all the rage. And then Tim had a couple,
Yep.
and ACP and everybody, and they kept having problems with the stability control getting messed up going back up onto the banking.
Well, that's because the car thought it was going to flip.
Exactly. And the point I made at the time was like, well, gee, that doesn't happen to Turners when they run at Daytona. So what's the deal? It was probably more vociferous than I should have been about. Seems like there's a lot of BMW customers here, not a lot of BMW support. That made me less than pleased with the whole
Well,
thing. Meanwhile, Toyota,
Well, why
especially when
is
the
it-
Supra was really hot, the Toyota
Yeah.
would bring a trailer like Dakota.
why is it so tough to eliminate that code inside the ECU?
Probably, Greg. I think
Ooh.
mostly because
A lot of smoke. Sorry, a lot of smoke here from one of our competitors.
Oh, yeah, it's the Ginger Racing car.
That's the left rear corner, it looked like.
And they're in second place.
Yeah.
It's not going to take much time loss here for them to lose that position to TC Klein.
No, it's
And then
not
All
left
Star
rear
not that
corner,
much
it's
further
just-
behind either.
Well, that's right out of the center, and that's not good. No. and
Yeah, that
it's-
is weird.
It still sounds good. Not like it's...
Well, they'll bring it down. We're going to head into the bus stop here. Going nice and slowly.
Ugh, that does not look good, guys.
Just trundling at this point. Yeah, right down the center.
Yep. Now they have driven such a superb race. This
Yep.
If I recall, was this the car that during the pit stop had the hood up and was adding oil?
Adding oil?
Yep.
Yeah, I think
yeah, they
so.
were. Yep.
Fortunately, our boy Chris is down there in the pit lane. Maybe he'll be able to get us an answer as to what's going on with this Ginger Racing car, although I imagine they're going to be pulling that directly into the paddock. That looks like not a pit lane repair to me.
Yeah, absolutely right. That looks pretty significant.
They're coming down pit lane now.
Yeah, Chris better get out of the way.
Yeah, oh, there you go. He's running.
He's running now.
He's got moves. And they are going to pull it to the pit stall here. Fortunately, they're right next to the paddock entrance, so that's worked out in their favor. This is one of the spots on the pit lane where the Wi-Fi is a bit tough. Oh, look at all the smoke coming from underneath it.
Yep.
You get the driver out of the car. You know, that smoke almost looks a little white. I wonder if they've lost a radiator. Or
That could very well be, yeah. That doesn't look like oil, does it?
No.
Well, we're getting a driver change, so
I mean, it's like Le Mans. You may as well do the driver change now that you're here. And then the driver
Absolutely.
can sit in the car and wait.
You got to
They're
get
gonna
somebody
fuel
to
it
drive
till-
it back to the paddock if that's what it needs. So
Yeah, whatever it is, they're not convinced that it's a terminal issue if they're putting
no,
gas in
clearly
it.
not.
The 25's coming to the pit lane again, and they're pitted right behind the 46.
ooh, 64 is coming out.
Yep.
Welcome back, Cherry.
They're going to be balked a little bit. They try to escape here as they do some work on the 46. They're checking the oil. That's true. Dustin points out that it's BMW. If it is smoking, that means there is oil in it. Valid. Just keep pouring it in. That's what I tell my customers with Audi 3 liters. Just keep putting oil in. Until you're ready to buy a new car, just keep a jug of oil in there. It'll be fine.
It's like
Every time you get
Miata.
gas, pour another quart in. .25 with a little bit of a driver change there.
Yeah, quick stop for the 25. That's really well done for Singler.
Yeah, that wasn't more or less a flawless stop.
Yep.
Oh. I just saw the slash across the throat from one of the guys there. Yeah. Yeah, it's a shame. They
Yeah, I think
really
that's,
done a superb job.
Not going to go much further here today for the number 46. They've already dropped right down the order here. That's going to move All-Star up into third place, the Split 5 up into fifth, and they have already stopped recently, I believe. I'm still kind of waiting on All-Star to see where they're at.
And
But they are?
that 61 car still hasn't come back out. Trixie.
No. Was that the one that Mike unloaded at Road America, and he unloaded it to it having a blown motor? Like as they pulled it off the trailer?
No, the motor seized and we're putting it on the trailer in Jacksonville.
Got it.
Before they left to go to Road America.
Got it.
Yeah. That had a little bit of a problem.
All right, well. Oh, that was a good transition, Dustin. I liked that. Thank you. Thank you for the transition on the picture-in-picture. Oh, I just now actually clocked what it was doing. That looked great. Oh, beautiful. It's no star wipe, but it's close.
Ouch. Inside jokes flying here, folks.
It
Hey,
does.
you know, your number 62, the Open Throttle Racing 62 cars, starting to throw down some pretty good laps.
Are they?
Yeah, 2:14 just now.
Yeah. That's matching the Screaming Goat.
13
Car.
or 13.8 last lap. or the lap before.
Yeah, imagine with the with the heat out there, that the lap times are getting a little slower. But as we
Yep.
get into the evening and the sun goes down, they should come back down.
Well, we're not too far away from the tri-oval section starting to be in the shade. And bits of NASCAR 1 and 2 also starting to become a little shady. And there's been off and on cloud cover as well.
Yeah, because fast lap for those cars is the fastest I've seen, in the right conditions is about a 2:08 here.
Right.
So to give you kind of a scope of how far off that heat causes them to be.
Mm-hmm. Well, heat, and you got old tires now too. If
Right.
they've haven't made a change yet, you're still on the ragged edge a little bit. 5 hours remaining here, so still 2 hours into a normal Sunday race left to go.
Yeah. How much adjustability do you guys have on the rear wings of these?
Oh, a lot. Especially like the 9 Lives wings that Johnny makes. Those, it's a considerable amount of adjustment.
Okay.
I've heard a lot of good things about the 9 Lives wings.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very solid product.
And the reason I ask is, the heat of the day. We were talking about this earlier. When you've got this level of heat radiating off the tarmac, that 2 or 3 inches above the tarmac, that air is so thin because of the heat from the track.
Right.
And then as the sun goes down and it gets lower in the sky, and you don't have the acute angle onto the track, and then the sun sets and the track cools dramatically, and suddenly that splitter starts generating a lot more bite
Right.
at the front. In a stop, will you then have to maybe, crank a little bit more rear wing in so that it's not pinned on its nose as much in the darker hours?
If the wings were designed in such a way where you could, just kind of put around a wedge in it like the NASCAR guys do.
Yep.
But unfortunately, they're not. It's a time-consuming process to change
all right.
the pitch on it. It's way too much for a pit stop.
Okay.
And here, you don't really need the downforce. You gain more by not having it when you're coming around on the banking and stuff. You get an extra 5 or 6, 7 miles an hour, but if you don't have it, well, that adds up over time.
Yeah, it sure does.
Whereas a more technical track like a COTA, the downforce is very critical. Well, guys, I appreciate y'all having me.
Yeah, of course.
I'm gonna
Carter,
get
come
back
up
down.
anytime. Yeah, don't feel compelled to stay if you don't want to stay. But we'll have you whenever.
Yeah, I probably need to go down and check and see how the guys are doing.
Sure. Hey, before
Yeah.
you leave, you were talking earlier about, we were talking about the camaraderie and sharing bits and pieces and whatever you need to get your competitor out on track. There's another series that I announced. There was, and this just epitomizes that whole thing to me. This driver who owned a team, and he had like 3 or 4 cars in the team, and he made a mistake, and just, it happens, and pretty comprehensively clobbered one of their competitors, not one of the people in his team, one of their competitors. And they got back to the pits, and it was, this is a series that runs shorter sprint races. So that race was done and everything. And his car was pretty damaged too. And they got back to the pits, and he told his crew guys, grab everything you got, we're heading down. And they went down and jumped on the car that he'd hit with that car's crew. And they got that car back into the next race, and he didn't race.
Yep, I'd do the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, that is just what this sport is all about, and its good side, for sure.
Well, even if I ran into somebody and it was completely my fault, it wasn't a racing incident or a mechanical failure that caused the accident. If it was just I ran out of talent and ran into you, I would try to go and make it right however I could.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Not everybody will do that. Most will come and at least apologize.
Yeah.
And a lot of them will also offer to help, but not required, but it just depends on the situation.
Yep. Well, I mean, racing is racing. There are going to be incidents and people make mistakes and all that, but at least, as you said, being willing to say that was on me and I'm so sorry,
Right.
that goes a long way.
we've even had mechanical failures where our biggest competitor came running over to see what we needed, people, parts, whatever, to get us back on track because they wanted us out there to compete. They didn't
Right.
want to. They didn't want to beat us while we were sitting in the garage. So
Yeah.
I've seen that happen a lot. We've done it for others, and they've done it for us over the years. I mean, it just adds back to that camaraderie statement that I made.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you so much for bringing
course.
that mindset to our broadcast today by coming up and spending some time.
Absolutely, man. I
absolutely.
really
Thank
enjoyed it, and I loved catching up on all the history and hearing the stories, and hopefully we'll get to do it again. There's plenty more stories to tell, I'm sure, so
Absolutely.
maybe my voice will be in better shape at
Same.
the next race. Yeah.
Same.
That's good.
Here's to hoping, man.
Yeah.
Clark from Open Throttle this weekend. Thank you so much, man.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I heard a bang too here.
Maybe that was a tram.
And one thing, one thing, folks, that I was just reminded of is every once in a while in our shots, you see these trams running around, and they literally have tram stops. So if you come here and you park your car and you don't want to get in your car and drive it to another turn or whatever, you can ride these trams. But even when when there's not an event happening here, you can come here, and those trams will actually get out onto the actual speedway. When there's no event going on as part of tours. There's a great museum here, and then of course you could tour all of the amazing stuff they did with Daytona Rising. But you can actually get these tours where you get out and be able to just get ride around the speedway a little bit. So if you're ever in Daytona on an off weekend when there's no racing and you've got some time to kill, come check it out. It's pretty impressive stuff.
No, very, very cool stadium, and the thought that went into how to get this many people in and out of a venue, impressive, I think.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, the injectors that they talk about. And, when I was, getting ready to come here, because the 24 hours was the first race after Daytona Rising was complete. And so, I was reading up on it, and I was going, really? Are these really that efficient? Are they that big? Are they, right? And then Joey Chitwood at that time was the president of the track. So he told our producer, he said, have everybody come here early and let's set a time and we'll give them the tour. And they took us around and showed us what was going on. And oh my God, what they did was just extraordinary. And those injectors can move so many people in and out of that facility so fast. It really is remarkable what they did. Here's the sentimental favorite car here.
Yep. GR86 Cup car.
Dude's doing a nice job.
It's unfortunate that the GP2 field isn't a little bit deeper this weekend because it looks bad. I'm just going to be honest with you, Greg. When you look down, you see an 8-lap gap between the two cars. But
yeah,
I think this represents a spectrum of potential speeds in GP2. I don't think either car is tremendously fast or tremendously slow. I think there's lots of cars that would be on either end.
I would agree.
Had this been a better subscribed weekend. But, a GP2 car at Daytona, I can see maybe not everybody's favorite idea. A little bit on the slower side. You're spending a lot of time at full throttle.
Yeah, well, that's true. But, then that means, you can always, you make up a little bit more by, getting your braking right, getting your lines right, being, all of that kind of stuff. Yes, you may not be in the fastest car out there, but if you're driving it as fast as it will go, that's what it's all about. And it's giving these students an opportunity to taste real world competition and the like. And, you think about it here. That's a car that is in the slowest class. It's not as quick as the fastest car, and it's still in the top. It's 17th overall.
Right.
they're just getting it done. You know, they're second in class. I mean, they're doing everything they can do, and if they keep it together and finish a 14-hour race, you know, they've pulled off something pretty special. You know, finishing these length of races is not for the faint of heart. You
No,
know,
not at all.
at all. So.
We'll do a little, I think, a running order rundown. We'll
Sure.
take a quick break here from the folks at Continental Tires, get some of these bills paid, and we'll come back and we'll do a run through the order before we enter the next cycle of pit stops here. So we'll be right back from Daytona International Speedway. It is the Paul Revere 14-hour.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really?
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back to Daytona International Speedway. We ride on board with the Sentinel Mini Skip Barber Racing team that is currently 17th overall in this race, but second in class, and doing a really nice job out there right now. Again, I'm Greg Creamer, and JT Tammy is with me. Ryan will be back in a minute. Dustin doing a great job on the keys. And hey, JT, how about we do a little bit of a rundown here and take a look as you talked about the 120 of AE Victory Racing just continuing to have an absolutely superb race, leading in GTO and overall. The 25 Singler Racing BMW sits second. The 843 Low Country Motorsports. I'm not really sure how to describe the car. The closest would be to an Xfinity car, but that team doing a brilliant job, sitting third right now. Kingpin Racing in the Toyota Supra GT4, the number 4, sits fourth. And then up into fifth overall right now, JT, the leader in GP1, the 43 PC Racing BMW. They are having a great race.
Yeah, absolutely. The Peter Chang organization. That is a long-time entry in WRL. A lot of experience. They are usually always at the front end of GP1. So this is definitely a case of them doing what they normally do. Working their way towards the front, running at the front, and just knocking off consistent laps here. Last time through, 2:12.1. That's, front running pace in GP1 right now. We've got a couple cars that might occasionally get into the 211s, but yeah, they're right there.
Yeah, doing really good. Oh, there's our number 4 of Almonte that had to head behind the pit wall there for a while. He's out, got his hazards on, so not sure if that's a warning to other competitors that we may not be fast yet. We're checking it out. We'll see. Second in GP1, sixth overall, the 112 Corvette C8 of TC Klein Racing. And again, that is a car that is continuing to battle the more frequent need to refuel, but have managed it rather well and are still in a very competitive situation here. Third in GP1, seventh overall, is the number 5 of All-Star Racing that has continued to put together a great fight and is back up into third in class. Fourth in class, eighth overall, the 315 of Split 5 Racing, also doing a really nice job. And then the BRD Motorsports BMW, fifth in the GP1 class, the number 616, doing a nice job as well. Then Aftermath Motorsports and their Porsche is sitting in the next spot overall, 10th, and I believe they are fifth in the GTO category. And then we've got the GP1 class car, the 62 of Open Throttle Racing, the 927 of Fast Track Racing and their BMW. Then, very impressive run, 13th overall, JT, right now. The leader in GP2, the 365 of Hera Flight Racing. And you were talking about the pace that car was running would have stood them pretty well in GP1 right now. Quick note, the Almonte Porsche did come right back down into the pits. But got to be impressed with what Hera Flight Racing's doing.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And I believe that is a debut for that car in WRL. I don't believe they've run that M2 here with us before. But either way, that car has been looking very good today. Yeah, it's just been consistently running out there at a very quick pace in GP2. And currently with a nice healthy margin over the second place car.
Yeah, really doing well. 14th overall, a car that not long ago was in contention for a podium in GP1, the 46 of Ginger Racing that came into the pits. A lot of smoke and a lot of oil off the bottom of the car. As we see in the inset there, the Almonte Porsche is back in, and they're going back to work on it here. Then, maybe one of the big shoulda, woulda, coulda stories here. 15th overall, GP1 runner way down in the order right now, the 29 Screaming Goat Racing BMW, and that car, of course, was on pole and wicked quick in the early going, and then had that early problem and lost so much time. Then had to come back in when their rear wing, one of the mounts broke, and they just finally ripped the wing off of that, and it cost them a little bit more time. Then the car that we're watching here in the insert, 16th overall, the number 9 El Monte entry, also was a car that not long ago was in potential podium contention in GTO. Really quick car, that Hivets Media entry, that Porsche. Then 17th overall, the car that's second in GP2, that 2016 Skip Barber Racing School entry, the Toyota Supra, the GR Cup car. And then 18th overall, one of the fastest cars in GP1 right now. We were just talking about that. The 555 from Cajun Canuck Racing. They have been absolutely laying down fastest laps in GP1 for a while now. They just did a 2:11.7, and that's flying. I mean, the cars at the top are doing 2:12s. So that car, it's a long way down the order, but it is flying out there right now. So whatever the problem was, they definitely got it fixed. 19th overall is the number 75 AOA Racing car from GP1, and they've been in and out of the pits, or in and out of the paddock a few times. Same story for the 64 Open Throttle Racing entry in GP1. The 91 Wheelhouse Motorsports Mustang had a couple of big issues and are way down in 21st right now, but they were on the pole in GTO. Hate to see that. Our lone GTU competitor, the 148, little prototype, way down the order right now. The 678 Stack Racing with Rapscallion Ligier, well down now. I mean, we're talking 100 laps in arrears. We get to this group of cars. So, and the 119 AE Victory Racing GTO is back out on track, but again, a long way down. They had a massively long fix. Don't really know what it was that they had to fix, but boy, they're almost 250 laps in arrears right now. But we've talked about it, haven't we, JT? You pay your entry money, okay, but there's still 5 hours of racing to go, and that means for you, that's a 5-hour test session that you've already paid for. Might as well use it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you as long as you have the parts to fix the car, you have, drivers that, they came out to get some seat time. So come on out.
Yeah, exactly. I think did I see the 112 Corvette into the pits?
Yeah, it looked like it was, a very quick stop, and it looked like it has one of the earlier boxes, so that must have been it just rolling down after the stop.
Oh, okay. Temperature's starting to cool off now. It's 81 degrees, and the real feel is dropping as well. And that's because that sun's starting to get a little bit lower in the sky. Here comes our all-star number 5. And we have hit our pit window here, it looks like. There it is. You hear those yells. Get those visors down, boys.
Nice.
You don't do that, you end up with oftentimes it's a drive-through or a lap penalty that's just assessed. So, and there are lots of rules, as you would imagine, when you're refueling, sitting in a pit lane and the like, and they are all based on safety. And those are the ones that are going to always be enforced to the absolute limit, because they should be. It's that simple. Driver change happening there as well. Changing out the cool suit ice box. Believe me, you want that fresh ice box in there on a day like today.
If I counted correctly, I think 4 cans for the 5.
Ooh, so they were thirsty. Uh-oh. Something's up. They're going to the front. Now, they can't do that. If fueling has to be done. There's very few things you can do on the car while refueling. And what is absolutely verboten is doing anything on the car during fueling that could cause a spark.
Yeah.
And so, you could do the driver change. You can clean the windshield, but you can't rip a tear off because that could be some static. Can't do tires because of the air guns in the metal. I mean, it's all done with safety in mind. For a 4-can stop, JT, that didn't look too bad time-wise.
No, and I also noticed how quickly the fuel rate from the cans was as well. About 8 seconds per can.
Oh, okay. So 8 seconds per can. And I'm just thinking in my head about 8 seconds per can, then the time to transit from one can to the other, and that's the kind of stuff that if you're serious about this, you look at and go, okay, how can we speed that up a little bit? You can't really speed up the flow rate because there's a restrictor, so you can't make that suddenly be 6 seconds. It's going to be what it's going to be. But what else can we do? Well, how about we make sure that when the car stops, it stops literally right across from the cans where the refueling nozzle is. All those kind of things where, if you could trim, if everything goes right, you could trim 5-6 seconds off a stop. Well, that's big. Here's our Aftermath Motorsports machine. It's a Porsche GT4 Club Sport. You know what? I was, been kind of obviously watching what's going on with the 843, the Low Country Motorsports Camaro. And during this last run here, they ran down and passed the number 4 Kingpin Racing car. And that Kingpin entry is off the pace a bit. They're at 211s right now. And the AE Victory 120 just turned to 203.9. The Singler Racing BMW at 204.7, and then the Chevy Camaro at 204.7.
Yeah, it's definitely a noticeable difference. Those cars had been trading places during pit stop cycles.
Yep.
But unfortunately, if they're going to be losing, a good 6-7 seconds a lap, I don't think that's going to be the case anymore.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what they've got for a lap time the next time by. Were they, badly parked in traffic? Or was that just what they've got for pace right now? So I think the Kingpin car just came out of the Le Mans bus stop. Coming up to the line here. Here we go. Well, they trimmed it. It's a 209, but again, we're still 5 seconds off the other cars, and they didn't look to be in any significant traffic there. Right behind him is the GT Pour BMW M3. That runs in the same class, but that 67 has been fraught with problems and are well down the order.
the tail end of this group is the 67 from Open Throttle, the dark gray BMW M3.
Yeah, getting a good run coming up the inside of the number 4. It's going to be an interesting drag race. They're both GT4 cars or GTO cars. And it looked like the BMW had a, I think it pinched itself a little bit, thinking I'm going to try and drive up underneath this Toyota Supra GT4, and in doing so, it pinched its line a little bit too tight, lost a little bit of that speed. Now they're coming up on the back of one of the GP1 cars. They should just be able to roll to the outside and go right around. And so it is. Yeah, I wonder for that number 4 Kingpin car, JT, if it's there, they just haven't done tires yet, and so it's starting to get really, really loose out there, or whether it is a driver that is not maybe as quick as the others, because it's been very fast, and now it's consistently in that 210 range, give or take.
Mm. Yeah, there could be variety of factors that affecting the lap pace at this time.
Absolutely. Ooh, that BMW is going to try and round them up here. Nicely done.
Not enough.
And nope, couldn't get quite enough. He's not going to try and get him here, is he? No.
He was definitely looking. So the the 4 left just a little bit of room. Didn't immediately apex, just to make sure they didn't come chopping across the nose. But what happens is when you do that, you just slow down both cars.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, I can totally get the idea from the 67. You kind of want to trip up the car in front so they can get a bad run, and you could try to get an advantage there, but unfortunately it doesn't seem like they have enough legs on the straight either way, so he's just getting the 4 to slow down just a little bit more, and that's only going to slow down himself.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm trying to see if I'm seeing this right. It looks like the 43, the PC Racing, Peter Chang Racing BMW, I don't know if it's closing on the back of the TC Klein car, because that would put it down another lap.
Yes.
Or did the TC Klein car just pass it and unlap itself? I've got to watch the the TC Klein car running. Well, they're all virtually identical times. I mean, a 213 flat to a 212.9.
Yeah, my understanding, as best as I can tell from trying to track this, is the 112 did have its pit stop about 6 laps ago or so, and came out not too far in front of that 43 of PC Racing.
Okay.
That PC Racing, is gonna still stop here relatively soon.
Sure.
So
you're saying the PC car is running a lot lighter right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so right now the gap is almost 2 laps essentially.
Yep.
But once the 43 comes in, it will go back to what it had been previously, which had been roughly around the lap.
Okay. Woo! Boy, that Corvette got parked there for just a moment.
It unfortunately had to due to the M3 ahead.
Yep.
Yeah, like that Corvette's just been quite a bit more comfortable going into a lot of these corners.
Yes.
So just unfortunately not able to use the speed it can carry through the corner there, because it had to check up for traffic ahead.
And that's a frustrating thing, when you're in a car that is a class down to that BMW, and you've got the leader in your class on your 6, and you just got a great run through a corner, and that, in theory, much quicker GTO car parks you. But that GTO car is also working traffic in front there too, so that's just all part and game of the race. Boy, that oscillation is something to watch, isn't it? And the cameras there.
Yeah. As you can see, that the BMW has plenty of legs to go, running away, but unfortunately, the Corvette will just start to catch up in the corners again, which we'll start to see here as they try to make their way around the KG Canuck BMW.
And that's that KG Canuck BMW is the one that we've seen that has been running so quickly. But now, I think the Corvette's going to get this done on the brakes.
Yep.
Which has been its strong suit all day, hasn't it? Ooh, maybe not. And again, that 555 KG Canuck car is laps behind. So if I'm driving that Corvette, yeah, you want to keep the guy right behind you, which is the leader in your class, from putting you another lap down. But you don't want to risk throwing away. And there, use the brakes. Beautiful. And a nice follow job by the 43. Oh, he got it really hot. Crossed it up. Look at that save.
There's continued contact, I think.
Oh,
we'll see here from KG Canuck.
Look at that. Woo.
Unfortunately, yeah, just got real loose, going in hot, trying to follow the Corvette through, and the rear just losing grip there. Good job by the 555 to kind of avoid that.
Yeah.
Dave G on board there.
Yeah, 555, yeah, he did a beautiful job. He's just, opening that wheel up. Don't do anything sudden. Just open the wheel up a little bit and give that guy who's sideways a chance to straighten it out, which he did. So that was really, really nice, for lack of a better term, damage control by both of these guys.
Yeah.
No, this guy he's running light, the 43, because he hasn't stopped in a while. And our producer, Dustin, was just thinking that he's got to also maybe be, past the sell-by date on these tires by a bunch. Because he's fast, but he is squirrely right now. Was that just the camera angle, or did he get awfully close to that wall on the left side? That made me flinch.
All right, I think this car's due in. I want to say 6 laps from now. Going by past couple fuel stops.
Okay. So we're at lap 248, so about around 254, huh?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
We used to have a cool system that would predict that for us.
Yeah. I'm thinking
see.
28 lap stints for him.
Let's see if I can dig that up, blow the dust off of it.
This is a great scrap. The Corvette trying to keep this car from putting it another lap down, and this guy wanting, another big correct there, wanting to do everything he can to get past, put him another lap down just in case there's a caution. And I just wanted to point that out for anybody who might be wondering, if he's got to pit soon, why is he driving so hard to put that car down a lap here? And well, it's because of that. If he can get him down a lap and then there's a caution, he's trapped him there. If he doesn't get it down and there's a caution, then the Corvette gets to come around and get right back on the end of the lead lap here. So that's the mindset going on in these two cars. Woo! There you got a feel for what it's like when you get a little bit too much over the curbs there, folks. Especially as you're starting to feed in some throttle, it gets the that back of the car can start dancing like mad. Corvette gonna put this car, that's the Boss 302.
Yep, the riser harness Ford entry.
Yeah.
Having spent some time back in the paddock, but they're still out here. Kane in the car.
Doing whatever they can.
JT, great news. I pressed the button.
Oh, and it did some math.
I did.
254 for PC.
Eye test on this tells me that it's reasonably accurate.
My math or Joseph's?
Joseph's. For a while, it was throwing out some really weird results. I don't know if Joseph went back and fixed this or not.
Ooh, second place overall in.
Yep, number 25.
Yeah, and they had a recent stop, and it was super quick. Oh, look at this. They don't necessarily have the big rack, but they have got this for those jugs, but they have got this down to a science.
Yep.
Hand off grab.
Counted 7 seconds for that jug. Only half of that jug.
And away they go.
Well, right now, Greg, I can tell you, the number 25 has an 82% chance of finishing in second place.
Okay.
And only an 8% chance of winning.
You know, I think I could have guessed that.
What's interesting is the 120 has a 91% chance of winning.
Yeah.
Only a 1.6% chance of coming second, but a 3.2% chance of coming fourth.
Coming fourth?
Yeah, more likely to come
Wow.
fourth than second.
Well, that's interesting. Ooh.
But I think
That's
it's
tearing
inferring
up some
kind
fronts.
of,
Sorry.
No, not a problem. I think it's inferring some type of extra pit stop, potentially, versus the other
Yes.
runners.
Yeah.
Split 5 with a 32% chance of coming in second place right now.
I sure like to know who's behind the wheel of this 43 right now.
I also would like to know.
They're willing it.
I said I also would like to know.
Yeah, because he is doing an absolutely brilliant job. It's light. It's got no tire left on it. We're speculating, and
Right.
man, he is just driving it brilliantly.
Is that like a gamer moment? Oh, that's good.
All right, 4 hours and 20 minutes to go.
Last time through, both cars in the 212s. The Corvette just got a half second quicker.
the top 3 cars all running 212s. Then All-Star Racing and BRD Motorsports both running 215s. The 62 open throttle entry, a 213. That's some pretty close times this late in a 14-hour race.
There you go, I can do that. I can do the thing. Oh.
That is being reported as the 64. That's Cherry.
Ooh.
And that is in a spot that's going to cause a full course yellow.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, great for the 43.
Absolutely.
Come on, refire. Let's go. Control, delete.
Delete, 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 delete.
It's not looking good.
No.
The man is holding the double yellow flag in his hand.
Did our scoring tower just suddenly jump? Oh.
Just briefly.
Oh.
Yep,
Okay.
I'm pressing the things.
Here's our Cayman.
Interesting. I did notice as we were watching the Stricken 64 that 40-48 competition had come back out.
Yeah, they've rejoined. Since I sat down, I saw them circulating.
Ooh, is that a passenger yellow?
People are beginning to take their pit stops now, which I believe is a mistake. I think if you're about to be due a pit stop, unless you're genuinely about to run out of fuel, you should try to stretch this.
Oh. There's another one. And I did a very in-depth read into the caution scenario and passes under yellow, and there is no give back.
No, not at all.
You know, if you do it, you're going to do a lap penalty.
Yeah. Luckily, in both cases, it looks like the car that was driver's right backed out.
Okay.
They would have had a slightly more difficult line of sight.
And it is from the plane of the flag stand.
Right.
So you have until quite literally the last moment to get that done.
All right. Full course caution.
Number 5.
5th on the day, huh? Okay. It's going to be fascinating to see. I mean, we got to be to a point where most everybody would come in, I would think.
I think so.
You know.
Well, just in time. Brutal.
Not just in time. Just in time would have been, 30 seconds ago. This was rightly called, but...
Yeah, well, that's Murphy's Law on full course cautions, right? You wait,
Right.
you wait, giving the guy as much of an opportunity. At a certain point, safety just simply requires you pull the trigger, and then suddenly the car springs to life.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, here comes our leader. There's the leader of GP1. Hey, JT, we just a few minutes ago watched a car pit that we were counting the bottles. It was like 2.5 bottles.
Yes.
Which one was that? Was that All-Star?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, so they're not going to need to come in. Boy, it takes a while for those bottles to drain on this one. You can see that, where the the guy waved him off, and he kept putting the fuel in.
Yeah, no, it's been interesting to compare visually the flow rates for the jugs. We
Nice.
saw how quickly the fuel could be filled on the 5, whereas when I had watched the Corvette earlier,
Yep.
it was 16 seconds a jug. They only had 3 jugs instead of 4, but interesting.
Yeah. 16 seconds a jug?
Yeah.
Holy cow.
And in theory, the jugs are all, well, they're probably not all the same size, but there is a maximum size limit. So one would assume that everybody has the same size jugs.
Well, yeah. They have to all be filled to a certain point, and they all have to run the same restrictor. That I know. I mean, look how fast that's draining for the Toyota here.
Yep. Just over 7 seconds.
Yeah. That's quick.
So there's apparently an optimal setup here.
Here's our
64 again.
Silikonski.
Indeed. And I should have asked.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe we'll get Mike Gorman up here at some point.
There you go.
He's liable to be busy all day, but maybe, just maybe.
We haven't seen this. Oh, yeah. We haven't seen this car out for a while.
Yeah, JT was just saying that it had come back.
Okay.
Yeah, again, I'm talking to for a brief moment here. But yeah, remember, Mike Gorman only has bad luck when he comes up here with Brad McCall.
That's true. There's no Brad McCall here this weekend.
Nope. I'd assume Mid-Ohio for the Mustang Challenge.
Yep. Probably. That's probably where he is. I would hope so anyway.
All right, back to green we go. We are racing here.
Yeah, the whole
Paul Revere 14 hour.
Whole field not really able to catch up to the safety car there, so that's going to throw a wrench in the works, I think, for anybody hoping to gain some time back.
Yeah.
Ooh, the Corvette needs to beat these guys out.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting drag race into the horseshoe, isn't it? You get him? He did it. Nice. But keep in mind that smaller little Porsche there is actually a much faster car, believe it or not.
Indeed. Not as fast as that 120 behind, though.
Oh, good point.
The leader drives off into the distance here.
Alright, so PC Racing coming across the line here now has about a lap and a half advantage over the TC Climb Corvette.
Okay.
So yeah, definitely beneficial for them.
Big time. Tell you, this battle we have going on between Kingpin Racing and the number 4 Toyota and the 843 Camaro from Low Country is just really fascinating right now. They have swapped third and fourth a few times.
Yeah.
And I saw that Low Country, they did all 4 tires on that car. And so their stop was about a minute longer. Kingpin Racing just did a quick fuel and out. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of times Low Country can start turning now with fresh tires on that beast. somebody ducking into the pits here. Yeah.
That
They
might
got-
be the 67. Is that having a flat
Right front?
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was seeing too. Something's let go.
God, not another one for open throttle.
Unbelievable. I'll tell you, he did a brilliant job of keeping that off the wall.
Oh, that's the 927.
Oh,
That's caused quite a bit of damage to the right front.
yeah, fast track. Oh my
Ooh,
gosh.
Losing a tire there. Tough.
Oh, it just completely.
They already lost most of it.
Yeah, it just shredded the tire and therefore everything else around it.
Yeah, I think that was a proper explosion.
I think so too. So, job one, get that tire out of there. Job two, what's the damage? Boy, it just absolutely came apart. That is just a shame. You know, they've just stayed in this.
Man, I hope they just take the whole bumper off. They're almost certainly going to tape it, but
Yeah.
I just want to see a front bumperless car at Daytona again.
You're weird.
Did you ever see clips of that where they take the whole front clip off the car? You know,
Yep.
in like the 90s and 2000s?
Oh, yeah. It looked goofy then.
That's what makes it great.
Now look at this. The modern, you know, back in the day when we had talked and I was motorcycle racing, it was your two best tools were duct tape and baling wire. And zip ties are the modern baling wire.
He stepped on the line. It was the dead zone.
So we're going to continue for fast track.
Yep, 927 goes behind the wall. They're probably going to try to replace the fender back there. Did look like, unfortunately, there was a lot of movement on that bumper. That would probably affect the handling of the car, making contact with the tire.
Yep. And you've got to give that suspension a really good look at too.
.75 from AOA gained a little bit of work done. Currently 11th in GP1.
Yeah, look at that extension on that drill. That's right tool for the right job, huh? You know what, folks? I mean, keep in mind, these guys are working on a car that it's a hot day out. The engines are scorching hot. All the components are hot. And they're in there trying to make these repairs. And that gets me to one of my all-time favorite I should say, all-time one of pet peeves in racing movies is when the car comes ripping in from the track and stops in the pits, and then they cut to the pit crew working on the car without gloves. It's like, yeah, come on.
And as Ryan knows, that is only possible in December at Thunderhill.
That's correct.
I believe that.
When Rob Holland and Rob Huff are leading a 25-hour race by a substantial margin, when it's 20 degrees out and they have a front-wheel drive car, then the rear tires do not come up to temperature ever.
Oh, that's hilarious.
The only thing hot was the poor Lotus Siege in turn 1.
Yep.
It was funny. I was entertaining going to the Thunderhill event. I'd never been, and was thinking about going and maybe even seeing if I could get onto the announce team or whatever. And then that year happened when it was, like you said, 20 degrees out or whatever. And I went, perhaps not.
Man, you could have called Brendan. He'd have said yes. That would have been the year, the following year would have been the year that we launched Ryan Eversley's career in broadcasting.
Ah.
Who else's career did we launch, JT? Colton Herta. We launched Colton Herta's career. I feel like there was somebody else, too.
So for that Thunderhill race, were you also doing the static cams, or were you just audio at that point?
Begrudgingly. So,
okay.
My memory of it, and Brendan, I'm sure, has a correction, was that we did just the radio for a long time.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And then we had a webcam that faced the start-finish line in front of us, where there was a little spot where they had one of those portable lights with the generator on it. And we figured that's really the only place that you're going to be able to see anything anyway. So we had a webcam that would poke right there. I believe we at one point ran a microphone outside as well. And then there was a team, I don't remember which one, that they were setting cameras up as like a spotters situation, and they had like 2. And I think they gave us access to them, and we got to where we were trying to use like 1 or 2 cameras at a time, and they would kind of just cycle back and forth. Was it the last year that we ended up having 2 or 3 where we tried the pit lane? The problem we kept having, one, at the time, there is a cell tower physically at Thunderhill Raceway Park. Like the cell tower for the freeway right there is like at the track. But they didn't have enough bandwidth for all of the people of the track because there's usually not that many people there. So the cell phone signal wasn't great, but it was difficult to text people.
Okay.
We tried a directional Wi-Fi antenna situation for the pit lane, and there was so much interference from everybody else trying to use their Wi-Fi. That didn't really work. And so I don't remember how we ended up getting a signal from that phone that was up on the bridge, JT. It was like hardwired, and then I don't know.
555, come to a stop at turn 5. Driver's left.
Oh, yeah, just pulled straight off there.
People were directed to find the orange cutouts when they ran into situations like this. They may just pull it. They may run out there with a rope and hook it up to the tow hook and pull it back.
Yeah.
Yep. I think they're going to do exactly that. Hey guys, I think that new set of tires on the Low Country Motorsports Camaro's paying off. They just turned their fastest lap of the race at a 2:02. That's impressive. Woo!
Trying to keep a eye here on the times from that 43. Seems to be slightly slower this stop. This stint, I should say, after the stop.
Yeah, it's a good point. Running 2:14s now. All right, we get to report that car has been flat-towed behind the wall. We stay green. And there. That's an interesting look on that car, isn't it? You know, when you're, it's looks kind of like a late model, everything, but that wing on the back is so decisively road racing.
Man, if there was going to be a wing on that thing, I'd expect it would have been off the car on tomorrow. That would have been fitting.
Yeah, it would have been, wouldn't it? NASCAR branded what? Oh, really? Oh, our little guy has looped it big time.
Yep.
All good, stays out of the tire wall.
No
Look how good that
contact
shot
anywhere.
looks. Look how clear that is.
Yeah, that's sharp.
Easy to do with the lightweight prototypes. You're just bleeding off speed, but you're also having to start rotating into the second part of the corner.
Yep.
And unfortunately, just not enough grip in the rear, and it just slides around on you.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those,
Yeah.
and of course, as you bleed off the speed, you bleed off your downforce. Yeah, so.
When you're upsetting the balance of the car, you're changing the aero platform
Yep.
as the car pitches different. So that's going to change as well.
God, I wish we could see the braking markers heading into the chicane into the bus stop just to see how deep that little thing can go. Did we notice in the number 43, did they do a driver change, JT? Did you catch it?
I did not, unfortunately.
Yeah, me either. But you're absolutely spot on. I mean, they were running 211s before the stop, and now, of course, the car is heavier, as we talked about, with fuel and the like. But they're at 214s. Split 5 is throwing down some really nice laps. Fourth in GP1 right now, running 212s, low 212s at that. But quickest car in the class right now is that TC Klein Racing 112 yellow Corvette. It just ran a 212 flat. guys, we're into our final 4 hours.
Oh man.
How about that?
That's like the length of a, quote, long, end quote, IMSA race.
Yeah, exactly. Boy, this has been a fun little scrap to watch. That Aftermath Porsche has got some speed right now, and it is driving the Singler Racing BMW absolutely bonkers, I would think. He's so many laps down, but he's as fast as that second place overall car, and just sticking with him.
Right. Can I express a hope and dream that I know is going to be not a thing?
Sure.
I hope RJ didn't pay Daytona to turn the lights on. At least not the trackside ones. Or like maybe just the ones on the oval, but not the ones on the infield. And just super dark. Here's to hoping.
Going full old school.
Well, yeah. Greg's never called a race at Thunder Hill in the night, and it shows. There are exactly 2 lights, one at start finish and one at pit in. That's it.
That's it. Fun.
That was the first time I saw an LED light bar was crudely wood screwed into the hood of an E46.
Oh, really?
Yep. And they just, teams would put more and more and more of them on there, and I think they eventually made a rule that they couldn't be one continuous bar because you have no depth perception as they approach you from behind. It just looks like the sun. And they started mandating that you had to have, it was like 6 or 8 inches of no light in the middle.
I'm trying to remember if the Catfish had one or not.
I think it had like one on the roll bar, like up above, and then like a small one in the front bumper, like a little 6 or 8 inch one. I do miss the goofy light on the NPO ones. I wish they would bring that back. They used to have, Greg, this incredibly comical, you know what the shape of the intakes on like a Formula Mazda or like a USF 2000?
Yep.
Okay, it was that shape, but with a light on the end of it.
Oh, spin.
Wow.
Actually, the Le Mans Chicane bus.
It caught it.
Stop.
Let's
Is that
go.
BRD?
I want.
That is
Yes.
BRD.
Is that left front tire? Did that snap? I think so too. Yeah, that just looks really bizarre here.
Nailed it.
Wow. I heard it, and then you cut to it, and it was like, that's not right. All right, he's gathering it up. He just had to shift in the seat a bit.
Back underway here. Oh, anyway, Greg, they had it sticking up probably 12 inches from the roof of the NPO1. And it just had a single LED spotlight on the top so you could see the car better. And it looked like some kind of like Mario Kart thing, and they quickly discontinued it.
Oh, really? Okay.
Probably what, JT? Probably like 5 races where that was a thing until they switched it to how they have it now?
I think so. Is that the first year of the Janetta?
Yes. Yeah, that happened at Thunder Hill, too. We saw the debut of the NPO1. That was the first time they had run one in anger in a race when Elon had built the car.
Well, Singler Racing will be happy that Porsche did a pit stop.
Indeed.
You know, you were talking, Ryan, about the darkness and everything. And the first Sebring 12 hours I ever attended, I got asked to announce it was the original IMSA.
Okay.
And so, and I was doing PA, and there's a guy named Bob Carlson from Porsche. He was the PR manager for Porsche Motorsports North America, and I got to know him really well. We got to be pretty good friends. And so when I got invited to help Bill Bowser announce at Sebring, he invited me every, I think it was Friday morning early or whatever. They had a Porsche breakfast.
Oh, cool.
And they'd have some drivers, come and talk, and, media people would be invited, but special guests, and, in a breakfast, and a good one, right?
Right.
And so I got invited to it, and I'm sitting there, and one of the speakers was Hurley Haywood.
Ooh.
And he was talking about, in the 70s and 80s running Sebring. And he said, literally, what lights? And he said, and the two moments that he recalled most about that was, first of all, he said, I'm just chasing the guy in front of me, and, his taillights and everything, and all of a sudden I feel this bump, and then all of a sudden I hear and see on my windshield this whack, 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 whack. And he said the guy in front of me missed a corner, went off, and on the edge of the track was literally a cornfield.
Oh, geez.
And they were both just flying through this cornfield. He said, eyes following the guy in front of me,
Wow.
And then he said the other one, he said, and this was the one that really scared me. He said, because, then he got there and he was now racing some quicker stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, it's still pitch dark, right? And he said, and I'm driving, and and he said, and I noticed this orange glow way up in front of me, way up there. It's so small. And he said, and I'm driving, and that's getting a little bigger. It's getting a little bigger. It's getting a little bigger. And I'm going, what is that? Just this orange glow that's floating out there. And he said, all of a sudden, and he said the orange glow got, just suddenly got bigger and bigger and bigger. And he said, at the last instant, my mind recognized it said, I saw it. He said, it said Moroso.
Oh, jeez.
And it was the tack inside of a car in front of whose rear lights got out. And he said, I swerved sideways, and he said, I think he was in, 935 or something.
Right.
One of the Brumos cars.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, I had one of the biggest spin rides I've ever had. And he said, but it was so dark, I couldn't see anything about the car except the glow off of the word Moroso on the tack.
That's crazy.
Yeah, isn't that nuts? They didn't know better, right?
Absolutely. I can't even imagine, especially with the light technology and how all that's changed, and LEDs that are pretty reliable. They don't go out unless you're hitting them, versus just bulbs that if you look at them wrong, they short out, and then you have nothing.
Exactly. Well, they got the prototype back out. Looked like they were zip tying some stuff in the back there. So as the sun's getting ready to go down, is it time for the Paul Revere story?
I think so. I think that's a good call.
All right, let's. I'm calling the then Paul Revere 250 Thursday night of the Firecracker 400 weekend here at Daytona.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, our Porsche got.
Oh, yeah, it's the aftermath.
Hot. Yeah, he's been flying. Is he off, or is he just looking for some way to get back on here? Oh, he stopped.
But as we know, that's the spot.
Yes, it is.
It's right by the orange, so we're good.
Yeah. Hopefully they'll be able to get that car moved.
Yep. So as you were saying, firecracker.
Yeah. So I'm announcing. I'm in the booth with David Hobbs. We had 2 pit reporters. One of them I don't remember, and I hate to say it. The other one was Guy Hobbs, who was in the pits, and it was in the days, when the Riley and Scott cars with James Weaver and Butch Leitzinger and that. And Weaver had come into that event. He had won 3 of the last 4 of those races. And the reason he hadn't won the other one was he hadn't raced it. He wasn't there.
Okay.
So he was basically coming in terms of the last 5 years, the races he'd been going 4 for 4. And he did, right? And this is on the Thursday night before the firecracker weekend on the 4th of July weekend and everything. So anyway, gets to the interview area. Guy Hobbs is going over to do the interview with him. And so I throw it down to Guy. And the guy says, yes, thanks, Greg. It was a fabulous run here by James. And James, I was wondering, if, and he had a specific question about a moment, when he got to the lead and everything, and asked him. And James said, yes, Guy. And James was, proper Englishman, right? And
Yep.
James, who is one of the best drivers I've ever seen. And he looks at Guy and he says, well, Guy, I'd be happy to answer any question you might have, but I was wondering if I might first be able to make a bit of a statement. And Guy's going, and I'm in talkback to the producer going, yes, you got to do this, because Weaver is one of the craziest, funny, wacky, joyful guys I've ever met, right?
Right.
And so the producer goes, absolutely, Guy. So Guy said, yes, James. And James said, well, I would just like to point out that I, an Englishman, has just won for the 4th straight year your Paul Revere 250 on your Independence Day celebratory weekend. And Guy went, yes. And James said, well, don't you think that in light of this auspicious achievement, you might think about returning the colonies? We were gone. I looked over at Hobbs, and I have never seen him laugh that hard. Tears coming out. I had to hit my pause button because I was laughing so hard. Guy was, you could see the microphone shaking.
Right.
And James just looking at him like, what?
That's incredible.
Oh my God! It was the second best answer to a question of a driver ever in my book that I heard. Anyway, it was brilliant.
That is fantastic.
Yep, it was magic. It was magic. That I think about that, and when I get together with Hobbs and the like, we still talk about that moment. It was great. And another fabulous moment in that was Brian Redmond. It was one of the last races that Brian actually did, big pro race, not historic stuff. And his car broke mid-race or whatever. And so Guy went, to do an interview with him. And our producer, Jeff Hallis, that same guy, he got it. He said, Guy, I hate to ask you to give up the interview, but what do you think about having your dad interview him from the booth? Because those 2 guys used to be teammates.
Right.
In the 9.7 or the 512s and 917s and Lola T70s back in the day. Mm-hmm. And Guy was great, said absolutely. So he just put the headset and everything on Brian Redmond's head, and the interview that they did was like 5 minutes of comedy gold.
Outstanding.
Yeah, great stuff.
What a time.
Great stuff. Yeah, it was. It truly
Not
was.
NASCAR is doing that more now than the sports car racing stuff when they've got Harvick and whoever else, carrying on and doing their whole bit. It's Clint in the booth, you copy, etc. While in the middle of the race, and there's just a lot less of that kind of zany, fun stuff going on. From what I
would agree. Yeah. But I think some of it is, some of the fun zany characters are just kind of, I mean, I ran into James after he retired, and at Mosport, he was there as a guest at Dyson because he could fly straight into Toronto and not have to deal with U.S. customs and all that stuff. And so I saw him, and I was doing IMSA radio. And so I said to John Heindup, I said, "Hey, John," and we had just finished a session, and I said, "John, James Weaver's here." And he said he's willing to talk. You up for it? And John said, "Absolutely, and take your time," So, and that was when Dyson now was running those Mazda.
Yep.
The 2.1 liter Mazdas or whatever they were, the beautiful Lolas.
With the stupid fuel. Yep.
Yeah. And so, the car pulls in, and I'm standing with James, and we're, so I grab him and we're talking, and I said, "Boy," I said, "that is one beautiful car, isn't it?" And James said, "Oh, it's absolutely gorgeous." And I said, "Now that you're back after having been gone for a little bit, you see this car here." I said, "Do you regret leaving when you did? You didn't get a chance to drive this car?" And he goes, "No." He said, "Absolutely not." He said, "The car is beautiful to look at." He said, "But to me, completely uninteresting to drive." And I said, "How so?" And he said, "Well," he said, "between you and me," he said, "I think they are going completely the wrong way with the race cars." And he said, they keep taking away power, and we just talked about things, and he said, "Let me finish with it being this way." He said, "As far as I'm concerned," he said, "this car would not work in a sports car series administered by the James Weaver rule book." And I said, "Well, now you beg the question. What would be the opening technical line of the James Weaver rule book?" And he said, "It's quite simple, really." He said, "The first thing at every race is you would have a rolling portable dyno that you set up in front of the largest grandstand at the facility. And then every car in the top class must roll across that dyno. And any one of them that didn't make at least a proper 1,000 horsepower, the fans would be invited down to burn it to the ground." And I went,
212.6.
I said, if that series ever comes to fruition, may I put my hat in the ring to announce, please? And I was just rolling. I mean, he's just slowing down to come into the pits. All right. I thought maybe he had a problem.
He's been slow for most of this lap. The 843 here. Staying off the oval and staying low. Reports of smoking as well.
Yeah, it's no fun.
That's their Singler car, isn't it?
That is.
Yep.
You can stop here. Looks like a driver change as well. Three hours to go, gents.
All right.
Oh, 3 hours. 3 hours firm. Oh, man, that would be just the icing on the cake here if there was a random thunderstorm. I don't think we're at any danger of that.
No.
But
well, there is that.
Could be. Big if true.
There we go. We're starting to see those significant tire pressure adjustments as track's starting to cool.
Yep. The Chevrolet is pulling into the paddock.
Oh, no. A solid third place. And a great battle with Kingpin for that, and now behind the wall. That's hurtful, man.
So Kingpin has the potential to get to podium in every race they are entered in this weekend.
Well, that would be impressive. Just to finish with the James Weaver thing, when he was running with Butch in those the Riley and Scott Fords, especially when those cars were running on the Goodyear tires, it was just a match made in heaven. And I asked him once. I said, what was it like driving those cars? And he said it was magical. He said those Goodyears would take a set into a corner, and he said they were so user friendly. And he said once you learned the tire and you got it coordinated with the car, you could just do phenomenal things. And so we were talking about it, and I said, so about as good as a race car could get, huh? And he said, well, I didn't say that, mate. And I said, well, what would have made that car better? And he said, well, a proper 1,000 horsepower. And it was like, I'd love that mentality, I remember Dorsey Schrader saying once, he said, boy, when I was racing, we used to try and make the cars go faster. I am sounding like that old grumpy nostalgic uncle, aren't I?
Love this entry shot, seeing how the cars take the curbs a bit differently. How they transition the bump from the first left-hander to the right.
Absolutely. It's, are you staying off the curbs? Are you willing to curb hop a little bit? You're now at 3.5 hours to go here. Are you still being really conservative on entry and all the like? Here we go. Boy. Corvette's still pretty stout in a straight line, isn't it? Is that Bimmer still what's inside?
Cleared.
Cleared him. All right.
Remember that BMW's rev limited now.
Ah, good point. Good point. 2:11.6. That's a heck of a lap. .3 seconds quicker than PC Racing out in front. And a couple of seconds quicker than Split 5 running in third. Boy, that fuel level is getting down there again, though, isn't it? That spotter sounds great. So we've got 3.5 to go. Right now, the PC Racing entry is up by, well, as soon as the Corvette comes through, it'll be a lap and something here.
Yep, we'll say roughly 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Okay.
Couple more laps and Screaming Goat will move up into 6th after BRD had their issue.
Oh, yeah. You're wondering, does the Corvette, with that fuel window limitation, does it have the ability right now to deal with PC Racing as we get closer in here?
Well, we talked about this, Greg, where there was going to become a time, and I think that time has passed, where you had to commit to either doing maximum speed and just try to know that you're going to make more stops and have to put in the time, or if you're going to try to conserve. And I think with 3.5 hours to go and a lap down, you kind of probably should have decided an hour ago or two what you were going to do about that.
Yeah, well, and, for a while now, they have been clocking off 2:11s.
Right.
And, PC at 2:13. Now, that's not, that's a couple of seconds every lap, but that's still tough duty, especially, when you may have to make an extra pit stop. So. I got to tell you guys, one of the things that I'm enjoying so much about being part of the WL broadcast is seeing guys actually reaching over and shifting.
Yeah.
Again.
Heck yeah.
Old school uncle here. I remember back when.
Well, they love that about that car.
Yeah, the heel and towing and the ballet, I called it, the motorsports ballet of.
And they've installed some type of something that has blocked their DTM style sponsor board. It's got our logo on it. A little disappointed by that.
No.
You could see a little bit of driver's eye.
Yep, just the driver's eye bit, not the live. That packet loss will get you. Well, I think, gentlemen, this is going to be another good time to take a break here.
I think so, too.
Continental Tire, Cross Contact LX 220.
The right choice in tires at Daytona.
The right choice for your tires in general production. In fact, the only choice for your tires in general production. We'll be right back here from Daytona International Speedway. It's the Paul Revere 14 hours, about 3.5 or so to go. We'll be right back.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
We got this.
Welcome back to the Daytona International Speedway. It's DriversEye Live, covering the Paul Revere 14-hour here in Daytona Beach, Florida. The sights and sounds of this lovely city. The folks at Embry-Riddle are watching out their dorm room windows, trying to check and see what's going to happen to the 112 of TC Klein as they come into their pit stop, taking some fuel. That bright yellow Corvette.
That is Velocity Yellow, is it not?
I don't think it's been called Velocity Yellow in some time. They changed the name of the color for the C7. I think the C8 also has a different color. This might be Velocity Yellow, but I don't think it's the same color that the GT3 car is.
Gotcha.
The current yellow has a tinge of, like, green to it when you see it in person.
Okay.
Competition yellow, tin coat metallic.
Competition yellow. There you go. Thank you, JT. JT's just fact-checking me on our Chevrolet factory paint codes here.
Yeah, is that the fifth?
Oh, no, there's a car off on the inside of the exit of the West Horseshoe.
Yeah.
Pulling further into the grass. This is going to cause a full course yellow. This is timed poorly for the Corvette here, who just pitted under green. So they're not going to get the advantage.
There it is.
Oh, it's the AOA car. It's the 75.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounded really rough.
Terrible day here for the AOA guys.
Yeah, just struggle after struggle, hasn't it?
Fast Track Racing gonna return to the pit lane here. Dream Machine. Spots still open for the Dream Machine program, is my understanding.
I love the irony of this happening just after the Corvette pit.
No,
Yeah.
I know, JT. It's a disaster. It's an absolute disaster.
Today. The racing gods giveth, the racing gods taketh away.
JT, you've
Yes.
suddenly gotten very far away.
Sorry, I went to a different part of Daytona.
JT is talking to us live from the can with a bit of string on it. It's like I'm trying to listen to what my parents are talking about with a cup pressed against the wall.
Give me a raise so I can get a better mic.
Yeah,
Deep rings on that.
Don't let that button pop and hit you in the mouth.
Double yellow is now displayed
Now
at start
out.
finish.
All right. That was inevitable.
You know what's a travesty is how faded the plastic is on those little light tower things that support the flag stand.
Oh, yeah.
At what time, like what percentage of the track has to be covered by the shadow before they start up the lights? Because it takes a minute for the lights to like come fully on, stadium lights.
Oh,
like
yeah, it takes a while to warm up.
Yep.
So I wonder when we got to be getting close, right? Light watch 2026.
Okay.
62 is coming down the pit lane.
Ford decides not to pit.
The Silikonski BMW. The 120. As the Fast Track Racing BMW returning. So the 25 goes around the 120 as the 120 comes down to pit lane. But they're showing us 4 laps down now. So that's going to go back down to 3. And they had just pitted about 10 laps ago. They did receive a passing under yellow 1-lap penalty about an hour ago.
Who did?
Singler, number 25.
Oh, yes. That's
Yeah,
right. Okay.
that was going into turn 6. I guess it turns out it wasn't the Corvette overtaking, it was the BMW.
Just for the record, sunset here is supposed to be at 8:21 tonight.
Oh, so we still got a little bit of time here.
We do, yes. Tires.
Bolting a fresh set of tires on to go to the end here.
Yep.
Very good call.
They'll have lightning pace.
Not just that, but also good call in terms of safety.
Now we don't care about safety. We're not a big safety people. I actually prefer my race cars to be as unsafe as possible.
Do you see the coordination that they just had there with that stop?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
With that tire? How the changer came around and picked it up on the fly?
Right.
That was impressive. Like that.
Well, because they have the air jacks, they can
Yep.
only have, is it 4 or 5 tires? I think it's 5 tires over the wall.
I believe that's correct.
That car's had a little bit of scrapage there on the right side, hasn't it?
Getting a lot of that. So 4 fresh tires. The Team 1 Logistics AE Victory Racing Machine. Just as the Kingpin car is headed to their pit stall. Fortunately, their pit stall is still in the sun and probably with the sun directly in their faces. If they had made this pit stop about 15 minutes later, they'd have no problem.
Yep.
Driver change for the 4. Quick work with the cans.
And they're still 6 laps back from the Singler car here, but with the trouble with low country, I think Kingpin have secured themselves a reasonable podium here as long as they can keep the car on the island. But with that and with the penalty for Singler racing, it kind of sucks the air out of the GTO battle completely, barring some kind of accident or major string of penalties. .365 is into the pit lane. Speaking of cars that appear to have sewn up a result. 10 laps in hand now over Skip Barber Racing School. PC Racing is doing a tire change as well. They're currently servicing the front right of that car. That's going to take a little bit of time here. TC Klein's supposedly only 4 minutes back. The 29's come down pit lane. The 29 has turned on their red LED light strips that run along the rain rails on the BMW.
Okay.
Is this the first car that recognizes nighttime?
Could be.
Did they hear me talking about the lights and decide to turn it on? There's strong potential. 43
Well, this
gets
makes
back underway.
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say this. Seeing this flurry of tire changes under this caution makes perfect sense. People, like I said, I really think
Yep.
if you've got the wherewithal, you want to save a set of tires that is set up for running in the cooler nighttime. And I think that's what we're seeing here is this flurry of, all right, we've got these tires pre-adjusted. We can tweak them at a little bit at the next stop. Let's go. And I think that's what's happening here. They're doing tires. Looked like something went a little wonky with the Kingpin stop while we were watching it.
Mm-hmm.
In that they brought out a tire. They had taken the lug nuts off of the right rear and then went to the right front, and somebody came around the wall and just went to the right front.
Oh.
And it was like, okay, you know, it may just be a different, you know, different sequencing than what we've seen. Okay. Okay. So just a little bit different, you know, and there are a lot of different ways. Well, I'm not going to say it.
Sure.
Because I'm sure there's cat lovers watching, but there are lots of different ways you can go about a quick stop.
Lots of different ways to make a brownie.
All
There
that
you go.
brake dust. That just
Oh God, it was
dumps
a
off
load,
the
wasn't
car.
it? It looked like a shovel full of dirt.
Yeah.
Well, turn 1, the chicane. That's some hard braking from high speeds. Now, you wouldn't have all that brake dust if you had steel. Oh, forget it.
Maybe steel brakes on that car.
That's true. It could be.
On the 365.
So that line here is
go ahead.
line.
Okay.
PC Racing is just now going to catch up to the back of the safety car. So unfortunately, yeah, doesn't really help the Corvette much here.
Oof.
This will keep them just off the lead lap here.
Okay.
Actually, sorry,
Yeah.
I had that incorrect. They will be on the lead lap by 4 seconds of a margin. There's a handful of cars between them and the PC Racing BMW behind.
Oh boy. Okay.
Gonna go ahead and believe the reason for this is I believe PC Racing took 4 tires.
Good hustle there, Chris. Thank you, sir.
11 hours into the race and Chris is still running on pit lane.
I tell you what, I was watching the AE Victory Racing pit stop, and I swear their bottle was draining in like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
They just have it dialed today. I just want to hear that start and drive off.
Yeah, they've got time. Safety cars just leaving the infield. Pump start. And away it goes.
Oh, that's a beautiful sound.
Yeah, we've noticed a couple cars needing some starts.
Yeah. I want to... Split 5 Racing has done a really nice fight back job today as well.
Yeah, one of the recipients of the drive-through penalty earlier, them and
Exactly.
All-Star Racing.
Yep. And they've just put their heads down and been throwing down some great laps and suddenly up into 3rd in class. And, not out of it. Oh, this isn't good. Okay. Well done. Oh,
That's pretty good.
that's not bad, man.
I'm gonna level with you. I'm pleased with that.
Keep Rooftop Nate entertained. In comes the 55. That is team requested. And in with the 67 from Open Throttle.
All right, Craig, I ask this question every weekend. I don't know if I've asked you yet. So
Okay.
allow me to ask it again. If you ignore a team-requested black flag, should it still be a penalty?
Well, a black flag is a black flag.
Correct.
Yep.
I
End of
agree.
story.
Yep.
You know, you don't mess with black flags.
We're hunting. Do you think they have boxes of Tide standing by in the beds of these pickups? Just in case.
Boxes of what?
Tide
Oh.
laundry soap.
Gotcha.
I just thought it was incredible that Mike Joy instantly went into Tide commercial mode as if they had like practiced that. I've never seen anything like it where I'm not going to say it was planned per se, but they sure talked an awful lot about Tide and made sure that all of the boxes were facing out when they were pouring that down on the track.
That's funny.
Also, what I don't get is Juan Pablo Montoya gets a lot of hate for that, and I'm pretty sure something on the car broke when that happened. It did or didn't, Dustin? It did. Yeah, exactly. So I don't even see how this is like on him at that point. But people make it out to be like it was his fault, and like it's not. What is his fault and everybody else's fault is that somehow, and I remember this vividly because I watched that race live, whatever year it was, 2011 or 12. Everybody got out of the car because they stopped the cars on the apron, and all of them pulled their cell phones out that had been in the car and or in their fire suit the entire time, presumably, which is just baffling to me that that wasn't already a rule. And then they made a rule about it the next day. Dustin says it was the Sprint Cup Series, which makes a lot of sense, actually.
All right.
Lights are off on the safety car.
Yeah, we're getting ready to get after it again. As we are in our final 3 hours. Sun low in the sky, shadows growing longer, dusk not too far away. Speedway takes on a whole new feel.
Daytona International Speedway after dark.
Chung, chunka, chunka, chung.
Yep. Amen.
All right. Letting the pace vehicle or the safety vehicle get a little bit of a margin. And, boy, he left in a huge hurry. I couldn't see when the green flag flew.
Wanted to get moving.
Jeez,
Has
I
places
guess.
to be in the 25.
Yeah. I couldn't see, if the green flag was waving, but he just took off, and it didn't help the cars behind when the GTU prototype made a late move down into pit lane.
No, not at all.
So,
ooh, do we have the Corvette on board? There's going to be a gaggle.
A scrum.
The fast track racing car really forces the issue there on the Corvette.
Looks like the
Boy, and I'll
67
tell
just
ya-
got a bit loose on exit there.
Yeah, there you go. The 120 Takes around the outside of the kink.
Yeah, the one, this is for the 120 right now. Just be careful.
Right. Well, I wonder if this is a case of I need to get out of this gaggle of cars and into open air, so I'm away from
it. Could
everyone.
be, but just don't try a errant outside move.
Right.
Anything like that. Just be very judicious in what you're going to do here, and you're going to get up on the bank and you're going to clear them anyway.
One car separates the TC Climb Corvette from the PC Racing BMW. PC will be looking to put that Corvette back a lap down.
And split 5 again. I mean, they're it depends on where you see it when they cross the timing line, but that split 5, I'm not sure if they're a lap down to the Corvette or just because they haven't cleared it here, but here we go. I'll tell you, when that 67 GT Pour is running, it's fast.
This car that is moving. All right, I think it's time. I think it's time to do the Brendan stand move. Brendan stands for the entirety of these races when he calls them. I do not.
But you honor him on occasion.
I do.
With the stand. Okay, understood.
Yep, absolutely. Oh, we didn't hold up our 3 fingers on lap 3. Dang.
Ugh. Hey, just to point this out, guys, that 315 went whistling past the Corvette. That split 5.
Yep.
And that he has now unlapped himself from that Corvette.
Three hours to go here, and it's coming back together.
Ooh, look at that sunlight now starting to get into the eyes on occasion. Corvette's going to try a late move. No. Decides the better of it. I just want to point out again that I think one of the real stories of this race is Hera Flight Racing GP2 car, 10th overall right now. They've just done a superb job. Oh. Oh, did you see that Bimmer carry that slide?
Yep.
Yep.
What a time.
Track's cooling down.
I was going to say, speaking of, the Singler car just did a 2:02. I think they're going to try to make up their lost time all in this last 3 hours, it seems. AE Victory did a 2:05. So the times indeed, Greg, coming right back down.
Yeah, they are. Well, it's as expected, right?
Yep.
Track's cooling off, tires. You got, most of these cars now have a fresh set of tires that are pressured up to be running in the little bit cooler air. And let's not forget, cooler air means more power and better aero. Oh, that's getting parked. Yeah, I think that's just bad karma, man. But that split 5 machine, it absolutely shot through there. Now it's got that little bit of a buffer. Oh, that's so close in front of these guys. Ugh. All right. Split 5 wants to again clear that green machine up front. Oh, detap.
That's gonna cost no contact,
No.
but that is gonna cost the exit speed for the Corvette.
Yeah, you got that right.
You can almost watch the fuel level go down in real time.
Yeah.
It is.
Wow.
It's 75 now. It's moved.
Interesting to note, Ginger Racing is back out.
Singler a 2:01.9. They're now
Wow.
only 1 second off their fast lap.
Geez, they are dialing it up. And somehow that fast track car got around on split 5. I think well, no wonder. Fast track just turned their best lap of the race at a 2:12.7.
AE victory 2:04. The Singler's pulling a couple seconds a lap out of him right now.
Ginger hits pit lane.
That's 10 lap. How many? Well, let's see. Let's call it 2 seconds a lap. How many minutes? I suppose it's possible.
Ooh,
Yeah.
there goes
That was split
5, I
5.
believe. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
Going
man.
in quite deep in 1 and locking up.
Look at
They're gonna
They're going to let him go.
safely rejoin.
Yeah, that adds a little bit to the old lap time, though. But they were pushing incredibly hard.
There you go, up, down, up.
If you're the Corvette driver, are you laughing?
What was that?
If you're the Corvette driver, are you laughing?
A little bit.
Well, I would think. You're certainly grinning.
A mild chuckle is probably
Yes.
the right term.
Perhaps half a guffaw, even. Oh, you guys are just cruel.
Well, it's impressive, man. I don't know.
Yeah.
It reminds me of a very old track day video I saw. It was an onboard of, God, I think it was a Miata, and he was racing a Mustang. And he would catch up to the guy in the corners, and he would just shout, "Nemesis, Nemesis" at him. And they're fighting back and forth, and eventually I think the Mustang goes off, and you just hear silence for like 2-3 seconds, and then you just hear roaring laughter.
Nice.
Oh, funny.
46 back on pit lane here. The hood open.
Ooh. And also keep in mind now, while we've been watching the TC Klein Corvette and the Split 5 BMW having their fun, all the while the PC Racing BMW has glommed right onto the back of this Corvette now, looking to put it another lap down. You can see it back there if you look in between the wing struts.
Yeah, the last 2 laps, that BMW's got quite close to the Corvette going into turn 5. Getting very, very big in the rear view.
Yeah, exactly.
Singular Racing last time 2:03.7. AE victory 2:04.6. Only about 1 second that time.
There's the leader in the GP1 category, that blue and white PC Racing BMW. So, and now Split 5's got work to do. I mean, it's still got, room certainly over the All-Star Racing. That little off isn't going to change that. But, man, it was right in the hunt to get around and gain that lap back on the TC Klein machine, and then overshot. Is the 119 AE Victory Racing car still out running now?
I don't think so. I almost
Yeah.
wonder if they wanted to run a couple installation laps to make sure they had fixed whatever before they put it back on the trailer. It's kind of
Okay.
the vibe I get from that.
Got it.
I don't know anything, to be clear.
But
We make it up.
it's an educated guess.
Here's what I found, and it was 100% effective with Brad McCall, is that teams don't really want to talk to you, but if you say something confidently wrong, they will tell you what's actually going on.
It's the only way you get
So,
information out.
exactly. So you get to where you just really, really confidently say things, because the odds are they're not going to say anything, which means you were right. And if they call very angry or send you a message, actually, that's not what, then you got the information either way.
There you go.
There's no losses.
Yeah. Ooh. Well, that helps the Corvette a little bit. have this car come blasting through here on the 43.
Still have no light fire up yet.
Okay.
I don't know the specifics of the content of the bulbs. Given that they have to warm up, I would still imagine no. It's certainly, to be clear, it certainly isn't as slow as it used to be.
No.
Once upon a time, but there is still a little bit of a warm-up period.
Yeah, there was a time it was, a half hour it would take to warm them up.
I remember watching baseball at the Oakland Coliseum as late as 2016, and they still had the single-color amber light bulb scoreboard. They did not have the, like, digital full-color or anything. I remember them installing that in, like, 2017. It was a huge deal.
You know, your comment about the, you say something confidently wrong.
Yes.
Early on when I was, again, here at Daytona announcing, doing PA and radio and doing the, like 6 to midnight shift or whatever.
Nice.
And that gentleman, Bob Carlson, who was with Porsche, they had this 911 Evo that was running. And it was super fast. Hans Stuck was one of the drivers. Car was stupid fast, but it kept throwing belts.
Okay.
And it was, it was first race for this new variant, and they were finding the weak links, right? And Bob was he was a class act, and he would just come over to me, and I'd, go, hey, we just threw another belt, just if you're wondering what's going on. And I go, thank you, right? Well, at one point, there was a team that ran the Ferrari 333 SP, but it was a yellow one, and the team was run by Antonio Ferrari, no relation. And they came in and they stopped, and the rear bodywork comes off of that beautiful 333 SP. And they're working down, in the back. And I was on a radio, and I could talk to the IMSA media people that were down there just to get it, what's going on, with your car, what's the stop for, that kind of thing. It was just passing information on. And so I radioed them. I said, can you find out what the problem is with the yellow Ferrari? And they continually came back and they said, the team keeps saying it's nothing major, don't worry about it. And I kept saying, yeah, that's not what I'm asking. I'm not asking if it's major or what. What's the problem? What are they working on? And they wouldn't. So finally, and Bob is standing there with me, kind of looking at me like, all right, how do you solve this problem? And I said, well, finally I just said, I'm done with this. And he goes, what? And I said, well, folks, really unfortunate, the Antonio Ferrari, the beautiful Ferrari 333 SP. Of course, the heart and soul of every Ferrari is that V12 power plant. Certainly looks like where they're working on the back of the car, massive problems of some sort with that glorious V12 engine that is, all things Ferrari and all that. And like 30 seconds later, the radio crackles. No, it's a suspension upright. They broke a suspension upright. They said, make sure and tell them. And Bob looked over at me and said, remind me not to ever piss you off.
Yeah, no kidding.
But it was just, it's absurd. We're up there trying to do a job.
Right.
And all you had to do is first time go, it's a suspension issue. Cool.
Okay, cool. Great.
Yeah, done. But
Figured
you're being all
Thanks.
secretive,
Well, it was like Toyota F1 when they would have problems, and the media would ask, what's the deal, what's going on, et cetera, and it was, it's a hydraulics problem. Hydraulics problem? Like, yeah. Well, what was all that smoke pouring out of the back there? Oh, it's hydraulics.
Yeah.
And then the common refrain was like, yeah, the hydraulics problem was when the rod exited the block, it took the hydraulic line with it.
Exactly. Exactly.
Walk up from the 64. Corvette.
Is that
actually
lockup?
did.
That Corvette came
Yeah.
up a lot.
That's not lockup.
Oh no,
Oh no, burning it down.
Cherry, no.
Get away from. I love that. Get away from him.
Oh, thoughts and prayers to Mike
That's-
Gorman.
yeah.
Right now, that's not.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh my goodness.
Whoever's driving that vet sitting a few inches higher in the seat right now, I'm telling you.
So the
I don't quite understand, your spotter's saying, get away from him. He's got a major problem. You're seeing smoke puking out the back.
It briefly stopped there mid-quarter.
Yeah, which is usually...
The smoke stopped, and then the car started braking.
yeah,
That's a really bad sign, usually.
Yep.
Because when it stops, that's when it locks up. Yeah, I mean, that could have, if he hits him, a podium's probably gone,
Right. Could this be a rod bearing issue on a? Oh wow, it's up on the banking. That spewed a ton of oil that time,
Stay low, stay low.
or whatever the fluid slash vapor may be. It's got plenty of speed here. You just got to seal those rings up. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I was
You're-
going to say,
You're
it
at low
makes
load, and it's just getting a lot of blow by, and you really get on it, and everything heats up and expands, and you're sealed and good to go.
it makes peak power, right before it completely detonates.
The important part is if you drive faster, you can get back to the pits quicker.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah,
You
regardless
got to
of
do
the weight.
the Romaine Dumas and pull part of the car off so you can get it back to the pits without
Yeah.
breaking more stuff.
And regardless of the wake you leave behind you.
Indeed. Okay, I believe... Are these lights on? I thought I saw the reflection of the stadium lights in one of the cars as it came down the tri-oval here. Unfortunately, they're aimed in such a way that I can't quite see them. They are. I think the stadium lights are on.
Gotta admit, I did enjoy Nate looking for the BMW on pit lane. Before he found it, he was searching the grass because same colors and everything. It's okay, he found the BMW. We're good.
Yes, yes. All right, got a report of somebody running possibly slowly here, heading up into the chicane. Yeah, maybe they picked up speed.
Is that a car drivers? No.
No, that's a car, I think. That's what I thought, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately hard to tell. Let's see. There was a note somewhere for the 55 being reported as slow.
I do, while
Yeah,
you're looking
let's-
for that, I do want to issue an official on-the-record correction. Speaking of saying things wrong confidently and then getting the correct answer. This has happened in real time, so I want to set the record straight on this, and then I will be inviting no further comment, and we'll move on. I was just made aware that Low Country Motorsports is indeed its own business entity. And while they did hire people who are wearing RCR shirts, it is not actually an RCR effort. It is Low Country's team, and they do run it separate from RCR. So I want to apologize for the falsehood that I inadvertently told. Given my experience with similar situations before, I had reason to believe it was the way that I said it was, but I did not do the background research as a journalist and should have asked. So that is my apologies. Low Country does run the car themselves. That is their car. It is a separate concern. But they did hire crew guys, which, to be fair, is a common thing that happens in racing, where you hire crew guys from other teams that aren't currently being used. So,
And
my apologies. It is not RCR running the car.
Okay.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you. Well, sincere, genuine apologies for that. All right.
Yeah.
I think it is just going by timing. It is shown as missing.
Well, is the 5 circulating? Yeah, 5 is circulating. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, I mean, when we're on board with the Corvette, it's just this little blip on the wall, but yeah.
Yeah, I think it's gonna have to be the 55. Just going down the list here. The only other potential BMWs are already out on track and currently circulating. So All Stars running fine.
How
BRD
about
is
the
running fine.
67?
The 67 has not come out for a bit.
Okay, so that wouldn't be it then.
I don't believe so.
All right. Update to Light Watch 2026.
Yes.
The sort of fluorescent lights that are mounted on the fence so that people can see what they're doing on pit lane, those are on.
Ah.
And the stadium lights
That sure
above
looks
the
like
stadium seating are also on. But the big ones that like aim at the track, the like big rectangular ones, you know, those are still appear to be off.
Okay. There's a few of those are coming on.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. All right.
One is on.
There's 2 on there. I see a couple.
It's definitely a different color over here.
Yeah.
If you look down at like the starter stand and the concrete down here, there's other color.
Well, and I mean for these endurance races, the Speedway lights it at like a quarter
Right.
of what they could, so we're not going to see all the lights come on.
Great news. The Ligier is coming out of the paddock.
Oh, fantastic.
Get some night running. We can test out those headlights.
Yes. Yep.
Yep. Okay, so those are the ones that I am seeing in my little section here, my little slice of paradise. I would also say that fully 50% of the oval is in the shade now. Just given how the banking works, so that
Yes.
creating its own shade, etc. But the folks out at Embry-Riddle, they still have the sun shining into their dorms.
Oh, Nate has been staying hydrated up there.
I hope so too. Nate had a cooler and some Red Bulls last I checked.
Nice.
Probably a
Yeah,
little late for a Red Bull here.
I was going to say, that's why the shots are getting a bit jittery, huh?
Yeah, a little bit.
He's been doing some art shots too.
I do
He has.
wonder
I'm
if
just-
the
I'm teasing. He's been brilliant.
I do wonder if the fluid in the head is getting colder and it's making it less smooth. I'm not a scientist, and nor am I a professional photographer or videographer or whatever you may want to call it. I'm just speculating.
So you're saying you're not an expert at all, but you're going to weigh in.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Just
As
so
is standard in
confidently.
this society that we live in nowadays. If you don't have a take, then what are you really doing? You know?
Exactly. You might as well have a take. Because right or wrong, you're going to hear about it.
Right.
Yes, we've established that, right?
Correct.
Yeah, it's a fun little light bar
I'm
in
the man with
front
the
of the
microphone.
Mustang.
Until somebody takes the microphone away, I can't be held liable.
Well, that's true.
My views do not necessarily reflect that of WRL, RJ Till, Brendan Kazmarek, or DriversEye Live,
That was very well done.
or Daytona International Speedway, or NASCAR.
Or Formula One. The Monaco Grand Prix.
Oh,
Right. There
so
goes
back
Jerry.
out. Yes.
Nah, it's been fixed. I
I
believe.
wonder if it's like a diff cooler line came loose or something, because they were looking at the back of the car.
Yeah. And after it slowed down, he was, when he went back to the throttle, it still had some oomph.
Ligier coming into their pit stall, hopefully to fuel up and send it.
Yeah,
Although
come
they
on.
aren't in a hurry, which is unfortunate. Well, they're putting head socks on. They may be about to fuel.
There it is.
Beautiful. What a shot. These look so good.
It's a
I'm
great
so
car.
pleased.
It's a great looking car. Really
Oh, I'm talking
is.
about the shot, but like, yeah,
Oh,
the car
that
looks
too.
cool too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man,
It's a
I
great
still remember
shot.
when that car was a big headache for those guys.
Oh, I
And,
bet.
They've really brought that car a long way.
I love the fact that they're bringing it out to do some night running and
Yeah.
just give that a check, in our little prototype. It ran like clockwork for the first half of the race, up into third overall and the like, and then it just kind of went off the rails a little bit for it, but they're still out there
Yeah.
scrapping.
Nate, I have a question for you. Do you have the ability to pull manual focus? Can you do one of these like blurry shots where the car isn't in focus and then you suddenly focus it as it comes by? Or just like pick a focal length? Go down a couple stops?
He says he's not a professional videographer.
Ah.
Listen to that.
All right. Droneographer.
Well, there's a couple of ways you could take that. I'm going to leave it alone.
There you go. And then as the car leaves, bring it back into focus. Yeah. Let's go. Oh, they're walking away. Nice. All right. Look at that.
you
We're going to
guys
get a primetime Emmy, folks.
I was just going to say, you guys gunning for an Emmy here? What's going on?
Okay, now the next move will be here. Dustin, switch off of this camera real quick. Okay, cool. Now, if we could just get Nate.
Good call. That's the 55 right there on the back of the
Oh, yeah.
the truck.
Oh, right
going
over there.
across the shot.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Hey, look at that. We're learning stuff. No, genuinely, now if we could get Nate to focus on the clock, on the Rolex gantry thing, and then that's when you do the fade. And so you fade the Rolex clock thing into the shot. You know what I'm saying? And then that's, like we're at the
Yeah.
Rolex 24. That's
we should do that coming back from our last break.
Yes. Okay, I'll have him practice it a couple times. We'll go do a Continental ad right now And then when we come back, we'll do it this way. And then we can talk about what time it is. I'm sure Greg has done this exact transition before. I'm gonna let him do it.
A few times.
Perfect. All right, so we're let's take a quick break. This is gonna be a quick 10-second Continental Tires break, and then we'll come back and Greg will let you know how much time is left in the race. We'll be right back here. The Paul Revere 14 hours. It's loony time, folks. We'll be right back.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really?
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah. Road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
As nighttime begins to fall here at Daytona International Speedway, the clock on the wall, the legendary Rolex clock, tells us exactly what is unfolding here in terms of the time left. And as you can see, folks, we are into our final 2.5 hours of this legendary, what are we calling it now? The Paul Revere 14 at Daytona. Welcome back.
Man. Oh, that was great. Clip that. Put it in the reel. We're doing it. Let's go. I'm very pleased with that. Okay. Thank you for indulging me, everybody.
Absolutely. I wish I would have got the name right, but
That's okay.
you can fix that in post, right?
Yes, we can. I'll just have you do a whole new voiceover for that.
There you
It's
go.
not a problem. What does the Portuguese simulcast think of us messing with the?
Oh, that's a good point. If we spoke the language, we'd understand a lot of it. Going, what are these Americans doing?
What's going on? What is happening?
Yes.
See, it's too bad that JT. It's too bad Cole is busy this weekend because we could be having Cole watch the Portuguese one and then tell us how their broadcast is. Oh man!
You don't know his race has been over for a couple hours. He could be.
Yeah, I know,
in.
but he's at the track, man. He's not. He's trying to hobnob with Ford to get a GTP ride. He's not watching us.
Hey guys, do we need to do our customary check on the Corvette's fuel?
Yes, we do. I think we're getting close.
I have it do it on.
No, JT. We have to look at the bar.
Okay,
The
look at
bar will tell us. There we go. Look at that. 27. We're at
So
27.
And you're saying he's going to be in when?
I think 304.
3 or 4 laps. All right.
Okay.
Lap
Well,
3.
I insist that we stay on this shot until it
Lap
goes to 25.
304. You're saying so 7 laps.
Yes.
7 laps.
And and he just uncorked a 2:10.3.
Do you think he's going to go down 3% per lap? Is that what we're saying? And that leaves him still a little bit of margin.
If I recall earlier, I think I had them doing about 23 laps a stint. So yeah, I'd say lap 303, 304
ish.
Well, it's already gone down 1 unit, whatever unit that is.
Oh, I was looking at PC Racing.
Is it percent or is it liters? Yeah, but if it's a 100-liter fuel tank, then I'm just. It should still be labeled, man. That's 5th grade math.
Oh man, we need to clip that because that's banquet stuff right there.
Unfortunately, yeah. Unfortunately, Dustin can't be heard.
No, but he just had one of the best lines ever, folks. Oh, that was awesome.
Okay, but have you ever seen the bar at 100?
Yes.
Nobody has seen. Oh, we have. Oh, okay. It's like, what if it says 105 at the beginning? Oh, all right, fine. I stand corrected.
2 more laps. 2 more.
All right.
Oh, look at that. JT's out here giving him 7. You want to call him and tell him to push it? JT says
So-
you guys have a lot more fuel. Keep going. This is true. We need a transmission service on this automatic Corvette, just like Grandpappy used to have. Sweet. I mean,
And
certainly
yeah.
those warnings on the dash are all time-based, typically.
And you know that everything that TAC is doing, what is with that?
Sure, the CAN bus connection's like not perfect.
Yeah, I guess. Makes me not trust that mile per hour thing either then.
I mean, somebody on Reddit would be able to tell you what the distance is between those poles and then how fast they enter and exit the shot, and then they could figure out the speed for you. I don't want the average. I want the instantaneous while he's up on the banking to check it against the speed that we're seeing. 145, like, that sounds right.
I mean, yeah.
What does a half-power C8 with a lot of aero on it do at Daytona on the back chute? Like 145? Like, yeah, probably. Sounds correct-ish. Here, watch. I'll get the exact answer. This Corvette can only do 145 miles an hour. All right, now we'll be corrected here in a moment.
All right, come in on this one. We're
Okay.
ready for you.
Ah, I was already wrong. All right.
Well, I told
354,
someone earlier today that
55.
Now, so come on in this lap.
Sorry, JT.
I was just saying. I told someone earlier that GT4s can do 150 to 160.
Here, that's correct. I feel like
Yeah.
that's not unreasonable.
Because yeah, if I recall, for the IMSA series, they can do up to like mid 160s, and that's
Right.
with slicks being able to carry a bit more speed. So I figured, yeah, 150 to 160, maybe with the WRL power to weight.
WRL package.
Yeah.
Wow, wow, wow. Wow.
Just
That's-
BMW things.
That could have been dreadful.
Yes, it could have. That's why we never say it's over. And they have made the call a number of times to make sure he knows coming in this lap. Yeah, BMW's crawling suddenly, isn't he? I wonder if he just had a tire problem.
Ginger Racing. They had issues earlier. We remember seeing them smoking quite a bit.
Yes.
They came in, they came back out not too
Oh,
long
yeah,
ago.
he's down on the apron. Look at that.
Yeah.
They came back in, they've since gone back out, and it looks like they're going to need to come back in again.
Oh, he is going faster than that Cessna in the background. So that's good. There was one of these shots that Nate was doing a pretty good job of keeping the business jet in the same frame as whatever car we were following. It's pretty cool.
Hey guys, just to throw this little stat at you here on its 100th lap, the stack racing with Rapscallion Ligier just turned a 2-minute .2 lap.
Ooh, that's pretty quick right now.
That's very
That's
quick.
I was
right
gonna say that's probably the fastest car on track.
now. Yeah, it is.
Oh, that was their best lap of the week of the weekend generally.
Yeah, whole thing.
They got that car dialed now. Down in 9th position, they're 222 laps off the lead. So it's going to be a tough hill to climb for them to get back to the lead.
All right. Now, car's fine. It's just the light looks great on Lake Lloyd right now. I wanted to check it out.
Genuinely, I have gap insurance, and I'm sick of this car. I'm just going to drive it into Lake Lloyd here, and
Yep, and in 3 minutes, headlights will officially be required.
They did say they were going to black flag people that did not have functioning headlights.
Yep.
And taillights.
Must be functioning by 7:45 p.m.
Has the Corvette pitted?
Yes, it was
Yes, it
just on
has.
pit lane.
Okay.
It is there. It is being fueled. I believe the driver is being changed. The fuel level 105 because it's in liters. Nope.
All right.
Nope.
We have a fight. We have a fight here, viewers.
What was that you were saying, Greg, earlier about having to fight with
Turn
the
on your
producer?
headlights.
Yeah.
Oh, look, fuel level 99. That's wild.
99. So it's only a 99-liter tank is what we're saying. So it's not quite 1-to-1 with percentage.
Or did he use one leaving the box?
No, it takes them the whole oval to use one unit, however many units it is.
I'm thinking PC Racing will probably go an additional 5 laps over the Corvette. That's what they had been doing earlier.
I'll tell you, the vet, the lap before it pitted, it turned to 210.
Thank you for that.
And now PC responds with a 210.9.
A 210 of their own.
Yes, indeed.
A league of their own. They don't. Dustin points out the other broadcaster really doesn't know what's going on as we telestrate to change the fuel level. Oh, man. What a time. What a time.
Oh. There is your race leader. And they have slipped through on the Corvette. And at this
What's up with
stage,
PC in the background? They're wiggling quite a bit there. Midway through turn 5 to the exit. Are they slightly off pace, maybe? Let's try to...
yeah. I mean, it wasn't like loose due to acceleration or something. It looked like he was like maybe trying to get fuel into the pickups or something.
Yeah.
Interesting. Here he comes.
Looks
Seems
okay
like he's
here.
doing reasonable
Yeah.
pace, yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if maybe he just got a bit hot into turn 5 again and just having a little bit of a slide and wiggle on the way out.
Yep. I wouldn't be
Dustin,
surprised considering the previous lap he turned that really quick 210. So
Is the bus stop exit camera dead? Oh, okay. Well, you know, what are you going to do? It's the struggle. We're on the struggle bus with the onboards this weekend.
I'll tell you, the 120 AE victory, they are just really, you hope you don't jinx it here, but they have just been putting on a clinic.
Redemption from last year, JT.
Yeah, just efficient. Just being efficient. Here we go.
There you go, on board the 43.
Well, we're going to find out if he gets squirrely here again.
The sun nice and low there, right in his eyes.
Yeah, nothing like low sun and a well-used windscreen.
It's the best way.
Yeah.
Mike Orman says the 67 was intentionally parked. They're racing at SVRA in a couple weeks, and they just wanted to see what they had in the bank. To paraphrase, but I'm going to go ahead and just liven that up.
Oh, up in
wow.
front. That was so sketchy. They saved it, but it was, wow. Yeah, 3 abreast.
Wonder if the 67 is formerly the 63, maybe?
No, the 67 is that GTO car, right? Yeah.
Yeah. GT Poor.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's a third car. It's a completely different car.
Okay.
Dustin tells us the infield lights are starting to come on. Beginning to illuminate. Here it is. We're getting into prime photography hours here, folks.
Yeah, that rich low light. Boy, PC Racing, they responded with TC Klein throwing in that 210. They did their own, and now TC Klein up at 212.9 and PC at a 211 flat. So it's like they were making the point yet that no. But split 5, am I reading this right? They're now on the same lap as TC Klein?
It looks like it.
Yeah.
Yes, so split 5 is still due, and PC Racing is still due.
Okay.
So it's kind of throwing it off just a little bit here. Also point out the Corvette is probably going to be quite heavy with the fuel load at the moment.
That's a good point as well. Yep.
So it'll take
Corvette probably needs 3 more stops, though. Whereas everybody else in GTO is probably in the 2-stop range. Well, let's see how deep the Corvette goes here. I think if they can get to an hour and 30 to go, they can probably do it on 2 more.
quick math shows about a 50-minute stint if they're averaging 212. I would have PC Racing doing about 61 minutes.
Okay. 61 minutes for PC.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Now, you said split 5 is due a stop, but they are, if I'm reading this right, they are closing in rapidly on the back of TC Klein, huh?
I mean,
7 seconds adrift right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
They've been running consistently 211s, 212s.
Yep.
They last pit lap 277. I think PC came in on 280. Yeah, so the the onboard here. The car should be quite light. Fast track leaving pit lane by the looks of it.
Okay. Ooh. It is starting to get a little bit slick out there, it looks like, huh? Yeah, that stack racing with Rapscallion, they are just clocking the, 2-minute flats, high 2 minutes, 2:01.3 just turned. That car has some serious pace right now.
TC Klein 2:11.5 last time through.
Open that margin up over split 5 just a little bit.
That's okay. I don't know if I did.
You definitely did. I'm just all over the place.
I hear trouble.
Good news, folks. I've got Alana Carter from AE Victory up here in the booth. Alana, welcome.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Of course, of course. And you were in the 120 today?
Correct.
Yes. Okay,
Yes.
perfect. And so I understand you're filling in. You were the development driver last season. How did that end up going for you?
It was awesome. I mean, it was definitely a big season of learning, both for me and the team. Lots of growth, but it helped out my career a lot.
Good.
I learned a lot throughout the year. I was definitely a very different driver by the end of the year than I was at the beginning.
Right. How much has that helped you with Radical Cup Canada?
Wow, you do have a good
Yes.
memory. You nailed
Yes.
that one. It's actually helped a ton. I feel like WRL has been really good for my traffic management, and
Good.
I am a lot better with my racecraft now. So, yeah, it's really helped my racecraft. My first race of the season started really strong. I'm looking forward to a pretty good season in those cars.
Good. What other stuff do you have cooking? Because I understand that last season, too, you ended up with a situation where you had another ride. Was it like a touring car
It was.
ride?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. I got it.
Yeah, so I did some TC America stuff.
Yep.
Did a little bit of SRO. I have random opportunities pop up, and if someone tells me to drive a race car, I'm going to drive a race
You
car.
gotta say yes, right? You gotta do it. You gotta say yes.
Yeah.
Totally makes sense. Totally makes sense. So you're able to step back in here at Daytona for the big long race. Now you guys have held an advantage most of the day.
Yeah.
It's really unfortunate when a couple of your primary competitors have problems early,
Yeah.
early, and I don't think anybody wants to see that because that Mustang, the Wheelhouse Motorsports 91, was looking like it was going to have some pace here and there, and it was going to be kind of a cool battle there. But you guys are able to end up consolidating it at the front. When you're in a situation like this, and I think Singler was in striking distance up until probably about 2 or 3 hours ago, that they were still kind of in it. They're holding on a little bit. What is the plan as that happens? Is it just get in and do the top, just go as fast as you can? We're going to keep going. Is it Aaron Vogel saying listen, let's not do anything cute, and if we just run the pace that we need to run, we'll be fine? How does that work?
Well, I mean, Erin will kill me if I give out all her secrets.
Sure,
so I can't delve too much information. But with a 14-hour race, it's all about being smart, and especially with the closing speeds on some of these other cars here. Like the bus stop is pretty sketchy when you're in a GTO car closing in on a GP1 car, and you come up on them way faster than you expect. So
Right.
really, like, at the end of the day, our priority this race was finish. Like,
Okay.
be smart. Don't do anything dumb. Don't get silly penalties.
Right.
Like, no pit lane infractions.
Nothing crazy. Just keep the car
Yeah.
where it needs to be. Yep.
And this day has really just been about all of us being team players and
Perfect.
doing our job and handing over a good car to the next person.
You had mentioned that you're getting opportunities here and there. Did I see that you were recently at the Canadian Grand Prix?
Yeah.
See, I keep track. I do try to keep track.
Good
Genuinely.
job.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So what were you doing there? Like, it's cool to get to go watch the F1 race, but I presume you were there for learning purposes to teach people things, would be my assumption.
So I actually work for Paddock Club. So I'm one of the Paddock Club hosts.
Okay.
Which is like one of my favorite jobs possible because I get to hang out around F1 cars,
Yeah.
and I do like the track tours on the big trucks.
Okay.
And I love it. You're just like on a big semi truck being like, and in this corner, you really want to look up for this thing that's going to catch you out.
Sweet. Have you driven that track as part of Radical Cup Canada?
No, we
No?
haven't made it there.
Okay.
We all hope and pray that one day we'll get to, but that's up to the FIA.
I understand completely. That's a track, and maybe it's because I was a kid growing up watching F1 when there wasn't a U.S. Grand Prix at all.
Yeah.
And so there was a level of like, this is it. Like, it's the Canadian race or it's nothing. So I guess this is the one I watch. And that track is so cool. It's like kind of like a street circuit, so it's like a little tight, but you've got lots of these like high commitment-y type corners and the Wall of Champions and the kind of the backstretch there. And I've always been super intrigued by that track, but I understand that it's like difficult to get opportunities to even run it at this point.
I mean, the only race that races there anymore is F1.
It's just the F1.
They
That's
get
the
one
only thing
race
they do
a year.
all.
Yeah,
oh my
so
goodness.
you either have to be in F1 or one of the supporting series. And this year, the only supporting series were F2 and F1 Academy. So
Okay.
there's not a lot of us going to that race.
So when are you going to be in the F1 Academy then? What's how do we get you there?
I'm too old. I don't know. As the kids say, I'm unk.
You're
I
unk.
can't do
You're
it.
fully unk. Now that makes sense. How old is Durain Pin? She's not that much younger than you.
Yeah, so you age out of the program at 25.
Okay.
But because they want you to stay for 2 years, you have to start at like 23 or younger.
Got it.
And I was 25 when I wanted to apply, and they were like, sorry, girlfriend.
Sorry. Lame.
Tough.
Lame. That's too bad. I remember they also ran Xfinity races there for a while as well. The
Yeah.
NASCAR would go periodically, and they stopped doing that recently. I'm sure it was they don't like having to deal with the border crossing situation, because I understand that's a big headache for the race teams.
Yeah, I think it ebbs and flows. Like last year, they had Carrera Cup there as a supporting series.
Cool. Okay.
The year before, they had Ferrari Challenge. So
Got
I think
it.
it's just like, I don't know what the system is, but it kind of seems like whoever gets like the bid that year
Yep.
or
I imagine so. So you're pleased with the situation here, and although we've talked about it, now the hood is open on your race car. Don't love that. Oh, they put it back down. They were just checking the oil. Well, that's no big deal. Just pretend that didn't happen. Still not happening.
Yeah, let's not talk about this.
No.
We've been having a very good race, so I'm going to
car's back down.
that that's not happening.
No, it's all right. You're getting to the end of the race. It would be silly not
Okay,
to check
good.
stuff. You know, you've got a lot of time in hand, etc.
Yeah, she's moving again. We're good.
all set.
I
all
could
set.
not tell you what they were doing, but it seems like it was nothing significant. So
no big whoop, as they say. Do
But
people
yeah.
still say that? I'm trying to bring it back.
I can support you on that if
Thank
you
you.
want.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
But no, we've had a phenomenal race. I mean, the team gave me the privilege of qualifying the car and starting the race this weekend, and that's my first time doing it for the team. So starting front row and having P1 by turn 1 was I guess I got the job done.
I mean, yeah, if you're getting P1 by turn 1 and they're having you qualify the car and Laura Hayes is on your team and she's put like 9 billion miles on these Supras.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty awesome.
My fastest time this weekend was like 300ths off of Laura's. And I was like, oh my God, we've made it.
This is it. It's done. Bring me my Pikes Peak seat, please.
Yeah. She's doing that again this year.
I know, I saw
I'm
it.
so
She's going to do it with the
her.
TCB and doing the whole line. That's awesome. Super, super cool. The ACP guys, they're up there, I guess, too. They're doing practice in those M4s.
Oh, cool.
It's like the same car. It's got the same livery and everything on it. I'm like, oh, heck yeah.
Super cool.
So, super awesome. I had this theory for a long time that I tried to pitch RJ on, and it's that we should run the Pikes Peak like race circuit that's like not that far from where the mountain is the week before or the week after the hill climb. Because then all the cars are already there, and then you can get more entrants. Like, nah, just we'll do cheaper entry, like whatever, and get everybody to come down and do that. I don't think the dates ever worked out because they had people booked up the track for testing, before and after.
Interesting. That would be a fun
That'd be
idea.
fun. Well, that track's gone now. They announced it.
Oh, really?
This is the last season of that road course.
Oh, that's
They're going to
too
tear
bad.
it down for condos or whatever.
The demise of most racetracks,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
We talked about that earlier today.
I think it would have lasted a lot longer if they had the grandstands facing the mountains instead of
Who would have
Kansas.
thought? Who would?
Just my 2 cents.
You may or may not be correct about that, Greg, but I couldn't possibly comment. Fantastic. Well, I've got the two of you up here.
Yeah, let
Thank
me
you for
pass
chatting
over
with
the
me. You got
mic.
the front row here. Thank you, Alana, for coming and seeing us. I hope we get to see you again sometime this season. If not this year, we can catch you in Radical Cup Canada and also
Mostly Radical Cup Canada for now. Big race of the year will be the now Markham Indy. The Toronto Indy moved.
Oh, okay.
So
Nice.
that'll be a lot of fun.
Sweet.
Do you get to run Mont Tremblant?
No, we ran Mont Tremblant 2 years ago, but they have such strict noise restrictions there. It's really hard to run.
Because of the resort,
Yeah, like they're
amazing track though, huh?
It is. I'm so glad I got to race it once, honestly.
Yeah.
It is the most stunning track I've ever driven. And we did it right in the fall when like all of the trees were like red and orange and yellow.
Right.
And like I was like almost getting emotional during the track walk. I was like, this is the prettiest track I've
so cool.
ever been to.
What about, I would be remiss with to not ask, because Braden usually asks you Canadian folks, what about Trois Rivières?
We are racing that this year.
Yeah, all right, there we go.
I've
Okay.
never been there before, but I'm super excited. I've heard that it's like the best race on the calendar.
Yep.
Like the whole city shuts down. It turns into a party. We do like a race car parade through the streets.
is.
Yeah.
It's
So
amazing.
We half look into that every year as like we need to find a way to scam ourselves into that event
And those
somehow. Like that seems super cool.
yeah,
And those radicals at that track are going to be just phenomenal.
it's super fun. Yeah.
you
I mean,
love that.
the radicals kind of hurt on street circuits. I felt like
I believe that.
yeah, I feel
I
like
believe that.
yeah, I feel like I get out of the car like a little bit shorter than I got in.
Okay. We could get you like a pad or something, or like one of those suspension seats they've got in the Tacomas now.
Yeah.
Something like that. All right, Alana, thanks for chatting. I really
Thanks so
appreciate
much
you.
for
Good luck
having
for the rest
me.
of the season,
Thank
okay? If I
you.
don't see you, thank you.
Appreciate it. I'll hand.
That's great. That's TD's great, right? He was a big deal. Yeah. He used to
Just a real quick update as we prepare for the next guest. PC Racing did come down pit lane for their stop. They have not left.
Oh boy.
Unfortunately, this has cost them the lead in GP1. TC Klein promoted to the lead. Split 5 has gotten by as well. Currently, they still have a lap over All Star Racing, who I believe are halfway around the track.
Wow.
Oh, nope, my timing has died.
Oh, well, while JT fixes his timing, I've got Sally Mott up here as well. Sally, thanks for coming to chat with me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me. We found the area. We had to drive over here, go
Yep.
through some mazes and fill all the stickers, and then the yellow brick road, and we made it.
And made it. Perfect.
Your stickers are there. That's been a big question.
They said that when they caught in here, they couldn't find the stickers, and so I haven't been down there to look for them for 12 hours or whatever. So I'll have to see on my way out. I always thought that this underneath the grandstand situation would make like a good drive-through haunted house. It's already dark, and you got everything kind of looming low. Like, there's opportunities here.
Careful, don't put that idea out there. People are going to do it. Gotta patent that. That's a good idea.
That's true. It's a good idea. The other idea that I should have patented, which I also gave to Daytona for free this weekend, is they should be selling houseboat permits on Lake Lloyd, and you could sell them for $1 million, and people would probably buy all of them.
That's true.
I'm just here trying to make Daytona more money, to be honest. So, Sally, is this your first time with AE Victory?
This is not.
It is not. Okay. When were you last with them? I have a vague recollection of this, but we didn't chat.
I raced Barber with them this year.
Okay.
And the Supra, and then I also raced with them at Sebring in 2024 when they had the Audi.
The Audi R8.
Yes.
That's right. Okay, perfect. And then were you, because I know you've been in the racing circles for some time, were you a part of that Aaron Vogel effort at Thunderhill? Probably not. I think you're probably too young.
I was not.
Okay, there was a whole host. There's probably 6 women drivers that are all now like the heavy hitter SRO female drivers and like the IMSA female drivers that were like all on that team. And for some reason I thought that you were on that team, and I was like, I don't think you're old enough.
Well, I drove, my last 2 years of racing were in IMSA and MX5 Cup,
right.
So maybe that's what you're thinking of, but I wish.
Right. You see, you've done MX5 Cup. You've done something else also. Or
I started the Mazda MX5 Cup and then kind of transitioned recently from sports car racing to oval racing, and I'm now pursuing the NASCAR
That's what
ladder.
it is. Okay, got it.
And I just moved from Texas to Mooresville because
Fun.
that's where you got to be to
where you have to
succeed
be.
in NASCAR.
Absolutely. So how is that going? What level of NASCAR are you at right now? Are you doing trucks or
I wish.
or
Well,
K&N or?
so, you know.
Oh, they don't call it K&N anymore. Sorry, ARCA East, or I don't know.
Yeah, it's ARCA Trucks, Xfinity, which is now called the O'Reilly Series,
Right.
and then the Cup Series. But I'm not in any of that, so I guess I'm not technically NASCAR, but
Sure.
I'm aiming to the NASCAR ladder, right? I'm starting in late models.
Okay.
So it's kind of like, you know, the spec Miata of like,
Right.
you know, working your way
Yeah,
up to GT
yeah.
cars and stuff like that. So I come from Miatas, which are very lightweight, not a lot of power.
Right.
And the driving style is like bump drafting, very aggressive in MX5 Cup.
Same
And
thing.
so
yeah.
now I'm going to a very heavy car with a lot of power. And you don't want to bump draft. You don't really want to touch people.
Right. In late models, no, not at all.
Yeah, and it's short track racing, so it's like very short lap times, and the consistency part of it is insane.
Right.
I mean, you know, everyone is like a tenth of a second apart, which I'm used to from MX5 Cup, but
Right.
it's a different type of like focus because you have no time to think about anything on the straights because there's like it's like a 3-second straightaway, whereas like, you know, especially here at Daytona, you're like
Right.
on the brake, you know,
Just waiting.
I'm just gonna
We'll
collect
get
my
there.
thoughts. Yeah, exactly. But like in a short track, you're like turning, acceleration, you get like 2 seconds of going straight, then you turn again, and it's like constant. And so if you think about anything else for a split second, you lose lap time. So it's
Right.
like very intense, and so I have a lot of things that I'm
That's
having
awesome.
to relearn and unlearn
Sure,
road
sure.
course racing. So yeah, it's definitely different.
It's worked out well, and I was just talking about this today, that Connor Zillich
Yeah.
did WRL once upon a time
Yes, he did.
prior, and then did MX5s, and then got himself into the NASCAR sort of ladder. And apparently that's like a viable path. And I think if you told people that 5 or 6 years ago, people would have said that's insane. You can't do that.
Yeah, I mean, he is kind of like the example, right?
Right.
He did it first, and we're kind of starting to see some MX5 Cup drivers jump into trucks and do road course racing.
Yep.
It kind of translates. And on top of that, MX5 Cup has been running Martinsville
Right.
for the past
Yeah.
2 years, which I did. And that was actually my introduction to oval racing. My first race ever on an
First oval race was the Martinsville
in an
Miata
MX5
race?
Cup car, which I was used to. So I got to do an oval
Nice.
race in a car that I already, you know, liked. And I got out of the car, and my dad was like, "I've never seen you more excited
Oh, that's
getting
cool.
out of a race car like in this series." And I was like, "Oh, maybe this is something I
That's a
should
good
look
opportunity.
into."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Greg, do you ever know what came of Farah trying out, maybe potentially running Spec Miata at Miami? Did they ever go any further with that, or was that one session all they did?
I think that was it.
That was it? Oh.
I haven't heard anything
too bad.
beyond that, which is
So-
a shame because, you know, the Spec Miatas would put on one heck of a show.
That was crazy. So they have this kind
absolutely.
of regional series called FARA that's mostly at Homestead, Miami, at the Roval. And so they'll run the Spec Miata race on the version of the infield Roval where it really is on the oval part for most of the time. And it looks insanely fun. And they did one practice session to test it, and they ran 6 or 7 Spec Miatas just all the way around the oval with no. And then it was shortly after that that they had talked about doing this Martinsville MX5 thing. I'm like, man, what a good opportunity. And the issue they had, Greg, was the tires.
Yep.
They were worried about tires getting chewed up, I believe, is why they were hesitant about it. But they said the motors were fine, everything ran good, but they chewed up these road course tires they had on there, and they didn't have alignments set up for an oval or anything. So it's this crossover of the MX5 and oval thing brings me so much joy. I'm so excited to see that is an option now, and that they've kind of taken that Martinsville thing really seriously. I kind of thought they were joking about it, like it was one of these like April Fools post things. And I watched that race. I'm like, this is awesome. They need to do more. Like, let's do a whole series of this. Go to Dover too while we're at it. Like, just see what happens. So that's super cool. Late models, are you doing the Cars tour?
That would be a step above
That's a
what
step.
I'm doing. I would like to, but as you move up the ranks, the cost to do it actually increases as well.
I gotcha.
So that's another thing is I do my own sponsorship, and like right now we're making it work with the late model stuff. So pursuing some bigger things.
I gotcha.
But yeah, I mean, hopefully we get some good results this year, and we're able to do some Cars tour, and then ARCA, and then trucks, and work my way up. I want to do it right and build a good foundation, right? I think a lot of the female drivers in NASCAR get pushed too fast because everyone's excited to get the next, female driver in NASCAR who's,
Well, I think there's a lot of them that marketed themselves really well.
Yeah.
Like, to all of their credit, were able to use the opportunity they got with regards to the unique marketing angle.
Exactly.
And when there's all that money behind them, there's this pressure that it's like, no, you have to keep going. You have to go fast. And I think that's probably not the right move in most instances. I do think it is the opposite problem that, as we talked about, the F1 Academy has, where I think that moves much too slowly. So we gotta find a nice middle ground here, I think, to make that work. And I think a goal that Shift Up Now, of course, is trying to work towards. Aaron Vogel with AE Victory trying to get more visibility for female drivers in the sport, to try to push them forward the way that they really ought to be.
Yeah, for sure.
So how does this opportunity come then? Is this like we're running, because you mentioned you did Barber before and you did this before with the R8. Is this like, well, it's at Daytona, we're running on the oval mostly, so that jazzes me up, or is this just a fun thing to come do? How does this fit into your pathway, I guess, towards doing more NASCAR stuff?
Well, I mean, this is something that kind of helps me stay in the seat in like a road course situation where, right now I'm focusing on the late models and the oval stuff, but I also miss the road course racing.
Okay, got it.
When I was invited to do this, I was like, yes, I get to turn right again. Like, this is my jam. Like, this is what I've spent most of my career working on, is rights and left turns, right? So in terms of career progression, it's great seat time, and I'm learning how to work with engineers and look at data, and 1 or 2 hours in a car, you have a lot going on mentally where you're like thinking about, okay, I got the car turned here, it felt good on power here. So regardless of if it's a stock car or not, I still think it's going to help my career, right? But career progression, exactly, it's not,
It's not exactly in the ladder, but if it keeps you in the car, it keeps you in the car.
Yeah, and it's like, you never know. Like, I genuinely love endurance racing, so I'm like, I might end up there one day, right? You just never know. Like Connor Zilla, she runs endurance racing.
So he does everything. He's doing it all.
NASCAR, it's like, you never know. So it's definitely positive.
Well, that's super awesome. What is it like driving the Supra relative to the MX-5? Obviously, it's more power, right?
Yeah.
And it's a little bit heavier, for sure. But as far as like the attitude of the car and getting it to move around, you would think a little bit longer wheelbase, probably more stable, but it's on the 200 treadwear tires. Does that factor in? Does it feel Miata-ish at all? Or MX-5-ish, rather?
That's a great question, because it kind of does. I mean, it depends on like the setup and the track and everything, but it's kind of a big Miata with paddles and more power. It is a little bit twitchy, but so is the MX-5 Cup car. Like, they are notorious for that. I mean, I don't know. For me, it just kind of comes natural because, like, in MX5 Cup, you got to really get comfortable with driving on the edge the entire time, and being loose and feeling like, oh my God, I'm going to lose the car. And then you get on throttle, and then, all right, I'm good.
And it's back, right.
So this car's kind of like that. The treaded tires are different. You have less grip, so you have to learn to, like, find the grip and work around it, right? Whereas in MX5 Cup, we have slicks.
The slick, right.
So we just have unlimited amount of grip. And, like, you don't really realize that the car is going to spin on you because you have slicks. It's like 1 minute you got it, the next second you don't.
It's over.
With treaded tires, you're getting a lot more feedback, so you have a lot more time to react. So it feels similar, but, you know, there's differences.
Differences,
definitely
of course.
A different manufacturer. It's a Supra versus a
Yes.
Toyota versus a Mazda. So
Indeed.
there's a
And a
lot of
Toyota
things, but-
with a lot of parts coming out of Germany at that point. So,
Yeah.
Yeah. That's, in any case, yeah, no, it's lovely having both of you up here. I've really enjoyed chatting with you both. It looks like, where are we at? Hour and 42 to go. We opened the hood. Nothing was found. Car's still circulating. Pretty pleased with that. I don't want to wish you congratulations because that would jinx it. But I'm happy that you guys have had such a great run so far, and I think it's a feather in your cap no matter what happens from here on out.
Yes. Well, thank you very much. And regardless,
Sally?
it's been a great weekend. Yeah.
Yeah, before you go, I was just going to say, you know, unless I've got this wrong, you haven't mentioned, you know, one of the really great series that you've raced in. And that the Full Send Sim Spec Miata League.
Oh, yeah.
I knew I recognized your voice. I was like, I know his voice.
Yeah, I got a chance to. You didn't run a full season, but you ran a number of races, and
Yeah.
you know, I could see, you know, announcing that and watching you drive that she's, you know, she's got this. She's for real.
Yeah.
And it's so cool to see how this has been playing out for you. That's
Thank
wonderful.
you. Yeah, I appreciate that, and congrats on.
Yeah, Greg moved on up. Greg, you moved
Yeah.
from Full Send Sims to WRL. in
There
your
you go.
career. I think that's the biggest achievement you've had.
Yeah, quite likely.
It's right up there. Thank you so much, Alana, Sally. Thank you for coming up here and chatting with me. I really appreciate it. Please enjoy the rest of your evening, okay?
Yes. Well, thank you for having us.
Of course.
And you can see the BRD Motorsports machine, after having a fraught day on so many different levels, back out again and in for a stop here, as we are about an hour and 40 from completing this one. And it's just great to see the teams that are still out there scrapping and working hard to bring it home. I mean, that's the achievement on, you know, that's level one achievement, is bring it home, finish the race. And, you know, as long as that thing's running, you get out there and you drive it. And these guys, they have fought through a lot today, but man, they have not given up. And, you know, just it's a joy to see it. And they are still getting after it and doing the stops. And as you can see, we are now what time is it here? 8:20. So basically the sun is setting. You know, it is now dusk. And as you can see, lights on, and as it gets just a little bit darker, you know, the cars and the rotors are going to come alive. And this is one of the best times at a racetrack ever, is when dust settles onto a long endurance race. And this is pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, definitely. We're going into darkness.
Exactly. And that's a pretty cool thing. Sorry, folks, just struggling with a little timing issue here. Gotcha. Well, right now, yeah, TC Klein have put together a couple of, well, really, I mean, not a couple of, some very good laps since their last pit stop. And with split 5, being very quick as well. However, having that extra not the extra pit stop, but a sequence pit stop, the margin they're a lap apart right now, and All-Star Racing, unfortunately, is a couple of laps further back. And then that's just in GP1, of course, not overall. Open Throttle Racing is fourth, number 62, and then completing the top five. And this is, something that was just kind of staggering here while we were watching just how good PC Racing was. And then they had a very long stop and have dropped to fifth in the class right now. And by my count, 11 laps behind at the TC Klein Corvette. So whatever it was pretty catastrophic for the podium hopes for PC Racing. After I mean, JT, they ran just an incredible race.
Yeah.
And that is the slings and arrows here of endurance racing.
That it is. It's going to give All-Star Racing a chance to crack back into the top 3, though.
It is. It is. Absolutely. GTO, it's still the AE Victory Racing 120 with a very handy margin of some 4 laps. Oh, boy.
That's no good.
That's so frustrating.
Thing called Race Monitor. Do you guys remember a funny little app called Race Hero?
Called what?
Race Hero?
Yeah.
Boy, was that cool.
I remember it.
You guys remember a funny little guy named Brian Guidanelli? Cool guy, he invented Race Hero. What a guy.
Yeah.
I used Racecast like 2 weeks ago.
Oh, because I'm doing this on my laptop, I can't sort by class. Ugh, whatever. Okay. Well,
I
mean,
got
it's
you
close enough
covered.
anyway. Oh, thank you.
And really right now, I mean, it's AE Victory Racing, Singler Racing, and Kingpin Racing are your top 3 in GTO and overall. And they're still showing that the low country. I haven't seen that Camaro. Is it back out on track?
I don't think so.
That makes sense. I mean, they're 50 laps down now, and I don't think everybody else is just parked with the and Stack Racing has just they've been out there throwing down some really fast laps, and have done their I think they just did a pit stop. And then again, I think one of the big stories here is Hera Flight Racing, GP2 leader, Skip Barber Racing School, the Cup car, still second in that class, and they've just been very, very impressive in terms of the consistency that they've been running. And Skip Barber is up into 11th overall right now, and Hera Flight, though, guys, is up into 8th overall. So and with the problems, we've got now TC Klein is leading in GP1, Split 5 is second, and All-Star is third. And there's 2 laps between each at this right now. 3:19 complete for TC Klein and the Corvette, 3:17 for the Split 5 BMW, and now it's actually 1 lap for the All-Star Racing car, and they're all running relatively competitive times. I mean, equal times, they should say. High 2:11s, low 2:12s right now. And that AE Victory Racing 120 is feeling the need for some speed here. Best time of the race for them was a 2:08. They just turned to 2:01.3. So they're liking the nighttime here, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
Who doesn't like the nighttime,
Well, exactly. It's cool. It's comfortable. More power.
Nice. I've always wanted to say this and have it be meaningful. In the words of Vince Cotroneo, the A's radio announcer, the lights have taken full effect. here at Daytona International Speedway. Which I believe was a Bill King thing before. Oh, yeah.
All right, so it looks like just a little bit past the two board for the breaking point.
JT's gone all quiet again.
I was just pointing out the breaking point going into the Le Mans Chicane bus stop for the 216 here is just slightly past the two board.
Ah.
Okay.
Is that the International Le Mans Chicane bus stop? Presented by Fresh from Florida.
The Rodriguez International Chicane. I'm sorry.
The Tequila Patron American Le Mans Series. Presented by Fresh from Florida. It's the Mobile One 12 Hours of Sebring. Sponsored by Gainsco.
Powered by AWS.
Powered by AWS. Who's winning the Continental Orange X Challenge right now? Which, in spite of everybody's best efforts, Greg, nobody ever actually adequately explained on the air. And I wondered why that was, that you and John and Jeremy Shaw and Brian Till, everybody always just kind of like glossed over it, like what actually was in it. I remember being like kind of annoyed, like, we're watching endurance racing. We're all nerds. You can explain how the formula works. And I went looking for it and found the technical document for the Green X Challenge.
Yep.
And the equation they're using for that is needlessly complicated. Needlessly complicated.
Exactly.
Like, what is this? But you and John always would say something along the lines of like, well, you know, it's based on fuel used and tires used, and then they do some numbers, and then, yeah, you get this. And I'm like, that doesn't mean anything. That's made up. And as it turns out, it genuinely was just made up.
Oh, for sure. and that's what. Whoa, that was sketchy. He hit that. The apron really gave it a clout.
Yeah.
That was the AE car too, I think. Wow. All right. Yeah. I mean, that was precisely why we glossed over it.
Oh my goodness.
It was like, you know, we're looking at that going, this is nonsensical. So, you know, and, you know, there was a certain point yet, you know, that, yes, there were those of you that, you know, were, you know, of that deep and abiding nerd level.
Right.
That would have loved an hour dissertation on that.
I don't even think that would have done it. Yeah,
no, it wouldn't have.
Like, there were no integers involved anywhere.
Oh, it was ridiculous.
In the entire thing. I remember, oh my goodness. I was genuinely pretty irritated.
You know, when we were talking about it, and, you know, we always, you know, when they'd say, okay, we want you to talk up that thing, we go, oh, absolutely. And then we, you know, the race would come, and it was like, we don't want to drive away viewers. You know? It was like the dumbest thing.
As I recall, because Dyson, at the time that I watched, because Dyson used the goofy fuel, the isobutane or whatever fuel it was they used.
Yeah. Like that, yeah.
Because they used the goofy fuel, it like juiced their number tremendously, and it was never close. So for like a full 2 seasons, it was like, why are we even talking about this? Dyson's going to win it again because they have the fuel. Like, we get it. By the way, I don't even know what isobutanol is or where I could even buy it or what it would be for. But I certainly know that it's not for a car. I don't. Ugh.
It propels Mazdas and lights pipes.
Rubbing alcohol. No.
Rubbing alcohol. Pretty much. I mean, that's what I was thinking. Like, is this just like longhand for moonshine? Or like what's going on here? Yeah. Whose idea was that? Was that ALMS went in search of a like efficiency angle so that they
I
could
think
sell
so.
more sponsors, or was this Michelin coming to them being like, no, you need to do this?
No, I think it was it was probably a combination, but it was where all right, we have to do everything to show that we're being green.
Right.
And it's like, all right, so just come up with this absolutely absurd, bogus formula. It was.
Oh my goodness, what a time.
Yeah.
There's, unfortunately, we have a hard time keeping super close track of who's using how many tires, but Bridget and I have tossed around the idea of bringing back the Green X Challenge for WRL.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the Corvette coming down pit lane that might have been slow in NASCAR 4.
It is.
Yep.
This is roughly scheduled. I have this as 22 laps,
Okay.
I believe. So
They're gonna.
this should be good.
So they're gonna need to do one more stop.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, I think they should push it, man. They still got 20 units in the tank.
They could do, I think, only 50 minutes.
But what's the lowest we've seen that bar get to?
Yeah,
I don't
17.
think it's 17, 15? Okay. Got it. Because they're only using like 4 per lap-ish. 4-ish. It's like they could maybe put... Oh, I guess how accurate is the float, though? That would be part of your ankle, too, so maybe you don't want to push it.
Run, Chris, run.
There he is. Chris is getting down there. This is such a cool shot. This overhead... it's at night. It looks so good.
It does.
Oh, man. Genuinely, Greg. I think I texted... Yeah, I texted you. It was when Brendan and I were at Laguna last year, and I texted you the picture of you and Dorsey, I think, from whatever broadcast it was. I go back and I watch some of these races from like 05 to 07 just for something to do while I'm hanging out with Brendan. And I look at the cameras and I go like, wow, we are way better than them. And like, Lord, I'd hope so. It's been 20 years. But I remember watching it was like an 04 or 05 F1 race from Fuji and being like, this is it? This is the best they could do? Oh, okay. Well, we're not doing that bad, I guess.
Yeah. No. I mean, and obviously, like you said.
As it freezes. Gosh.
Yeah. The technology. It's crystal. It's sharp.
This is the shot that they have at the 24. Like, it's what it looks like. 100%. I'm chuffed to bits with that. I'm glad this worked out. Thank you, Nate.
Yes.
Oh, man.
It sounds like you're a tad chuffed.
I'm very chuffed. This is just incredible. I love this.
This is great
oh, my
stuff.
gosh. It's the nighttime. We're pulling the wheel off a yellow Corvette at Daytona. Oh, yes. Yes. That's okay. Put that bad boy on there. Slap some bolts on there. Make sure you get the torque wrench out and torque those down.
And you know who's doing that tire change, guys?
Dan Binks. No.
Yeah. No, that's TC Klein.
That is TC Klein. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
I could tell by the way he barked at his crew guy.
There he is. He's going for it.
Yep. Jack down.
They've even got the American flag on the intake, like the oh man.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's gonna torque it. Yes. I don't ever see anybody torquing wheels on pit lane ever, and TC Klein is torquing the wheel on this Corvette.
Engines on.
Yes.
Sender.
I guess when it's your race car and you're the one doing the tire change, you want to make sure that yours isn't the one that comes off.
And if there's a tire you want to have torqued on this track, it's that right front.
Front right, yeah. No kidding. What a time. This has been just an incredible 15 minutes.
And now we have a yellow Mustang. So you got a Corvette and now a Mustang.
Panos. Or no, I'm sorry, a Saline. It's a Saline.
I love the mirror finish in the Boss 302 graphic.
Yeah, it's super cool. Oh, look at that shot too, man.
Oh, look at the
this
light.
This is gorgeous.
Yep.
I'm gonna send this along as part of my reel, but with none of the commentary, because people are just gonna hear me sounding like a complete idiot.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the rest of us.
No. It's just me. Just me. Everybody else is doing a good job. I, on the other hand,
Now you're just geeking out, and that's okay
That's
too.
true. Yeah,
That's okay.
In my
too.
defense,
You're proud of your product right now. and
I
you
am.
should be.
I genuinely am. It's like
Yeah,
being
you
a
should
kid.
be.
Like I remember being a kid and being like, man, that looks really cool on the camera. And it's like, oh, we're doing it. We're here. And it's all thanks to you folk, Chris and Nate and JT and Dustin on the controls, on the ones and twos. I telestrated on a Daytona broadcast at night with Greg Kramer, and we did a Rolex establishing shot.
There you go.
Look at
Okay,
this
that shot. I'm sorry, Nate. Real quick, that shot will hit a lot harder at night now that the thing is lit up. Can we try that? Oh my gosh!
He's nailing it.
Oh my gosh, that looks so good. Oh. Man, JT, how long have I been asking for this?
Probably a while.
Probably 10 years, right? Like, like since we started, basically. And I was like, Thunder Hill has a hill. We could probably put a camera up there and with a guy.
Yeah.
Oh man,
We got the budget and we made it happen.
we made it happen. We got the budget. Thank you, genuinely, to Scott Noble, if you are listening. You have made one of my dreams come true here. This is just incredible. Oh man.
Look at the glow up of that light bar.
You see him coming to the light. Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
And then you're going to see the tail lights. I know him doing the whip around there is really difficult. But you see the tail lights as they go away down into turn one. Wonderful. I wish they would turn on the little lollipop starting stand lights to green, just to like have it on. Do you think I can arrange that? Do you think I have enough pull with Stevie that I can request that? Dave McDaniel, what do you think?
Sorry.
Do I have that kind of pull or no? Seeing if he reacts.
Those do add kind of a neat look, don't they?
It does. I know. It's just a little different pop of color there. I don't think Dave has the broadcast on. Turn 5 exit camera. So we have... Oh, it's that one. Oh, yeah, that's a smidge far. If the International Horseshoe camera goes down, I will go turn that one back on, and I'll do the West Horseshoe one also.
I love this. With that intermittent lighting.
Man.
So the cars, it's dark, but you could see, like you said, taillights and headlights and rotor glow and all that.
Get John Doonan back on the phone. Tell him we're doing HSR next year.
Darn tootin'.
Tell him he's invited.
We're inviting you to apply. Good news, we'll waive your application fee.
I wonder if we can, have our moving shot, into the Lamont bus stop next time and hold it until they get into the braking zone and see if we get some rotor glow.
Ooh, are we a little too far away?
Darker back. It's a little bit darker back there. Yeah, I don't know.
Cost to rent a genie.
I mean, that Ligier doesn't need brakes. It's too light. I'm not going to see the brake rotors on that.
No.
This is a good-looking shot, though. Got the
It's a great
Coca-Cola
shot.
banner out there. It's all lit up red. Oh.
Oh!
Bye, Ligier.
That's
He
just pulled off.
Straight off.
All right. Glad we caught that.
God, I hope it's not the driver going, they're talking about me again.
Of course, got the open throttle racing number 64 down here in the pit lane. It's got the red lights over the windows.
I was going to say, speaking of cars we were definitely not talking about that have had issues previously.
Cars that have gotten 24-hour sort of race wins here. There we go.
All
We're going
right.
to see if we can get this brake rotor glowing shot.
Yeah,
All right.
see what we got here.
Let's see.
I think it's a little bit. Yeah, I need to be getting when the brakes are initially really stabbing. Because by this point, they're getting off the brakes to roll through the corner.
Yep.
Yeah, it's going to be further to the right. Oh, there we go.
There it is.
There's a little bit of glow.
Yep.
Well, we got to wait for like the Supra or the.
Yeah.
Oh man, if that Mustang GT4 car was still here,
Oh,
that would be doing it.
that would. Yeah,
What
absolutely.
other big beefy cars? The 25. Where's the 25 at? Let's see. The 25 is just going under start finish right now. So it's on its way. That will be the car, I think, that if we're going to see the glowing rotors, it's going to be that big BMW.
Yeah.
So with that stop by the 112 Corvette, split 5 in the 315 is into the lead now by about 1:22. But again, you know, both of them I think are going to still have a stop that they need to make. And you know, up front overall and in GTO, I mean, it's really those same 3 cars. All right. Is this our BMW?
It is coming.
I think that's him going high.
Yep.
Yep, it is.
Too.
Yep, just briefly.
A little bit.
A little bit. All right. Probably lifted the coasting a little bit here too.
Yeah, that's a good point. Plus, I am liking the reflection of these lights in the in Lake Lloyd too. It's like we got 10 moons above us. Yeah.
Apologies to the Portuguese simulcast.
They can't. They don't know what we're saying. They don't know what our apology is. Don't apologize.
75 minutes remaining.
And I was just going to say, again, I just want to point out that, you know, in endurance racing, key number 1 is just finish, right? And I got to tell you that, you know, what Skip Barber's, that group of students is doing here, they're in the top 10 now overall. And yes, are they laps and laps down? They are, but they are doing an absolutely superb job of just metronomically clocking off laps and bringing that thing home. And, you know, that is to be celebrated for sure. And, you know, Hara Flight Racing is, you know, another level up in terms of speed for sure. But still, pretty impressive what we're seeing here.
Greg, is this how we get a free day at Skip Barber? We just have to talk about Skip Barber a lot. Do you think they'll do that? you think that's the angle? Yeah, Skip Barber.
Yeah,
what a run.
yeah.
Second place.
Super stuff.
It's been fantastic.
Yeah, and on those,
I've always been curious what it's like.
Man.
I've always been curious what it's like to drive a Barber Dodge at Sonoma. You know, just really wondering.
There you go.
I would love to share with the public the exact process of getting your racing license through Skip Barber Racing.
That's right. So JT is on a mission. He's genuinely trying to get his racing license. There's a co-branding opportunity here. Contract with DEL to do your media training during your advanced 3-day. Get out of the car and I'll shove a microphone in your face and say, how do you like the guy in the 4? Looked like he was racing you pretty hard. And just see if you can give the PR answer or not. And then when I ask you, when you're presented with a choice, you can wear this cowboy hat and get plus 10 rep and get more sponsors, or not wear the hat and pretend you look cooler. Which do you choose? Cowboy hat. Every time. Thank you. That's Ryan's PR and media training school for race car drivers. Don't be an ass, 1. And 2, answer the question thoughtfully. 3, wear the hat. That's it.
Yeah. I mean,
Thank
Ryan
you.
Eversley is always like, be likable.
Yes, 100%.
Well, that's pretty big. Yeah, I mean, to me, it was, if you're both likable and genuine,
Yes.
that's gold. And that's one of the reasons one of my absolute favorite guys to interview ever was and is, when I get a chance, Bill Oberlin.
Mm.
Because he is just bubbly enthusiasm, genuinely, incredibly passionate, and I mean and a mechanical mind that is, second to none, but is fun, and when he talks to you, he is sincere and funny as hell, and all of that pays big dividends.
All right, here's my question for you, Greg.
Yes.
In your Southern California sports car driver power ranking, assume F4 car at neutral track. Who you got, Pat Long or Bill Oberlin?
Wow. Whew. That is a tough call.
Also, about the same age, is my understanding.
They
Maybe
are.
Bill Oberlin might be a little bit older.
A little bit older. I had the pleasure of announcing Pat Long racing the LMP2 Porsche Spiders.
Yep.
And I had the pleasure of announcing Bill driving BMW prototypes. And both of them were extremely good. I mean, that's, to me, that's a real toss-up, because they're both just immensely talented and knowledgeable. And I'm not playing politics here.
I was going to say, great fence sit answer, Greg.
Yeah.
JT, who you got, Bill Oberlin or Pat Long?
I guess I would go Bill, just because I believe he's in cars a lot more frequently in like the last year or two.
Okay,
I'll give you that.
I'll accept your answer on that.
Yeah, because
who would you trust
Pat's
to?
more of an ambassador at this point, I think.
I was going to say, who would you trust more to put on a specialty car show?
Yeah.
Oh, Pat Long. Sure.
Pat Long, yeah, there you go.
Absolutely, hands down.
Yeah. Who would you trust to talk about air-cooled Porsches more? Yeah, and the eye-opening moment for me with Bill, and I mean, obviously, I saw what he did. When he had his little Mazda that he built in his shop and ran in GTU, and when he was very often on pole up against some really impressive, like Tommy Kendall and the Malibu Mazda and that sort of thing, and Oberlin was on pole. But Bill's budget was such that he was using components, for 3-4 races that other teams were swapping out after every day. And so he'd lead, he'd be flying, and then he'd break, and that was kind of his MO. And that's when Prototype Technology grew. And the owner said, the guy who has been a thorn in our side in terms of outright pace has been this Bill Oberlin kid. So, instead of fight him, let's have him join us. And he stepped into the PTG program, and, look what he did, right? And that got him a shot, and it was at Laguna Seca, and it was I think a PSCR weekend or something, and they had they'd added a class for prototypes that didn't quite fit some of the other categories.
Okay.
And they had a BMW in I think it was a Lola chassis, and they put a BMW in the back, and they asked Bill to drive it. And it was one of those incredibly rare occasions when it rained, for most of the day, and most of that race was held in the wet. And Bill, in the rain, in that prototype, which he had spent very little time in, destroyed the field. And I mean, one overall, beating. I mean, it was just. I just watched it and went, "Holy cow! This guy is absolutely for real." And then he, went on and did what he did. And the interesting thing, and Bill, he'd never say anything publicly or anything, but when he was running that BMW. They had the two BMW, the LMR V12s that they ran, up against the Audis, the R8s.
Like the prototype version of the McLaren F1, yes.
Yeah.
I know it wasn't strictly the same, but like same engine.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I think the driver of kind of the lead driver of the other car was JJ Leto, I think.
Yep.
And Bill would, again, he would be super quick in qualifying, race at start, and then eventually he or his co-driver, I think it was York Mueller, would start to drift backwards. And of course, JJ looked like, oh my God, he's the guy. And Bill said, York and I both kept telling him something's not right with this chassis. And he said, we could deal with it for a qualifying flyer, but then it would just, during the race, it would come off the rails. It turned out when the team finally decided to listen to him, like 2/3 of the way through the season, they had a cracked chassis.
Oh, geez.
And the car was flexing like mad, But Bill was still able to put up some qualifying runs and out-qualify JJ a couple of times, And so, yeah, Bill is, every accolade he's earned. And he is exquisitely talented and just a genuinely wonderful guy. And man, does he love to build high-speed power boats. That's his thing now. When he became a factory race car driver and he didn't need to be building cars in his shop,
right?
He takes these boats, puts turbos on them or blowers or whatever, and just, he's a character.
What a guy.
Yep.
Well, I think on that note, we should run one more Continental Tire advertisement, and then we can go flag-to-flag coverage non-stop to the checker presented by Continental Tire. We'll put a graphic up there and everything. It'll be awesome. And it'll like remind you how good of a broadcast this has been the whole time. So we will be right back here shortly in about 2 or 3 minutes. I think we're going to have one more special guest join us up here in the booth as we close out our 14-hour trip around Daytona International Speedway. We'll be right back.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
And we are back at Daytona International Speedway. The Rolex clock tells the tale. 1 hour to go in the Paul Revere 14-hour for the World Racing League at Daytona International Speedway. And we have some interesting things that are unfolding out on the track right now. Most notably is there is a scrap between the car that leads in the GP1 category right now, the 315 BMW of Split 5 Racing, and right behind them are the number 5 All-Star Racing BMW that sits third in the class, and they are hounding and pressuring each other immensely. Here they are, and as they come flicking through that chicane, you can see, I've been watching it, it looks like the 315 is really fighting to hang on in front here under the pressure from All-Star Racing right now. That 315 looks a little bit more loose, if you will, and dancing up on as they go through the chicane and back up onto the banking. And keep in mind, the car that's in between them right now is that TC Klein Vet. And so if All-Star can get around on Split 5, we're going to have a race all the way to the end here in GP1. You know, these are the cars that are playing for the podium, but they're close enough. They're still all in it for a potential win. So we got a race afoot here at the World Center of Racing, guys.
You know what they say, Greg?
All
All that glitters is gold.
Yes,
Only
indeed.
shooting stars break the mold.
Ah. And
I don't know if
we've
Greg got that reference, but Mike Gorman.
That's a Confucius quote, isn't
It is
Yes,
Confucius, actually.
absolutely.
It's actually in The Art of War, fun fact. And also in Shrek, probably. I've got Mike Gorman up in the booth. Mike, I have one important question that I've been meaning to ask you for like 12 months.
Okay.
Is it Silicon Ski or Silicon Sky?
Silicon Sky.
There's no space.
Correct. We call it, the internal name is Solonsky.
Solonsky.
No, I kid. It's
What's the
Silicon Sky.
internal name? I missed that.
Solonsky. It sounds like a deli, like a New
All
York
right.
style deli.
Yeah, there you go.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Funny name, serious sandwich.
Oh, man. Okay, fantastic. I'm glad I got to the bottom of that. I feel much better. Mike Gorman, it's been another one of those weekends. It wasn't quite a Road America weekend,
No.
but it seemed like it was in the same realm.
You know, some days you're the bug and some days you're the windshield, and some days you're both. You know, we've had some significant ups and downs. Obviously, this weekend, the new M240, you know, running absolutely great, very strong car, and then we had a pretty catastrophic drive shaft failure. That drive shaft failure resulted in having to source quite a few parts because it did. I mean, it took out fuel lines, it took out absolutely everything. So after about a 5.5-hour repair, with a tremendous amount of help from TCS, we could not have turned the one lap that we did after the repair before we determined that the trans actually is leaking. So sent the car out, had the car's obviously got great pace back in it, but saw a couple puffs of smoke as the car was going by, brought it in to investigate, and ended up retiring the car. So we're going to get that home, swap a gearbox in it, and then head to Indy with it.
Nice. So you're going to Indy, and that's going to be Champ car.
No, SVRA.
Oh, it's SVRA.
Yeah,
that's right.
yep,
That's
yep.
right. Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, we'll be doing our SVRA debut.
Nice.
You know, as you know, some people know, we do a lot of HSR and vintage stuff as well, especially here at Daytona, and we really enjoy the vintage arm of racing, even with our modern BMWs.
I was going to say with your vintage,
our vintage
2009.
2016s.
Yeah.
So we got a group of some long-term open throttle customers that are really looking to go and have a great time at Indy. So we're going to take Acid Trip, our new GTO entry.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, we're very excited to see how that car ran. We're absolutely stoked with the performance on it for a home-built car to be running a 202 around here at Daytona. With a lot of development left in the car.
Right.
We were joking. The car actually, we went and tested it at Roebling. Everything went great. Brought the car back in to make it a race car because we ultimately, after Road America, needed a E92 M3 pretty quick, and we've had this car for almost a year now, just kind of sitting in a corner, waiting for the GTO project to get moving. And, sometimes you get a little more motivated to get something done. So what was going to be like a slow, build, which we've never done before.
Right.
We ultimately turned back into like an open throttle style, seven days from like the car never or not running for 5.5 years to having it, passing tech in WRL to run 14-hour shakedown. So, we had a couple of early suspension issues, with the car, and anytime you're going to run a brand new car, you're going to iron out some kinks, a couple hours in. So, we got a lot of great data, a lot of great setup, direction to go on that car. And for running it with the, parts that came on the car with not a single, real modification to it yet, we're super stoked with the performance. So we should be able to match / better some lap times of some GT4 cars with our little home built, Florida street legal E92 M3.
I'm stoked for it, and I told this story earlier. The year that we came and did HSR, I don't think I saw you that weekend because you were busy, obviously.
Naturally.
I remember, I think Cherry came either second or one, whatever weekend that was.
Cherry came third in a 28-car GT4 class.
Yes.
And that would be Zachary Barfield.
Barfield.
Yeah, so Zach and I were going to share the car. And I immediately realized that I was going to destroy this kid's opportunity to do this. So I bowed out and let Zach do his thing. He ran the entire Classic 24 himself, and we brought the car back in third.
Mm-hmm.
We got a gigantic plate that we immediately went to make a charcuterie tray out of at the hospitality tent.
Yeah.
And that goes down as, God, one of the peaks of this hobby turned business that we've done.
Super cool. I remember telling, because Joe Bradley was doing the pit lane interview stuff, and he's one of these guys that's done Le Mans a million times. He used to do the LMS a little bit. And he's been all over the place. And so I was carrying camera for him while he's doing all of his bits and stuff. Yeah. And so we'd stop, and I would tell him, I said, I know the owner of that car, that green car, and that's like a WRL team. He's like, oh, okay, well, what series did that used to run in? I'm like, no, it's just a WRL car. He's like, oh, okay. And I said, and I'm pretty sure they probably didn't drive it here this weekend, but I think they've driven it to Daytona. And he was like, oh, well, yeah, like before they turned it into a race car. I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure they could drive it home to Jacksonville
we
now.
We drove it home.
Yeah.
We did. We put the license plate, we brought the license plate with us. We podium, made a charcuterie tray out of our P3 silver plate, and then slapped the plate on, and then Zach drove it back to Jacksonville.
So I remember telling Joe that. I told this story today already. And he just looked like, he was like, you're making that up. Like, you can just see the look on his face that, like, you made that up. And he goes over to Zach Barfield in the podium area. And it's like, so they tell me that this used to be a street legal car. And Zach instantly is like, no, it's legal now.
Yeah, it's currently, it was I don't know that Liberty Mutual knew the current state and condition of the car that they were insuring. And God bless the free state of Florida for allowing us to take a fully caged race car and register it. Because you just need headlights, brake lights, and turn signals here. And a mirror, one mirror.
Oh, man.
And, and so we, for the effect, we slapped the license plate on, drove the car. We're based in Jacksonville, so it's a pretty reasonable drive. Drove the P3 car that was it's 100% street car that beat out 25 factory
GT4 cars,
Ferrari challenge cars, and just some really historically significant cars with a salvage title street E92 M3 with a fake carbon fiber roof.
What a time!
I gotta tell you,
that was an incredible weekend. Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, real quick on that, I had. Decades ago now, I bought this. It was a car that had been used for ice racing, but it was legal, street legal, and it had a cage in it. And I bought it to autocross, but it was also kind of my daily driver. And my insurance agent, when I went for the to get the insurance on it, and I knew him. And he was also an autocrosser, so he knew what I was doing. And he said, how do you think I should explain to people that there's a roll cage in this street car you want me to insure? And I said, just tell them I'm an incredibly nervous driver. And he went, I'll see if I can run that by him.
Safety first.
Absolutely.
Oh,
We've had a lot of fun with tagging our race cars. Zippy was a tag street a tagged race car. Cherry and Hulk all three have been. We've got pictures of running errands and stuff like that. And Hulk, and I did it one time. I had like 5 or 6 places I needed to run, and I just want to have a fun car to do it. It's like the middle of summer, so I put a chill out shirt on to go run errands. And I did like 3 hours of street driving in the middle of summer in a full cage race car in Florida using a chill out. Shout out to Chill Out for that. And yeah, Chill Out is street car air conditioning for race cars.
Perfect.
Yep. So
Perfect.
that was what made that quite enjoyable.
When is Open Throttle going to step up to the chill out system for the pit crew? I've seen teams that the whole crew has the chill out system and they plug it into the central generator thing.
So in true Open Throttle fashion, we have that here, but not the plug that powers it. So we've got the 8-person box that Zach from Tornwagon let us run this weekend, but Dale Jr. forgot to grab the power cord. And
Dale Jr.
And we just reorganized our chill out bin, and the guy that did it, I don't think he realized that was an important piece of the chill out equipment. And so yeah, we didn't have it. But it is, as far as Florida races go in the middle of summer, this was
nice
weather. I mean, absolutely. We were 2 weeks ago. It was like 36 and raining sideways with 40-mile-an-hour winds at Watkins. Right. So I was looking forward to like a 90-degree race. This is the first warm one that we've had, and I'm from here, so this is what I'm built for.
Right.
This is much easier to deal with than the other stuff.
I get you. Yeah, so you're not a big fan of those mid-Ohio in March,
I think
April.
It's a unique approach to do like mid-Ohio and Wisconsin and like New York races, and then do like Road Atlanta and Daytona in the summer. But we're like I said, we're a lot of us are Florida people, so it probably doesn't affect us in the paddock as much as some others. But I can't imagine if you're not conditioned to this, then some of these 95-degree races.
No fun at all.
Yeah, we got half our drivers didn't even run a chill out this weekend.
Nice. Well,
let me jump in here real quick,
go ahead.
guys.
Yeah.
We got our, I think that's our Split 5 racing car is in the pits.
It is.
And getting its last fuel stop, one would presume. And like I said, it was working hard to fend off that All-Star Racing entry, which is now going to go around it. Now, keep in mind, the All-Star car is down a lap or two to that car, but nonetheless, they were working hard to stay in front of it, and now have to come in for the stop. But also does All-Star, and we believe, and we're pretty sure TC Klein in this Corvette needs another stop as well due to their fuel consumptions.
Yep. So ice they skate, it's getting pretty thin.
Yeah,
the water's getting warm, so they might as well swim.
My world's on fire. How about yours?
That's the way I like it. Get bored. Oh man, thank goodness. I don't think Brendan got that joke the first time I did it, and it was just silent, and I was like, oh, okay, I'll keep that one to myself then. That's fine. So.
One of my favorite pastimes is integrating like Jimmy Buffett lyrics, like Cheeseburger in Paradise. We were all talking about our favorite hamburgers, and I managed to get through the entire song. The people I was talking to never noticing it. I was like, oh, I like mine with lettuce and tomatoes. Heinz 57. French fries, potatoes. And I made it through the entire statement, and I don't think it was detected.
Thank goodness. Is it really a good joke if people don't pick up on it? That's what I always ask myself.
I feel like sometimes it makes it a better one. That's the sleeper.
So too.
It's the sleeper.
But some of them are just for you.
Yeah.
Right. Well, what I used to tell Brendan is I'm perpetually in a state of workshopping all of my jokes, but I'm workshopping them to everyone. There's not one spot where I workshop and one spot where they're polished. It's just 100% workshop 100% of the time. And so eventually you get a couple, decent ones in and out there.
I plan on working on my stand-up comedy bit at some point this year and actually doing an open mic night.
You should go. We should go to open night when we go to Coda.
Coda, yeah. That's it's interesting that you mentioned that. So like 3-4 years ago, we were cooking steaks in Texas, and I kind of went off on this tirade. And I don't want to give anything away, but that tirade ended up turning into like a perfect 7 or 8 minute bit. So we're we've got this. It's a seasonal bit, but it's pretty solid. And the last couple of years we haven't been able to do it, but this year I really like to debut that bit that we came up with at Coda a few years ago. So
that's if you are going to go to a comedy club during a WRL weekend, please let me know. I want to see that.
I feel like we can probably make this happen. With enough planning. I feel like we can make this happen.
We gotta find it. We gotta find a spot, and it can't be at like like Sebring. It's got to be somewhere with a real comedy club.
I think Coda would be.
I
think Austin.
That's
I think,
a big swing.
We may not be mothership material, but there's got to be some spinoffs. From what I understand, that's like
Right.
the mecca of stand-up comedy now.
Yep.
And who knows? I might not even be doing this next year because I'll be.
Hey guys,
blowing
with
up on
that
YouTube or
stop
something.
for the 315, the number 112 Corvette now back into the lead.
Yeah.
In GP1, there it is. But again, another stop looming. We just had a shot of the onboard, and I think we were down to that 20% / leaders / pool balls, whatever.
Percentage, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
And that split 5 car has not put a foot wrong all day.
No.
That has been just an exceptionally driven
It's
car.
really
Just
clean.
clicking
Yes.
off laps. It's the key to this endurance game.
Yep. I can't. I'm sorry. I'm going to do this again. Mike Gorman, do you see this that's on our screen right now? Where we're following a yellow Corvette around Daytona
At night. Yes,
on the
correct.
banking.
Where have I seen this before?
Oh my gosh, this is great. So I do want to ask you, Mike. You know, there's been a couple new cars that have debuted in the general production field since we last spoke. One of which we're seeing on the camera right now. The other being the new M2 with the 4-cylinder.
Yeah.
Which would you find yourself
C8,
as a team owner more
100%
interested in?
Yeah,
C8?
yeah, absolutely. So that's a platform that's been on our radar for a little while. And before maybe Road America, we were talking about that on the ride up. We're like, I feel like the C8, if you could get it, dialed right, get some fuel in it and all of that, I feel like that would be a murder in GP1. And I think that was the weekend that we saw that
we saw
car.
it debut, yeah.
We're like, we're not the first to think of this.
No, not at all. Turns out the people who built it already had that idea.
Correct, yeah. So we were a little late to the game, but we really, really, really keep an eye on the C8 platform as a potential open throttle platform in the maybe not too distant future.
Well, and you've still got friends in dealer auction places.
Yeah, absolutely.
So-
It's remarkable how easy these cars just wind up in my driveway.
Oh, there it is. JT, he's already come through with the presumably AI-generated green C8 here over yonder. It's on the internal chat. They haven't put it on the broadcast. But it is ready to go.
I love
Quick
it.
Google.
It works quick.
Let's do it. Put it on the screen.
Let's see us merging
Zoom in and
right
enhance.
behind the enhance here. Let's see. Oh, there's Cherry. Why did you guys give me a heart attack earlier with Cherry? First of all, I really appreciate you guys using the name, but secondarily, thoughts and prayers seemed a bit. Let me paint the picture of where I am. I'm standing behind my 2 tents and just talking to a guest, and I hear the murder broadcaster curse you guys tried to inflict on us, where you're like, "Oh no," which again, I really appreciate the sympathy towards our car. Claiming the common S65 rod bearing failure.
Yeah.
And then thoughts and prayers for Mike Gorman. And I have no information about what's happening right now.
All we're seeing is it's shooting smoke out the back on the banking.
Look at that
And so-
OTR car.
So what was happening was
Let's see it go around the bus stop real quick.
There we go. Racing the yellow one.
There you go. Perfect timing. Tuck it right
Yeah,
behind.
there we go.
Yeah, there we are.
No, so it would make smoke on the infield, and I wasn't sure what it was. And then as they revved it up and got up onto the banking, it would stop smoking. I'm like, you got the rings in there, tightening up as it gets warmer, and then we stop shooting oil, or we got some blow-by going on, we got some rod bearing, maybe?
That is never the way that you want to hear new information about your car. And then to hear thoughts and prayers, you just immediately go to worst case scenario, and then
Nearly came
get
to a
away
dead
from him,
stop
get
out of
away
3.
from him. All this, I'm like, what?
No, dude, I don't know what happened.
It died out of
There's
3.
onboard of it. It's that Corvette was right behind your car, and it just lost drive.
We
or
had an axle.
something.
Yeah, we had an axle
Okay,
issue.
got it.
Yeah, but
And I was
the
like,
way
what
it sounded,
the hell?
the
And
thing
then
was
it's smoking on the banking and stuff. I'm like, oh my god, what is happening here?
I was under the impression that it barrel rolled into an orphanage. or
No.
something on fire.
I wouldn't have been so flippant about it if it had barrel rolled into an orphanage. That was very much intended to be a slapstick type
Yes.
fail.
And then
that's,
you would have been far more sincere with your thoughts and prayers, Coach.
I would have, yes, absolutely. R.I.P. Zach, damn man, right up there into the turn 2 wall. Oh.
Yeah, that's just God. That was the
Pour
that
one out for Cherry.
15. Yeah, the 15 to 30 seconds of not knowing what was happening, but hearing y'all's commentary on it was tough as a team owner.
So it ended up being an axle issue.
Yeah, it ended up being an axle. We were right back out like 10 minutes later.
Okay.
So this is fantastic. This is once again another tie-in to us confidently calling the wrong thing to get correct information.
Correct. Yeah,
I
then
mean-
people bring me the correct information. It works great. It works every time. Every single time.
That was a 1,000-foot view, I'll give you that. But yeah, again, me with no information other than what I'm told by the eyes in the sky, I pretty much had assumed the worst, and I was already planning another E92 cage build.
Okay, gotcha. You're like, well, I got some tubing. Maybe.
We've got Hulk, again, RIP from Road America. We just did about a year-long refresh on it. It made it 2.5 laps into its first practice session before ping-ponging off the wall.
Yep.
So that was tough, but again, kind of gave us the direction that we needed to go because Gino and I actually had an opportunity to run it at our local track the weekend before.
Okay.
And it was the best that car has ever been.
Nice.
Fixed every issue and everything like that, so we got a pretty clear picture to go into the replacement chassis.
Perfect. Okay.
That just got wrapped up in cage like this weekend or this week. So
Nice.
Going to run up to Atlanta from our grab the car from our cage builder, get it back down, get everything from Hulk that we can that's salvageable moved over, and what is it, the 6th? Yeah, maybe try and get it at Sebring Champ at the end of the year, or end of the month, rather.
That'd be good.
So
That'd be real cool.
yeah, we've built a couple of E92s now, so we should be able to get through it pretty quick. But it's unfortunate, but this gives us an opportunity to make some nice tweaks and bring back a really strong second GP car or GP1 car to Cherry.
Gotcha.
And then we'll have back to 3 E92s.
So you'd had this discussion, we talked about it off air, about trying to run to make a sustainable business versus trying to run to win championships.
Correct, yes. The 80-20 split, I believe.
Correct,
Discussed,
yeah.
yes.
And I just happened to, I was thinking about it. Champ Car, they've got West Coast races. If you want to win the Champ Car Championship, you got to come to the West Coast.
Yeah, going out to do Harris Hill, or I don't even know where the hell that is, but I just always reference that as the middle of nowhere track. This year we kind of made a decision after doing a lot of miles last year, doing like the Utah and the Colorado and all that.
Right.
This year we were going to be a little bit more friendly to ourselves and our tow equipment.
Okay, all right.
And we're going to, we're still obviously at like Road America a week before, Watkins Glen. So like
right.
we're still getting around quite a bit, but there's nothing I want to do less than drive across.
Haul
so
out.
if anybody is listening, I'm actually looking to do a whole car rental for the is it Lemons or no Lucky Dog that runs Laguna Seca in January.
Yeah.
I would like something in the BMW platform, of course, C36,
Sure,
C46, and I'd like to do a whole car rental. So if anybody's got that available,
You could maybe potentially chat with the folks at El Diablo.
okay,
or,
yeah,
or
that's a
Samson.
cool car.
Yeah, so that car unfortunately did meet its sort of demise at Road America at the end of the race.
Oh no.
I just packed it into the wall coming up out of the Canada corner down there and just grabbed third instead and smashed it right there.
Oh,
but
no.
the Samson guys are in San Diego.
Okay.
And then the Rob Walker guys bought the Rebel Racing E46.
Oh, that's
The GP2
Bos
car.
Cabeza.
Yeah. So
We
they
ran
have that car,
for
and they're
quite
out
some
there.
time. I would love to drive that car.
Okay.
We're intimately familiar with that car. We ran it under our tent for quite some time. So.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
That might be the move.
Yeah. Who was that has it?
Rob Walker. And of Kingpin, Rob and Solid
yes,
Ball
yeah,
and
no,
Murray and all
I
them.
remember,
Yeah.
R.I.P. to Zippy, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it
Don't know
happens.
what happened.
Stuff happens.
Yeah.
Reasonable.
Yeah. I still see the fender in the hardest part camera, but it's all good. That lime green's hard to miss. But we're not bitter.
No, of course. That reminds me of the thing I really want to get RJ to be on board with is in terms of stirring the pot a little bit. We would like to do at the end of this race especially. I take a camera down to the dyno, and we just do live reactions of people blowing the dyno.
That's perfect.
Hey, you just broke out by 5 horsepower. How do you feel?
Thoughts and prayers.
Oh, man. Fantastic. So we've got 36 minutes remaining here. So is this Corvette thing, is this a pipe dream, or are you thinking next year to maybe pick up a crappy one that was used as a a Turo. And
I think Gino will find us the perfect candidate to turn into a nice C8. Yeah, we'll start it out as a little track day fun car and kind of get to learn the platform, and then we'll throw a cage in there and see what we got.
Is that Tom Busch Mazda GM Gino Manley?
The one in the same. So yeah, that is Tom Busch, family of dealerships in Jacksonville, Florida. One of the very few family-owned dealerships still really anywhere in the country.
Yes. Yeah.
They have just been a tremendous amount of help for us in acquiring chassis and things like that. So if you're in the market for a pre-owned F30 BMW in the Jacksonville area, it may be limited, but no, it's more than 70% of the open throttle cars have come either directly from Gino or Tom Busch family of dealerships.
Excellent.
Every one of our 328s, multiple of our M3s. It's been a great relationship for us, and I'm sure they have the option to pick up a nice little C8 also.
Little C8 action. Well, I mean, especially here in Florida, there's got to be lots of base C8s that got just hammered here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just completely destroyed.
Yep. Then buy two, crash in different places, and then you got one complete car. And then you've got a bunch of spares, too. So.
Still aluminum chassis. Let's just weld that thing together. We'll be good to go.
Absolutely.
All set.
Absolutely. Any medical defects with welding. But yeah, the BMW platform's awesome, but if you've ever actually looked at our logo, it's a silhouette of a Corvette. The original open throttle logo. We just recently dropped the Corvette off of the logo.
Okay.
But yeah, I started out as a Corvette guy, running some C6s, and our whole logo, track day company, everything that started was based off of a silhouette of a Corvette.
Okay.
And yeah, so we had a Corvette silhouette on the side of our BMW race car for the longest time.
Someone's got to do it.
Yeah,
you know?
absolutely. So yeah, it's not out of the realm of possibility to see a lime green C8 sometime in the near future, probably for the next year season.
I am stoked on that. More C8s. I think we need more GP1 C8s. I want to see some of that action.
It needs to be mixed up a little. I know, Rich coming from me, but there's a lot of BMWs at GP1. I don't know if you've not noticed.
Wild.
It's wild.
At least you've got two different types of BMW.
Correct.
You're not running 7 E46s. You've got the V8. You got the turbo one.
Yep.
You got the 4-cylinder ones.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. We've also got an NA inline 6 pretty trick 128 that you'll be seeing here soon too.
Is that the same 128 that was the Thunder Bunny car?
No, this was actually.
Oh no, that was the Grand Am one.
It was the Grand Am Trimtex car. Yeah. So it's the Trimtex drywall car from like 2013.
You need a coal back in.
I mean,
hey guys, let me
go ahead.
Jump in real quick. We just heard the radio call on this one for the Corvette. They just said that as soon as the yellow light comes on, you pit. So this one they are taking down low. I'm sure to make it as short a pit stop as possible in terms of refueling here. So this is getting really interesting.
They're down to 16 units, which is near the bottom that we've seen them get to. Mike, how do you feel about broadcasting how much fuel your car has available on a live stream?
I mean, here's the thing. Anybody that's going to be watching that and planning around that probably has already had the 13 and a half hours of data to be able to determine how long that car is going on fuel to be able to calculate that pretty well.
Yep.
And then we've got Sector 1 in our paddock this weekend with Scott Lovett, and that is a tremendous tool for being able to determine kind of the total picture of a race.
Nice. Okay.
So I think that information, it's fine to be broadcasted because anybody that's watching it already has it.
Perfect. So speaking of, how do I get your onboards back?
Do we not have onboards? Did we not send you the link?
I don't have an active link for your onboards right now.
Yeah, I'll have to get on that. We'll make sure we do that.
Make sure that happens.
Race.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll do it for the next race.
Yeah, we'd like to have them for the last 15 minutes.
That'd be great, actually. Yeah.
We have a little onboard going in the 62.
And Ryan, by the way, we're starting to see from that Corvette into the bus stop and into turn 1 some serious rotor glow. It is a beautiful thing.
Perfect.
So keep your eye out for that because I know you've got your Drool Cup close.
I do. Oh, man, this is just the greatest.
It is.
That's so cool.
He needs a middle finger out the window, though, in a BMW right behind
Yes, he does.
Let's see if we can arrange that. Sort of like a Le Mans style finish, but slightly different.
Right, a little bit different. If you go back and watch, we also did the establishing shot of the Rolex banner thing, like out of focus, and then it slowly came into focus and
Nice
zoomed
and
out.
dramatic, I like
it was yeah, just like that. Oh, dang.
Yeah, the quality of the
glow.
broadcast is
buddy.
it's on. I mean, you guys are
It's
killing it, man.
fire.
You
I
guys are
love it.
killing it right now.
I
I
love
love
it.
it. It's been awesome to see how it's improved over the last couple of years, and you guys are slaying it right now.
Thank you.
man.
I appreciate it.
Huge props.
Fortunately, the people who are making it better right now are not me. It genuinely is Nate and Chris down there.
You know, a
doing
rising
work
tide,
with the cameras.
a
or with
rising
the
tide
cameras.
raises all ships, baby.
That's true. That's true. But it really all goes to them. And it's a big thank you to Scott Noble for allowing us to explore the space here and see what's possible.
Yeah, the live camera shots, all of that. It's unbelievable how much of a difference that makes in a broadcast. So
Yeah, I
very,
agree.
very, very well done, everybody.
I appreciate that. Thank you. No, and it's everybody's been working hard on it. I'm pretty stoked.
Look at that.
Oh, you
that.
see the
Come on.
Yeah,
That's,
baby.
that's it right there.
Yeah.
That's it.
Oh,
I gotta give
right.
me one of those. Can we edit ours back in chasing that car real quick? I like to. I'm kidding.
Oh man. So Mike, we're wrapping up 30 minutes here. You're too close to not just go home, right? And just go sleep in your own bed?
Oh no, we're not. No, we're not gonna do that.
No?
We got an RV for the night. We're gonna get everything packed up and.
Okay.
Yeah, it hasn't been that bad of a week. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, there we
don't
go.
cover
Oh, there-
that.
oh, guys,
No, we're about
yeah.
going for the pass. Going for the pass.
Dude, take
Through
on
the
the
cake.
outside right here. Yeah, look
Outside
at
of the
that.
cake, and we are gone. Bye.
See how quick it is in grade?
Yeah,
That's
it's a
so
really
good.
quick car. We've been in development with it for quite some time.
Look, it
now.
passed Cherry.
It did. Good time for that shot to lag.
Shot, just quit. Got Mike up here saying all the nice things. And then,
Sherry's got that effect. That's a good
There we go.
card.
Look at that. Look at that. And it goes into the darkness. You can see the tail lights. Oh, man.
If you had to guess, how many race miles do you think are on Cherry's chassis? Race miles.
Race miles? 20,000.
We should roll over 70K race miles.
Oh, my
today.
gosh.
Today, this should be the race that we cross over 70,000 race miles with that car over 4 years.
70,000
Yeah.
race miles. Incredible. What does that translate to in road miles, you think? 400? 500?
I don't, we really like these E92s. My street car that we often see disassembled in the paddock for that one
Yep.
part that we didn't happen to have loose, current state, just rolled over 272K.
Man.
So I think I've got collectively like somewhere around 600,000 or 700,000 S65 miles in my driveway at any given time.
How many motors are you on?
That's the original engine.
They're all the
Yeah, if you
Oh
just
my
change the
goodness.
oil every 20 or 30,000 miles, they hold up really well.
Every 20 or 30.
I am not, like, we were doing the math on that car because we drive it everywhere.
All right,
And-
Corvette's coming in, guys.
There it is.
This is
They got
it.
down to, what was that? Eight units. 8 units. They pulled the plug. They could have done one more lap. They might have had pickup issues. They could have done one more lap. Right.
Yeah, that's a great point, JT.
I think that was Dustin's point. That's okay.
Oh, it's that. I'm sorry.
All good.
Nobody can hear Dustin anyway. You can say that was JT. Like,
Doing
it's
one
fine.
jug or two.
Fortunately, it's with the fuel flow rate, it's going to be a bit hard because I
Ooh,
think
that
they're going to
didn't
need
help.
another half gallon or a half tank here.
Yeah.
And it was only a 31-second gap, I believe. So yeah, split 5 has come through. So
Already?
yep.
Yeah, they were
Oh.
close. They were pretty
Oh, yeah,
close.
they are
Split
going to the
5 was.
International Horseshoe.
Yeah,
Man.
remember these jugs are a bit slower here.
Yep. Well, split 5, I mean, this is the culmination of an incredible run for them.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, it really is.
Flawless, really flawless.
Yeah, they've really been able to take it by the
Wow.
horns and just crush it here.
We've been
They're
struggling
putting
with
all
it.
3 jugs in.
Is it 1 jug per 10 minutes of running? I mean, if they've already lost the position, they may as well. Like,
Yeah.
you
Yeah,
know.
I guess.
Safety.
Then they could just drop the hammer and not worry about
Full
it.
sound.
Right.
All right.
There we go. Send it. Oh, move the thing. Yep, there we go. Fire it. Let's get her going here. And it's got the Varus body kit on there, too. Like,
Yeah,
just
that's,
looks real good.
Spectacular looking car.
Real
Uh-oh.
good.
There we go.
So here's my question. I've been postulating this for a long time, and you may or may not be the person to talk to about this. Scott Michaels, who was a aerodynamicist for Penske, he always asked, and I kind of agree, that in GTO especially, what is the disadvantage in just building a time attack aero kit? Like at Daytona, obviously, that's not really going to help you, but for like Mid-Ohio, just the dumbest big old front wing and big rear wing and every dive plane known to man and all the other, like, if there's no
For us, the bill I have to send to the customer if they accidentally get hit or something like
okay,
that.
got it.
Here's your $63,000 aero bill.
Got it.
That's the
All
carbon
right.
fiber.
All right.
So, I mean, longevity of an endurance race, time attack, you're running like 1 to 3 laps before the car blows up. And it's just a kind of an entirely different game. I mean, you'd have to do a lot to the suspension that wouldn't necessarily be suited. I mean, we tend to run everything kind of soft, things like that. For us personally, I don't know that it would translate super well in like a longer format scenario.
Okay.
I mean, you can take a simple 4-off scenario and take out an entire cooling system, engine, and all that stuff. So we like to have cars that can effectively drive off-road at pace too without causing catastrophic failure. Yeah, that's another Gino assisted scenario. We did a race a long time ago. We had a full chassis mounted aero set up on a Miata. And Gino had a simple 4-off, and it took out the radiator and took out the engine.
Oh, man.
When we were leading by it's the first stint, and we already had a lap up on the rest of the field. And the little simple 4-off scenario took and killed our race. So we pulled aero off after that. Or, not aero entirely, but, the fully integrated chassis mounted splinters with radiator ducting and all that stuff. It just tore everything up.
Man.
So
okay, all right.
Sometimes you don't necessarily plan on going off track, and you have to avoid something else. So,
guys, there's something wrong with the vet here.
Yeah, they're not giving full throttle here.
No, and he just radioed in. There's something wrong, and then I couldn't hear the rest of it. But yeah, I mean, he's at 120.
Yeah,
they were, they were over at 140 heading into and now he's slowing way down.
Well, they do have an extra lap of safety margin over All-Star, who just received the penalty for speeding on pit lane.
Oh,
God.
Dude.
We've had a bit of an interesting race ourselves in the 62 car. Little known fact, we've not been able to go over 4,000 RPM on the banking. Due to a temperature issue. That's very specific to the banking. So if you've noticed, our car will drop like 4 or 5 seconds a lap every couple of laps. We've been battling a temp issue, and we don't necessarily know exactly which component it is.
Oh, okay. So it's not the relay issue still.
Correct.
Like,
yeah,
just wire it, man. We talked about this.
My wife's car. My wife's car ended up having the relay on it. Like, it was only the M Sport models, and she's got an Estoril Blue 328.
Okay.
And that was the donor for that fan relay, and that ended up being one issue. But ultimately the water pump doesn't seem to be working in the banking, so we have to strategically time cooling off our car to be able to run a complete session around the banking, and then we can go like hell on the infield, and then we have to nurse it around the banking, shifting at like 3,500 to 4K. So.
And surely that's just a regular belt-driven water pump, right?
It's not.
Right? Oh,
no,
wow,
it is not.
wow.
No,
Yeah, electric water pump's got a problem. BMW, what?
Guys, what do you think they're doing here with this vet?
Excuse me.
I'm wondering
I don't know.
if
I wouldn't have.
like a
it would look
vibration
like he was looking for a brake issue, but that's not what would cause you to slow down. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's was he looking up into the wheel well, or is he feeling it's like something felt wrong in the left front, maybe?
Maybe. I don't know really what would have changed. I think they're having a chat about it right now.
Yeah.
Kind of see what they want to do here. 22 minutes left. They can't afford just to park it and keep their position, unfortunately.
No.
If they parked it now, they'd have that pesky 62 passing them as well.
The patriotic livery.
Yes, the silicon ski.
Yeah. It's going to kill me.
Well, you run that at the Champ Car races, too, and I'm always wondering. I think I posted it in one of the Champ Car chats. I'm like, is it Silicon Ski or Silicon Sky? And nobody answered. I'm like, they sponsored the race. They should be telling me.
We've sponsored a couple races this year, that car's we've done almost an equal amount of Champ with our M235 IRs. We've done WRL with it. And jokingly, when we got the cars, we're like, all right, these are going to be like special, use purposes, and then we took a Dakota and got that win, and it's like, all right, let's put this thing everywhere.
Right.
We just come off.
I think they may have found a problem on the right rear of that Corvette.
No.
Yeah.
Well, they might be sending it to the paddock. Let's see.
Transitioned over.
Yeah, but that was
okay.
Yeah,
all right.
skip the paddock.
Yeah, that was a long bleed of pressure from that right rear. Then
Look at that. It goes back into the darkness. Oh yeah. Oh, yeah.
You just can't win those.
100%. It's been incredible, especially for like the first time that we're taking a swing at this, the whole cameraman thing. I am very pleased. Very, very pleased.
I like it.
Any other fun plans? I know there's another Daytona race coming up. A big one, an internationally important Daytona race.
I can't possibly imagine which one you're referring to.
Coming.
Is there possibly an image that might be able to refresh my memory?
I'm contractually obligated to bring this up because I work for Brendan. I am not particularly, like, I do think it's a good meme, and, like, it is kind of an interesting theory. But I am not, like, super into it the way he is, but I feel like I have to ask.
There's a secret project that's been brewing at Open Throttle Racing for quite some time, and there's been early artist renditions of what this potential car may look like once it gets rolling in racing.
It has.
And you know, we'll see. We'll see what the future holds. You never know. But
I understand they dropped the qualifier race requirement
for
having to go to South Africa in order to get an entry for this one.
Well, that seems like a very convenient thing to do to expand the pool of available
drivers. Yeah, almost like renting Daytona is kind of expensive, and people don't also want to fly their stuff off the other side of the planet.
Correct. Yeah, not exactly right up the street. Logistic complications for sure.
Yep. 25 in for a little splash of fuel here. The Singler car, another car just I think bit by the bug here with just a couple little penalties, and they're now, how many laps down did we decide? Now closer to 5. Unfortunately, I think they just slipped backwards bit by bit during the course of the day, but at the beginning of the day had the pace there to be with the 120, the pace to kind of be with the Wheelhouse Motorsports Mustang as well. You know, a good day for them as well. Happy to see them at the track as always, running the car, a little family team.
Oh, the Mustang looks like it's back out.
The riser harness one is,
awesome. Good for them. I'm sorry, I've been kind of inundated with my own stuff. I'm kind of getting caught up on the race.
No, it's fine. I mean, hey, listen, look at the timing sheet. You know, there's a lot going on, you know. And in the spirit of this being a Daytona 24 broadcast, you know, look-alike, that is not a Mustang. That is a Saleen. You got the Corvette, the GM, and then the Saleen Ford, you know, in GP1. Great looking car. Sounds good too. Yeah, I think those are just guys, man. They're just guys here to have a good time.
Yeah, I love that.
Riser harness, another I think another family-owned dealership operation there. Who do you think is easier to deal with, Ford or Mazda?
In terms of at a corporate level?
Yeah. In terms of you own or GM a dealership and you have to deal with the corporate side.
Ooh, that'd be a tough one. So I haven't worked with either of those brands, but I would probably lean towards Mazda as being a little bit more of a approachable enthusiast brand.
Okay, gotcha.
That said, you know, with Jim Farley racing all the time, I mean, him being in the paddocks here in WRL, that's also really cool. So I'd be like, hey, you know, I met you in Mid-Ohio.
You know me, right? Yeah.
You went into the trailer and found something for me before I realized who you were. But I appreciate the help. He stayed by the trailer, and I needed something random, and it was a very well-stocked looking trailer. And yeah, he went and got whatever tool or whatever it was that we needed, and then I later realized who that was.
Who's just going and grabbing tools? What a guy. What a nice guy.
Tool run for me. And yeah, so maybe from that regard, you know, I've got, I guess, more of a personal relationship with Ford than I guess Mazda. But all my dealer life stuff was done with Mercedes-Benz originally, and then Porsche.
Okay.
So I was always in the German side of the house.
Oh, so you got to go to the Las Vegas finance manager Palooza thing, presumably.
Yeah. No, there was that's. Little known story. I kind of won a contest with Porsche, and my former boss decided that he would be more apt to take that trip.
Oh,
and
really?
That was kind of a large amount of the driving force to made Open Throttle what it is. So
fascinating.
Yeah,
I can't imagine Porsche corporate would have been thrilled to find that out.
They were not. They were not. They could not believe that that's what they were doing, because the whole program and trip was designed around the finance manager that generated that. And I did pretty well with Porsche Financial for a long time, and I'd kind of had this trip secured about 3 months before the time was over from hitting.
Nice. Got that PVR.
Yeah, dude, 3,700 a copy, man. 3,700 a copy for
that's right. Let's go.
3-4 years. Yeah, it's
sweet.
3 products per and less than 30% finance penetration. This is all on cash. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Our gap sales sucked, but
you're knocking on the used car manager doors. Like, why are you bringing me these Corollas? Like,
it was one
don't
of
buy
those
those.
scenarios that, like, the first couple of months, they're like, well, you really need to work on this stuff. And I'm like, yeah, but look at this part.
Right.
This is what pays us, and it can't be a chargeback. So this should be what we focus on.
This is what we're doing.
And then it was cool after that, until that trip, and that really upset me, man.
I was
really looking forward to a couple weeks in Germany at Porsche, driving they provide you with a car, take you through all the history of museums and all that, and yeah, they decided that they wanted to go on that instead. So.
Wow.
That motivated me, though. And here I am, doing a broadcast here at Daytona.
There you go. Look at that. You're driving race cars. You have a Porsche race car
I drive them on the
somewhere.
Yeah, we've got a couple of them. Yeah, we've got a couple Boxsters.
Nice. Well, what happened to the 996? Or is that like a customer car?
No, the 996, it was, when you look at customer rental, that's a wonderful car. And when I can afford it, my personal track day car will get moved from an E46 to a 996 Cup car. But when you think about the concept of throwing random people in the car, the M235 seemed like a much better fit.
A little easier to expect that to come back on the trailer in one piece.
It was just a lot of traveling around with that car in a trailer for it to roll off the trailer with a new issue. And it just, it was, man, when it worked, it was a wonderful car, but it just, the amount of time that car was sucking out of us when these BMWs were just rocking and rolling, and then we bought that 235 and like wrapped it green, did fluids on it, and then brought it to HSR and into Coda, and it just worked.
Oh, man.
So yeah, we're not totally out of the Porsche Cup, idea. But the 996 just didn't really line up with what we're doing, putting a lot of hours on chassis and stuff like that. So the 235 is what we got married to with these two cars. The 61 car, like I said, had some issues today with that drive shaft failure that did a lot of damage. So that's unfortunately what ended that car's race. But yeah, we're super happy with the M235s, and yeah, even with the issues that we've had today, to be sitting in P4 with potential for a podium is. It was huge.
So one of the things that the Samson Racing Communication guys had brought up to me is they've got that 4-cylinder BMW in GTO now, and they've got some belt weird issues. And he was talking about he's excited for this new M2 race car to come through.
Yeah.
It's got the 4-cylinder. He said, not so much that I want to buy one, because I have this cool E46 with it, but now there's going to be motorsport parts available for this engine.
For that platform,
And so even if you're not going to buy one of those M2s, which, to be fair, they're stoked about having CarPlay and AC in the GP2 car.
Yeah, that's
but I imagine that will trickle down to you guys as well with your 4-cylinder BMWs, that there will be more motorsport grade parts available should you find that you need them.
Yeah, so the 4-cylinder BMWs that we run, they kind of have a very particular role, and that's that driver development, easy to drive car, easy to bring back in one piece, and kind of get you your wings. And it's a great platform that I think with a lot of development would be absolutely the car to beat in GP2. But the purpose for that program is getting people experience and then kind of working their way up the ladder to the little bit more dialed performance-wise M2 and M3 options that we've got. So we've got them mechanically incredibly reliable. We won BIR 24 last year with one that we put an engine in that night, and they've been just really, really, really solid cars for us after we got through that initial hurdle of replacing an engine every 15 hours for like the first 4 months.
Timing chain guide situation.
No, it was we were starving oil. We blew up 2 engines at this race.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we blew up 2 engines right there, right before going on to the banking in the infield. They both blew up within 100 feet of each other. We're like, hold on a second here.
There could be something to that.
There could be something to this. So we were getting like 15 to 18 hours and then just windowing the block on these things. And we were doing timing chains and baffle oil pans and all that stuff. We finally found the magic recipe. So that's why they've just been out running like so machines ever since.
I just remember seeing you post about those on the same meme BMW pages that I'm on, and everybody just taking it. You're an idiot. You don't even know.
Yeah.
I'm like, I feel like Mike's gonna figure it out.
Yeah,
and all of you are gonna be asking him for help.
I had 3 of them by the time that everybody was telling me I was an idiot. So we were pretty pot committed at that point to get a resolution. And Ray Francis that runs Ring Freaks has been also a tremendous sounding board to be like, hey, in this situation, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? And I think what we ultimately determined, the difference between our cars and the Ring Freaks cars is a undoubtedly different stock ECU tune for CAFE regulations.
Okay.
So what was happening was whenever we were lifting off throttle,
Mm-hmm.
it, for fuel economy, drops the oil pressure to like 10 psi.
Okay.
So because
you're trying to do that right.
You're trying to get 45 miles per gallon. So when you combine that with slamming on the brakes and the location of the oil pickup tube, it really kind of kills the engine pretty quickly. And that's what we were running into on those cars. So we've got that dialed, and I think we've got like 250, 260 hours on the 65 car, FO, the other American Flags Silicon Sky car.
Right.
The Embracing AI car, the sister company of Silicon Sky. That's actually down in SCCA right now running.
Oh, really?
Yeah, running the R2 and ITEZ races to get a gentleman an FIA license.
Nice.
So
okay.
yeah,
That's
we're
pretty cool.
getting him on the pathway of an FIA license. So yeah,
Nice.
we're split. He's actually the gentleman that's running it. We're like, hey, we got this going on, so if you're all right with it, we'll give you a nice break, but we're going to drop the car off on Thursday, and we're going to pick it up on Sunday. You're on your own.
Right. Which, I mean, hopefully, one would hope at least that on a car, especially at that level, that it should be for an SCCA race.
Yeah.
Pretty plug and play.
It's basically like a Friday practice,
Yeah, like start the car and drive it and then bring it back in one piece.
So it sailed through, it had to do its annual tech again. And anytime you've got a driver client, you're like, okay, you need to take this through SCCA tech. You wonder what bar roll cage, hammer stamp thing you're missing or whatever.
Yep.
And but no, everything went smooth down there. So it's run like a sewing machine.
Perfect.
Good cars.
Well, I'm happy. No, I mean, you've had great success with them, and it's made me second guess my car decision, because then that starts opening up for me. Like, okay, if Mike's telling me he's figured out the 4-cylinder thing, I could pick up like a 228i for like $5,000.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable. Obviously, it costs some money to make it into a race car, but as far as street cars go, like I said, my wife's driving a 160,000 mile car that we actually bought from Steve Mason of Round 3. It's Steve's old car. So yeah, we use it as a track taxi. It's got all the cooling upgrades, everything that we run on the race cars.
Okay.
And we'll throw 4 people in it and go rip around racetracks. Yeah.
Man.
So yeah, solid car. So yeah, I think that's for like bang for the buck daily driver. It's really hard to beat an F3328. Unless you can find a super high mileage like M3 convertible.
It's
worth the bump, dude. It's worth the bump in
okay.
price. E93 is the absolute masterclass of BMW M cars.
The problem is the E93s in California have been ran through. Even the convertibles.
How do you have 70,000 race miles on a chassis and 270 on the street car? How run through could you possibly want it?
Because we got like oil changes being done with the wrong oil. Like they're putting like the cheapest like crappy 530. We're putting aftermarket wheels on it. They're breaking the top. We're just
I
beating
recommend
on these cars.
Reaching out to Tom Bush family of dealerships in Gino Manley to get an E93 convertible and then fly over
and just drive it back.
I did. It was like negative 12 degrees in Chicago, and I bought an E39 M5 because well, let me back up a little bit. I've got an F10 M5.
Okay.
And it's broken all the time.
Sure.
But I now determined I really like a 5 Series. So I bought an E39 so I had something to drive while the F10 was broken. And they're remarkably the same value car, even though
Somehow.
they're like, it doesn't make, because the F10 is so bad.
Yep.
Which is for sale, by the way. We fixed a lot of things on it. But so yeah, we got an E39, and I flew up to Chicago. It was negative 11 degrees when I landed, and drove it back, and I had an absolute blast, man. I highly recommend it. Broke down like 3 times on the way back.
Sure.
If you have the seat heater on, the headlights on, and you touch the brake pedal, the car would shut off.
That's just too much. Too much draw.
Correct. So I would have to turn the seat heater off so I could hit the brake light, or so I could hit every time I had to come to a stop, which in Atlanta was a blast.
Man.
But yeah, it was extremely cold. But I had an absolute blast. So I highly recommend getting a high mileage M3 convertible from Tom Bush family of dealerships, and then driving it back cross country. I think that'd be an awesome drive.
It's so far for me.
Wait,
I'm in the Bay Area.
I mean, what is that
like
miles?
3,000 miles.
Well, the oil change interval is 10. You could do the drive there back.
Oh man, I remember trying to do. So my wife and I, we were moving back from Minneapolis. Where did we get to? I think we got to like Cheyenne, trying to get back to Northern California. We got to Cheyenne, and I start flipping through my head in this. And I'm like, wait a minute, Cheyenne, not that far from Salt Lake City. And once you're at Salt Lake City, you're really not that far from Lake Tahoe.
Yeah.
And then we're like right there. Like,
Yeah.
let's just keep going.
Yeah,
And my
yeah,
wife
yeah.
was like, absolutely not. No, we're not doing that. I'm like, dude, we're not that far. Let's just do it. And she was, no. But I remember going back and forth to Bozeman in a day, which would be about 1,000 miles
Yeah.
of just like awful roads.
Yeah.
And it was like, maybe I shouldn't be doing that anymore. So the prospect of the 3,000-mile cross-country drive is like,
Nah, you should
especially
do
when I
it.
could get a 228 anywhere, like a lease special. Somebody's mom owned it and never took it anywhere with, 70,000 miles for $5,000.
It's hard to argue.
I think we're. Oh, we got
yeah,
cars
guys,
stopped here.
Yeah, the GTU 48 Team 48 entry.
Oh, okay. 40-48.
Slow
yeah,
out
they
was
stopped
real
a little
slow
bit.
out of the chicane, out of the bus stop.
It shouldn't have. I don't think that'll affect the race position too much, will it?
I mean, they're competing for the overall. Got overall
Oh,
implications.
Copy.
It's down, like the camera's down, or it's further. Oh, it's that bloom of light. It's to the right. Yeah. Okay.
If it was a normal sized vehicle, you'd be able to see it.
Yes. Instead, it is a small car. I think we're going to rock SCCA rules on this one, and we're going to call that a yellow flag for 3 laps, and then pull it in. It's part of the track. Good luck, everybody.
Well, we've only got 5 minutes to go.
5 minutes to go here. Mike, is there anything else you want to cover before we get into this wrap of the big weekend here?
Man, I'm really excited that we continue to have such a phenomenal series to come and play cars. It's
Same.
We really enjoy racing here. We've had just an absolute blast in the 5-6 years. Well, I was renting seats before, and then the 4 years that we've been running as a team with WRL, and it's just it feels like home every time we come here. The staff has been amazing. Everybody's so accommodating of us, and that's basically the main takeaway. Is just I'm glad that we have this type of sandbox to play in.
Yep. I agree. And long may it continue to prosper.
Absolutely.
Would be
And
my,
we're real excited about bringing probably at some point street legal tagged GTO car to a podium.
Yes.
Once we get that thing, like we're for the development that we did.
the development that you did.
The development that we've done on the short amount of development that we've done on that particular car. To be out and clicking off laps like we were, I mean, we're just absolutely stoked for the future of that platform. So, we're real excited to bring street cars back to a GTO field with some competitive flair.
I'm excited to see it. I think it's cool to see the home-built, quote-unquote, home-built road car be a tool that is possible to be used. I think when we first started covering WRL, that's most of what
Correct,
it was.
yeah.
And the M240 was like the outlier.
Right.
And then the M4 reign of dominance came, and
Yep.
the Cayman GT4 dominance. And I think we've started to see, in some ways, a little bit of a retraction on that. You've got people interested in building cars for GTO. And you also have, I think, more and more cost-effective platforms at the bottom end.
Correct.
That make getting into racing a little bit easier.
Yeah,
because
especially getting into the GTO field. I mean, it's obviously everything is quite a bit more expensive when you're playing, at that level, that pace.
Right.
But it's I think with this, this kind of, as you mentioned, a little bit of a pullback from the factory cars here, I think it really creates a lot of opportunities for teams like us that have been watching GTO for the last several years and, occasionally throwing an M3 in there.
Right.
To take a little bit more of a serious look at it. And I've got to give huge props to the series again for managing that BOP with those cars. And
Yep.
what that does is it creates an opportunity where a home-built GTO car, in the right track with the right lineup and the right conditions, can really, really, really be competitive. And
Yep.
I just gotta say, we're very much looking forward to the first downpour rain race with that GTO car. I think we're gonna do pretty well. So
I think so too. I think that's going to be an awesome runner.
So more home-built cars in GTO. That's my campaign that we're running on in 2026 and 2027.
I am excited for it, and then we'll see the GP1 Corvette will come by too. But
Yes,
we'll get
yes,
working
yes.
on that too. Mike Gorman, thank you very much. I'm going to let Greg Kramer and JT Tammy take it the rest of the way here. We've got 2 minutes remaining as we see the number 120 Toyota Supra all but wrapped up, I think, the victory here. There are enough laps ahead that even if they explode right now, they'll still win. So very pleased with that. Mike, thanks for coming to chat with us.
Always a pleasure, man. Congrats to all.
All right, thanks very much, Mike, and thanks, Ryan. Indeed, we are watching the number 120 as it will come around and pick up the white flag. It was really close when they got to the start-finish line. It was just a matter of a few seconds whether or not the white was going to come out, but they got there quick enough that the clock showed, nope, we can get one more lap of racing here. So they should be getting the white flag this time. And JT, as Ryan was talking about, AE, very, very impressive run today. And right now have about a 5-lap margin to the Singler Racing BMW. And then in third is the Kingpin Racing Supra. So AE Racing has just put on a clinic today, really.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they've been the model of consistency and great pace and great work on pit lane. I mean, you can't really ask for much more.
No. So we think we have that GTU car has been recovered. But nonetheless, white flag should be coming out as the leader comes through the tri-oval. And there it is. White flag in hand for the AE Victory Racing 120. And they have been impressive today, no question about it. The Toyota Supra GT4. Again, Singler Racing with their 25. Looked really strong up until about 2/3 of the race complete, and then it just started to develop some of its little problems and the like. And but nonetheless, really, really stout. And then, of course, we're going to follow our leader around, make sure that we get them getting that checkered flag, and then we'll take you through a little bit of a rundown. But yeah, I think you hit it on the head there, JT. Was they did everything right, and I think one of the things that really stood out for me, aside from just being really clean on the racetrack, not a lot of risk, but good pace, but their pit execution was just superb. All right, last time up through Speedway 2, making that long run down. I notice on the maps now, it's just called the backstretch. Used to be the super stretch. I don't know what necessarily changed, if anything, but nonetheless. All right, here we go into the chicane. Second car there. There it is. And last time through the Le Mans bus stop. And putting an absolute exclamation point on a perfectly executed race. Bring him to the line. Here we go. Checker flag out. Once again, Team AE Victory Racing. Checker flag flies for the Toyota Supra GT4. And boy, what a run they put on. And again, Singler Racing should end up with that second spot, and Kingpin Racing in third. And kind of keeping our eye out now for that number 315 Split 5 Racing BMW that's going to end up on top after that pit stop for the Corvette that they actually had to make. And, the Corvette fought valiantly with that fuel, that need to fuel a lot more frequently, and led a large chunk of this, especially up to about the halfway point. Still with that problem, as it were, are going to come home in second. But Split 5, what a day they have put together here. And there it is. Nope, sorry, that's the Kingpin car. Sorry, those colors were kind of blended there. But again, just a fabulous drive. That's the fast track entry, missing that right side headlight.
Second car here should be our GP2 winner, Hera Flight Racing, the 365.
I think that's a fabulous story.
Oh, yeah.
It's eighth place overall. Yes, there was some attrition, but, you got to finish these things. And not only did they win their class comfortably, they did it with a top 8 finish. There's the Corvette coming through.
And the Split 5 just ahead of them.
Yeah, well, that's a couple laps between them, but that's how they finished. And then I think this, too, is an absolutely great drive by the students of Skip Barber Racing School, coming home in the slowest class and bringing home a second place and a top 10 overall finish. Just a great job by those guys. And we do want to make mention, of course, our lone GTU car. It's kind of a rough day for that 40-48 competition machine. But again, they fought hard. They had that problem very late in the running here. But they really brought that Sebaco. I mean, at one point, they were running third overall. I mean, that was also just a tremendous drive as well. You know, there's a number of cars that, obviously, the old coulda, woulda, shoulda scenario here. But, it's one of the oldest adages, if that's a word, in motorsports, is to finish first, you must first finish. And that's, these people getting it done here. Here are the cars coming in.
I'd say also a great finish for Screaming Goat Racing. I mean, that first hour having that issue with whatever it was that they had.
Yes.
It took a while for them to fix, but
it was a long. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, and then they had the wing failure. But I mean, other than that, they've been consistent out there, and they've managed to get a top 5 in GP1, just 12 laps out.
Yeah, no, that was really an impressive fight back, and that, and that's really what it's all about, is you got to get your head down and not give up. And they did exactly that. There are some other cars that obviously had real potential that had those problems early. Wheelhouse Motorsports, once that Stack Racing Ligier got out there and ran hard, they put some laps together. But there you see it. There is your overall winner and that exuberant team. And what a well-earned celebration they are going to have here for AE Victory Racing. Just did a fabulous job. You can see the number 5 sitting behind them that gave it their all and ended up with a podium finish in GP1. But, it's going to be a very, very pleasant evening, I think, for the Team AE Victory Racing entry, and really, really put together a great drive. There's that all-white 365, number 365, that GP2 BMW. Behind it is the winner in GP1, the 315 from Split 5 Racing. And it's this has been absolutely fabulous. And again, it's sort of that one-off version where we put the two races together and do a 14-hour race. But it looked so fabulous under the lights here at Daytona. You just have to do that when you run here. Kind of our own the World Racing League's homage to the great endurance history of 24-hour racing here. And we got another amazing track coming up, as they all are on the schedule for the WRL. It is Road Atlanta and Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. And as different a track as there could be possibly compared to this amazingly and huge facility. Road Atlanta is a place where there is no time to rest in the fast cars. It is absolutely spectacular, and lights go out here at Daytona, and that, I think, is a perfect clue for us to bid you farewell. Again, join us the weekend of the 24th through the 26th of July for Road Atlanta and Round 6 of the World Racing League. Thanks for joining us here at the now Paul Revere 14-hour here for the World Racing League. I'm Greg Creamer for Ryan West, for JT Tammy, for Dustin, for Nate, and for Chris, everybody that did such incredible work. A huge thank you. Be safe, whatever you do, be careful, and we want to see you back either at Road Atlanta or joining us here live on DriverSeye Live.